these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
We'll never start. Wallahi, dollar now is 1,005 baht. We will go to 2,005. I mean, we will know. I'm not a boaster, I will tell you too. We will know between these three tribes who is the strongest. Check people, they kill how many million people. They still survive, spread all over the globe. They still build houses all over the globe. Show me one Yoruba man that built a house in Onitsha.
Okay now.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egumma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egumma wego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
There it is right there. Do you know, the milk combination, I have never really had agbado and ewa. I don't actually know what the mix is. Not that I'm not given to peculiar foods. I like extremely ripe, almost to the point of starting to rot fried plantain. And then I like to use a fork to spoon it and then scoop it in soaked gari. So I do have my weird peculiarities in terms of meals, but that agbado and ewa combination, I don't really get it. How does that work? Is that even, that sounds so uncivilized, agbado and ewa. Barbarians, But all that, so let's just acknowledge now. So that's Ayo kicking the session off in a very handsome manner. So well done, Ayo. We have more expectations of that from other people as well. So we do that first, and then we say good day to you. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. Always a delight, never a chore. You know, it's with great joy that I leap on this screen. No, let me not. I'm not even sure where that metaphor will land. So let's just. Right. Always a delight, never a chore. You know, always gladdened to spend time with you, bunch, with you, mob, with you, headless mobs, as Zeta likes to call you, Lord. So good to be here and all that. It's even better to be here. It will gladden even more to be here if you clicked on the like button right now. We keep canvassing for that, but we don't seem to get sufficient enough of a response. So the only way that the platform would grow is by you doing that. It's just as basic as that. You'll be surprised just the power of that like button. Just click on it. No skin off your nose, but a real fillip to the platform. So if you want to do that, then go ahead and do exactly that. So click on the like button. So do that. Click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, as you click on the like button in a swift motion, turn that subscription red fade, turn it into gray. So that's a once in a lifetime click. So once you've clicked on that subscription button once, you never, for the rest of eternity, have to click on it again. So, but if it's showing red, if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on the subscription button. So those are mandatory things. You are mandated, compelled to click on the like button. So there's a compulsion to that. And then you are also mandated to click on the subscription button. You are also compelled to do that. So do those two things. So now this hyperlink now that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio. It's always somewhat of a slow start. And you know, I don't really want to be too canvassing for too much. If the conversation is not taking place, we can always wrap it up after the readouts. And then, you know, there's always the next day. So if you're inclined to join. If you're not inclined to join, don't join. We do the readouts, give our commentaries, and then we call it a day. So it doesn't have to be labored, and we shouldn't have to labor it. So Chioma for president, Nigerian prince, all these people toasting Chioma, I don't know, man. You have to get by meal. You have to come and pay, I don't know, father of the bride fees or whatnot. So all that. So yes, where was I? Yes, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and as you're seeing streaming through, all those are super chats that you're seeing. That's the $ at the bottom of the screen. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session. So not derisory, some nonsensical. If you're going to do it properly. If you're not able to do it properly, don't do it at all. But don't be derisory. So click on the super chat and empty the content of your wallet onto the platform. So that's how it should work. Just in the manner that Nigerian Prince and you have been doing right there. So all that. So all that funky stuff. So we have right. Yes. We are going to meander through this session. It's going to be a leisurely stroll through whatever we come across in the course of the session. And when I say that, then that is to tell you that there's not rich harvesting in the news cycle. We're good, but I did come across an interview that I was watching earlier on. It is Alan Oyema's engagement with Arise TV. We quite illuminating, so we might spend a bit of time there, depending on how the session goes. But let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with a few talking points. So we kick it off with a few talking points, and the talking starts with. We kick it off with a. Bear with me 1 second. We the few talking points, and the talking starts with this. So right, there's a clip to play on this one as well, but let me just give you a few paragraphs and then we play the clip. I'm only really bringing you, I was actually going to bring this yesterday, but we never got around to it, but it's still very much still agitating the news cycle. So let me bring it to you now. When you hear the headline, then you probably understand why it's being brought. FCT Minister Wike ordered demolition of my estate after shouting, "How can all this land be given to Igbo man?" Anambra-born estate developer Ukachukwu. So I will forgive you if you feel a sense of deja vu as you hear that headline, because we have been there before. All over the demolitions, not all over the demolitions in Lagos State, because they did a lot of demolitions in Oworonshoki, where I have property, by the way, but it didn't affect me. They did a lot of demolition in Oworonshoki, but that never really hardly broke through the news cycle. Because, of course, Oworonshoki, this is in Lagos State, of course, because Oworonshoki, of course, is a predominantly Yoruba space. There was a lot of demolition in Mile 2 as well. It's just ease of way, illegal structures, shanty towns, all of this. There's been a lot of demolition around the entirety of Lagos State. But when that demolition got to Festac, we all know what that led to. People like Madam IPOB Ezekwesili, she leapt onto the headlines, followed in the same stride by Peter Obi, screeching and squealing, the usual ethnic noise. So the demolition goes to Abuja, and of course, predictably, FCT Minister Wike ordered demolition of my estate after shouting, "How can all this land be given to Igbo man?" Anambra-born estate developer Ukachukwu. So just from that headline, you might want to just walk away, because it tells that there is no imagination that would imagine that Wike will go to a site and say, "How can all this land?" I think Wike is too sophisticated and too long in the tooth for politics for that. It knows that his words are measured, and I don't even think it has that inclination as an individual anyway. But the inclination that we do know, because we've seen countless examples of it, typical of that space, FCT Minister Wike ordered demolition of my estate after shouting, "How can all this land be given to Igbo man?" Anambra-born estate developer Ukachukwu. Right, Chief Nicholas Ukachukwu, the chairman and chief executive officer of SNECOU Group Limited, has decried the demolition of his investment on 214 hectares of land in the Asokoro district of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. He accused the FCT minister, Mr. Yemson Wike, of ordering the demolition. He lamented that the demolition was carried out without any court order, despite pending valid 2 court orders from separate courts restraining the minister and the FCT from tampering with the property. So if there is you see this self-defeats the alarm, that dog whistle, that alarmist headline that we just read there. So this now next commentary by him, it defeats is ethnicized dog whistle. That was the headline. So he lamented that the demolition was carried out without any court order, despite pending valid 2. He lamented that the demolition was carried out without any court order, despite pending valid 2 court orders for separate courts restraining the minister and the FCT administration from tampering with the property. So this is to tell you then that Wike did not just happen upon this property and said demolish it, of course. So this is an ongoing battle within the legal space, but he's now latching onto that what seems to be the current outcry of Igbophobia. So he's trying to attach his business. He's trying to attach his business misfortunes to now this ethnicized thing that is going on with Peter Obi and this mob. So you can see already anyway, you can see what's in play, but let's just carry on. And I'll play you the clip just shortly after. According to AIT, the property sitting on 214 hectares of land was demolished on Wednesday in the presence of heavily armed security operatives, including soldiers, policemen, and personnel of the Nigeria Security and Defense Corps. After about 6 hours, the buildings, some of which had got to the window level and the fence had been pulled down, and all that was left was a heap of rubble. Speaking in an interview with the channel, the Anambra-born businessman called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene and save the multi-million naira investment in the property. He claimed that the property was demolished because it was owned by an Igbo man. So I'm not quite sure. It's just a ridiculous, and this thing will backlash fairly quickly now. All this crying of wolf, this thing will backlash in record rapid time. How can anyway. So what are they in court for? What is the and it is almost certainly an illegal structure or something without proper permit. He claimed that the property was demolished because it was owned by an Igbo man and not because the company violated any law, as all legal titles had been sorted and obtained before commencing the development of the property. Claiming that the demolition was done in bad faith, Ukachukwu said, "Wike called for a meeting over the land. We went with our documents after seeing what we had with claiming that the demolition was done in bad faith. Ukachukwu said, "Wike called for a meeting over the land. We went with our documents after seeing what we had with our lawyers and other companies, Sunrise, which they gave part of the land. Wike said that there was nothing on this that the court should take its effect." I don't quite know what that means. After going around the land in his normal ways of behavior, Wike started shouting, "How will they take all this land and give it to an Igbo man?" Then the next thing we saw was the demolition of the buildings without a court order. According to him, all legal titles of the property had been obtained, including 2 ministerial approvals and letters from the immediate past FCT Minister Mohammed Musa Bello. He said, "We went through all due process, including ministerial approval. We have the full final title document, letter of offer, and certificate of occupancy. As I am talking to you now, we have not received any document revoking the property or even the reason for the demolition. The only thing we saw was the demolition. The title has not been revoked, and we have not been served any notice." He insisted that the action of the minister ran contrary to 2 pending court orders restraining any action by the FCT on the land. He said two separate courts issued a different court order restraining him from tampering or doing anything in that property, but all of a sudden, Wike now moved all the caterpillars, bulldozers in Abuja, and went and started pulling down those properties that we have invested billions into the ground. He called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene in the matter to protect the rights of genuine investors and businessmen. "I call on Mr. President, who I know has nothing to do with the tribe, to call Wike." I don't know quite why he's trying to tribalize this, but then of course it's typical of the narratives this is the phase that we're going through at the moment. As soon as anything don't go your way, you screech Igbophobia sort of but it's counterintuitive and it will backlash fairly soon. He called on President Tinubu to intervene in the matter I wonder how many other houses has been demolished in Abuja. I wonder when the Fulani man's house is demolished, what he will have to say about that. He called on President Tinubu to intervene in the matter to protect the rights of genuine investors and businessmen. "I am calling on Mr. President, who I know has nothing to do with the tribe, to call Wike to order or remove this man before he brings disdain to his administration." So Wike should be removed daring to demolish illegal structures. When correspondents contacted the spokesperson for the FCT, Mr. Tony Ogunleye, for a reaction on the demolition, he said he had no information about the demolition. So he should not really necessarily have any information about the demolition. If it's just a basic administrative level matter that is happening outside of his immediate supervision, then there is no reason why he should know. Ogunleye, however, noted that the FCT administration does not demolish property based on tribe, religion, or sections of the country that the owner comes from. He said, the truth is that I don't know the details of this particular case. I don't have the details at all, so I can't comment from an uninformed position in terms of what happened. But rest assured that I will find out. However, definitely there is no way properties will be demolished because the owner or purported owner is from one section of the country or the other. No, the FCT administration does not operate in that manner. Before any property is removed, definitely they must have gone through due process, and that property must have violated one land use act or the other. But like I said, I don't have the details for this particular property. So is this crying of wolf? It's just unsightly, unseemly. It's just crass, and very counterintuitive, and almost it's already starting to backlash anyway. But let's hear from the man before we carry on.
A developer of a multi-billion naira property near Asokoro has called on President Bola Tinubu's intervention following its demolition by the FCT administration. The property, which sits on a 214-hectare plot, was said to have been pulled down without any order of revocation issued by the authorities of the FCT. It marks the first major demolition by the Nyesom Wike administration.
On Wednesday morning, scores of armed security operatives, including soldiers, policemen, and civil defense, surround the 214-hectare property near Sokoro, where multiple luxury duplexes are being developed. After about 6 hours, the buildings, some of which had got to lintel level, and the fence are all pulled down and left in a heap of rubble. The property is owned by one of the foremost private developers in Abuja, Kwaku Nigeria Limited, led by Linus and Nicholas Ukachukwu. Ukachukwu claims the demolition was done in bad faith.
We can call for a meeting over the land. We went with our documents. After I see what we have with our lawyer and the other people's other Sunrise, which they get part of that land. And Wike said there is nothing on this, that the court should take effect. After going around the land, his normal ways of behavior, he started shouting, how would they take all this land and give to Igbo man?
According to him, all the legal title to the property had been obtained, including 2 ministerial approvals, the latest from the erstwhile FCT Minister Bello Muhammad.
He went through all due process, including ministerial approval. We have full final title, certificate, and offer.
A certificate of occupancy?
Yes, offer to certificate of occupancy.
Most alarming, according to him, is that there was no order revoking his rights to the property before the demolition took place.
As I'm talking to you now, we are not receiving any documents. All these things, it's only what we saw, the demolition. The title are not being revoked. We are not being served.
Ukachukwu also insists the action of the minister of the FCT runs contrary to 2 pending court orders restraining any action by the FCT on the plot of land.
2 separate courts, issued different court order, restraining him from tampering or doing anything in those property. But all of a sudden today, we can move all the caterpillars in Abuja and went and started pulling those properties that we have invested billions into down.
He wants President Tinubu to wade into the matter to protect the rights of genuine investors and businessmen.
Calling Mr. President, who I know that has nothing to do with the tribe, to call on the bridge, either he remove this man
All right, so there it is. But in mitigation, it's very difficult to believe. Hold on. So sorry, just for balance, in mitigation, it's very, very difficult to believe that somebody will go and be 214 hectares. So that's the size of the property, and it's a massive luxury estate project that is taken on. So it's very, very difficult to believe that and we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. At least that's the better part of 50, if not $70 million going into that project. So very, very difficult to believe that somebody will embark on a project of that size without getting the proper documentations in place, especially in a place like Nigeria. So quite what went on there. We'll monitor that story, see how it plays out. Because as much as, I want to leap to how quickly people from Anambra State especially, they play that tribal card when things don't go their way is very. And I don't believe that Wike went to the side, by the way, shouting that how would so much land be given to an Igbo man? So and by the way, that much land could be given to an Igbo man, because I remember trying actually to go into that space once upon a time. The Abuja space then was quite liberal in giving out the lands to develop the city. So I could see how that could happen, how we could have gotten so much land. But we see how that plays out. But it's almost near impossible to believe that somebody will take on a project of that size and not get the proper documentation in place. So we'll see how that plays out. But and by the way, apologies for the rattling noise you'll be hearing, by the way. It's raining where I am. So they call that a force majeure, an act of God. There's absolutely categorically nothing I can do about it. Absolutely categorically nothing I can do about it. So this now next headline, absolutely categorically nothing anybody can do about this this date with destiny. Absolutely categorically nothing anybody can do about this date with destiny. North can't stop Tinubu in 2027, says Arewa think tank. So there it is. And how many times have we said that on this platform that it's a near impossibility to rigging or no rigging? It is a near impossibility for Tinubu to be stopped in 2027. Because there's not strong enough of a northern. Atiku cannot become president. I think we are all universal in the understanding that Atiku will run, but his destiny in life is to always be an also run. So Atiku is not a possibility. There's no strong enough of a candidate. We know that El Rufai has been rebel rousing, but there is no sufficient enough of a strong northern candidate to unseat Tinubu in 2027. And by the time 2027 comes, when he would have completed that Calabar to Lagos super expressway that traverses 9 states, all of the achievements that there will be sufficient enough of achievements, and the politics will be such that Tinubu is going to be there for 8 years. I cannot see anything that unseats him. And I think this is pretty much the surrender we're hearing from the North. There's no possibility, by the way, of Peter Obi unseating him. Not that Peter Obi is not popular. He's popular sufficiently amongst a certain type of crowd. But the expediency of politics, the real of reality, they say real politics, the reality of politics, the cold-handedness of how these things play out. It doesn't lend to any possibility of Peter Obi becoming the president. If Peter Obi becomes the president, then the Constitution allows him to be that president for a maximum of 8 years. So if Peter Obi becomes the president in 2027, Tinubu haven't been the president from 2023 to 2027, then if you add the 4 years of Tinubu to the 8 years possibly of Obi, then that would tell you then that the northern space will be out of power for a good 12 years. So within those 12 years, then the landscape of the Nigerian space would have changed so irrevocably that they might as well be out of power in perpetuity. And this is the real of the reality of politics. And there is nobody that understands that reality more than the North. There is nobody. I saw Peter Obi, by the way, in Kano doing photo ops with the ML. Well done, do all that, and nobody can fault him for doing all that. That is exactly what he should be doing. But too little, too late. It was a one-shot deal. Is that $1 million? That $1 million throw to the hoop. If you get it in one dunk, you get $1 million. If you don't get it in one dunk, then you go home, never to visit that space again. So that was what 2023 was. It was a one-shot deal. The expediency of reality of the reality of politics. The expediency of the reality of politics does not lend it to any possibility of Peter Obi being the only other thing. Peter Obi might well be a running mate in 2027. That's really all I see. He's probably going to be a running mate to El Rufai, and they'll give Tinubu a good go. But there is no real possibility of a southerner. Let's not even limit it to Peter Obi. There's no real possibility of a southerner, anybody from the southern parts of Nigeria, replacing Tinubu in 2027. The expediency, the reality, the cold facts are building blocks of our politics, how it's played within the Nigerian paradigm, does not in any way open to that. It's impossible. Oh, this time around, they will shock you. Forget all that. That's just daft. That's naivete. Not naivety, naivete. Not naivety, naivete. So naivete, but I accuse them of many things. They are never naive in the North. Not can't stop Tinubu in 2027, says Arewa think tank. So now let's not say what they have to say. A northern group, Arewa think tank, has said that the North cannot stop President Bola Tinubu's second term bid in 2027. This, it said, is because the North does not need political power, but infrastructural and educational development by a leader who cares for the region. Fielding questions from newsmen shortly after a prayer session for Tinubu's 72nd birthday at the Arewa House, Kaduna, on Monday, the convener of Arewa think tank, Mohammed Al-Haji Yakubu, regretted that a northerner was at the helm of affairs for 8 years without impacting positively on the region. Yakubu advised that northerners must tell themselves the bitter truth, put regional sentiments aside, and support Tinubu's second term in office to ensure development in the zone. According to him, why will North stop Tinubu? How can North stop Tinubu in 2027 after somebody from the North has done 8 years? For us to have peace in this country, the North has no option, no alternative than to vote Tinubu for another second term so that he can do 8 years as well. What the North should be thinking now is infrastructural and educational development. Considering the enormity of challenges facing the North now, it does not need political power now. We must put our house in order and tell each other the bitter truth. Insecurity challenges, which we hoped that former President Muhammadu Buhari would have dealt with, has gotten worse. That means political power has no value to the North. So he's speaking to it from obviously from a Tinubu acolyte point of view, but to the real politics of it, I think that holds as a truth. And by the way, we still want to be seeing that super chats coming through. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session. So take us to that before we finish the readouts. Let's go on from there today. So this is the headline piece. This is what I trailed this session with. So this is what I trailed this session with. 2027, we're not looking at Peter Obi and the obedient movement. So this is Bayo Onanuga, the mouthpiece of our Tinubu. The special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, let's start it from the top. The presidency has said that it will not be distracted by the activities and thought of the obedient movement. The special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, stated this during a chat aired on a podcast. He claimed that former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi was employing religious and ethnic sentiments in his politics. So, of course, we all saw that in Technicolor in 2023, which it tugged at the base instincts of the country, and the primal instincts of the country in Nigeria are tribe and religion, and that was the politics that Obi played to garner whatever he garnered, but that landed him third in that election. He claimed that former Anambra Governor Peter Obi was employing religious and ethnic sentiments in his politics, reacting to questions on whether Obi's politics and his followers could pose a threat to President Tinubu's chances in 2027. Onanuga said the administration has no time to entertain thoughts about 2027 politics yet. He said, as of now, we are busy with governance and we don't want our attention diverted from the focus of what the government is trying to do. We are very busy. We are not even looking at them now. Speaking about Obi's political style in the last election, he said, what I know about the campaign of Obi was that for the first time in a very long while in our country, we had a candidate who was inflaming ethnic passion and speaking about Obi's political style at the last election, he said, what I know about the campaign of Obi was that for the first time in a long time in our country, we had a candidate who was inflaming ethnic passion, and that was the way the election went at that time. He was inflaming ethnic and religious passions, bringing two dangerous things to our politics, ethnicity and religion. That was what he did, and those things were dangerous to our politics. When asked to compare President Tinubu with his predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, Onanuga said it would be too early to be drawing conclusions on performances, as President Tinubu is barely a year in the saddle. He, however, said that the two leaders have their human differences and different ways of attending to issues, noting that the former president had been unfairly judged by many commentators. So I think that was a party line thing right there. But just to tell you then that I'm not sure that they're especially looking, they're more likely to be losing sleep about the movements of El Rufai than anything that Peter Obi is doing, because Peter Obi is a known and a contained quantity. We all know his politics and we all know the limitations of it. So Peter Obi is a known and an already contained quantity. But the dynamic that El Rufai is bringing out is probably one that they will pay attention to. But there is nothing Peter Obi is doing at the moment that is not predictable or containable. And I think that's how they say it. So predictable and containable. So let's go on to the next one. North has no choice but to vote Tinubu again in 2027 Arewa think tank. I think we've already gone through that. So let's go on from there to the next one. No, I think we've already done that. That's the same headline. Let me bring you this. I'm not quite sure if this falls within the realms of fake news or not, because this flashed across the news cycles when I was having a look to see what we're talking about today. Federal government mandates nationwide DNA testing for newborn. So that's almost certainly something that will be debunked. Because what do they even have the budget for it is the thing, and what are the legalities of it is the wider thing. But the necessity of it, the level of bastardization in Nigeria, federal government mandates nationwide DNA testing for newborns. So now let's see what's going on here. Right. It says Twitter is abuzz with reactions. Twitter is abuzz with reactions about a recent statement made by a minister in Nigeria. According to the tweet, the minister has pledged that government hospitals and clinics will conduct DNA tests at no cost. This news has sparked a range of reactions amongst users. On one hand, some individuals expressed joy over the prospects of these free tests, believing they will aid in confirming paternity. Conversely, there were concerns raised about the financial feasibility of such a widespread initiative. For instance, a Twitter user named Chijioke shared that the health minister revealed plans for government hospitals to offer complimentary DNA tests starting in June. So that runs contrary. It says mandatory on the headline, is telling us complimentary now. Similarly, Omotayo from Lagos also took to Twitter to share the same news. So multiple sources reporting it. That seems to be what we're saying. Similarly, Omotayo from Lagos also took to Twitter to share the news, highlighting the government's commitment to providing free DNA testing from June onwards. Supporters of the initiative believe it will prevent instances of raising children who are not biologically related to their purported parents. So if you exclude DNA, the only not DNA, if you exclude IVF, the only really possibility of a child not belonging to the parents is he or she not belonging to the father, because it's near impossible for the child not to belong to the mother if you exclude surrogacy or artificially inseminated sort of a process. So yes. So there's that. But no, the level of bastardization in Nigeria, they say every six in 10, or is it that high, are not the sons of the person that they call daddy, so or daughters, children. Supporters of the initiative believed it will help prevent instances of raising children who are not biologically related to their purported parents. However, the announcement has elicited mixed emotions, with some viewing it positively and others expressing apprehension about the financial implication. So I have the suspicion that that buries in the realms of fake news, because I cannot see how that is viable. Although it's widely reported, but I cannot say how that is viable. So let's go on to this. I think we've already done this. Yes. So that's the wiki bit. Is there one more? Okay. Let's round it off with this one. Anybody that wants to join us, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Hop into the video. Hop into the studio. Come join. God told me Tinubu's administration will last 8 years. This is Dave Umahi. But then, of course, it's speaking to his master's voice, isn't it? So that's a bit of HMV to that one. So there's a bit of HMV to that one. Let me just give you a bust of a couple of paragraphs, and then we might end up in the Alan Onyema. I want to play you a little bit of the Alan Onyema space on a rise, because it was quite illuminating. I was watching it earlier on, and I thought this is something we have to bring to the platform. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has claimed that God told him specifically that President Bola Tinubu's administration will last for 8 years. Correspondents recall that Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, was sworn in as Nigeria's president in May 2023 and is currently serving his first year of a 4-year term. With barely a year in office, Umahi, who previously served as the governor of Ebonyi State, remained hopeful about Tinubu's prospect for re-election when Nigerians cast their vote in 2027, which is more than 3 years from the present time. During a recent interview on Channels Television, Umahi asserted that it was God who brought Tinubu to power, and he, God, had assured him that the incumbent administration, born of God, will last 8 years. Umahi said, You must know that the coming on board of Mr. President is divine. God starts a thing and he completes it. So I strongly believe, and I am persuaded to let you know, that God told me that this administration will last 8 years because this administration is born of God. You can see the miracle that Mr. President is doing through the inspiration of God Almighty, who brought him to right all the wrongs the minister noted on the show. So we are taking back this country and by the way, this is the real taking back that we're seeing now. A lot of the institutionalized anomalies and malaise within the system are already being corrected. The subsidy, the fuel arbitrage, the deficit in infrastructure, all of that is happening in open glare. They've already completed however many kilometers in that Juggernaut Expressway that's going to be their signature tune for this particular cycle of governance. So we're taking this country back and giving it back. So we're taking this country back and giving back this country to Nigerians. And that is what Mr. President has come to do. And we are just there to support him. The minister also mentioned that the repair works on Third Mainland Bridge is almost finished, with 99% of it already completed. He also stated that the bridge will reopen to public soon once the remaining work is done. When you talk about the total rehabilitation of the bridge, I wonder if that Third Mainland Bridge has outlived its useful life. Is always under repair. When you talk about the total rehabilitation of the bridge, you talk about the deck. Mr. President has released the money, and I can say that 99% of the project is done. But what is to be done is additional work. We are putting solar lights. So apparently, of course, certainly it will be lit up, but I think they've now gotten done it's more expedient to have solar lights there, easier maintained and cheaper to run. We are putting solar lights. We are replacing the generator lights with solar lights. We are putting up CCTV. So, of course, there should be CCTV on Third Mainland Bridge because that's a jumping bridge, isn't it? There's a lot of jumpers on that bridge. We are putting up CCTVs both on top of the bridge and under the bridge because the president told me that part of the problems we are having is people who are illegally mining the sand. And I agree with him. I have seen it. They even go as far as destroying the concrete to anchor their small boats. So that's our progress report. I keep insisting that this Dave Umahi is by far and a clear distance the best governor, the best minister rather in the probably in the history of Nigeria. I will stick my neck out to go that far. I will stick my neck out to go that far. So now I'm going to listen to a little bit of I want you to listen to a little bit of oh, why is it not making any sound? So I want you to listen to a little bit of let me put this up. Tell me if you can hear any sound from this. Can you hear any sound?
Medview, so that this can be a sustainable.
All right, I can hear sound, so I think we can all hear sound. So I would like us to listen to a little bit of Alan Oyema, what the hoops he had to jump through in order to get that Lagos-London route. So a little bit of that, but that might take a while. So let me play you the Kegite music. I think we have only Ajanle Koko with us for the moment, so we bring him on. So at least that guarantees somewhat of a conversation. So we'll bring him on, let the conversation kick on, and hopefully people will start to trickle in as we carry on. But first, pardon me. But first, just as soon as we can find it, let me play you this one before I play you the Kegites. Do you remember this?
Only water, where they see ma. Water. welcome o. Apa Onaido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé Ṣódíyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself. Pardon me. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, hopefully he is ready, Ajale Koko. So we have Ajale Koko keeping it 100. So Ajale Koko, good to see you. All right. I don't think we have the fullness of Ajale Koko at the moment. So let's kick it off then with
What's up? One man.
Yeah, good to have you, Ajale Koko. Do you want us to play a little snippet of this Alan Onyema? I'm sure you've seen it, but you know, I could see why Nigeria struggles to progress. Did you see this interview?
No, yeah, bring it to me.
All right. Let me bring it to you. We may take in about 10-15 minutes of it, but I want you to hear what this guy has to say. To secure that London route, he had to jump through hoops.
3 777s because of this route, not for any other route.
Airline took that route, flew that route. It was 7 years ago. That was Medview. And there were issues with Medview. Have you done a review of those circumstances that led to the failure of Medview? So challenges and a review and lessons learned from the past experience of Medview so that this can be a sustainable operation.
Thank you very much. Happy Easter, gents and lady.
Happy Easter.
The truth is, if I dwell so much on the, I would like to look forward, because if we start discussing all the challenges that faced us towards achieving this London route, honestly, you feel like crying, you feel like weeping. First of all, you suffer what I call both internal and external conspiracies. It took us 7 years. We got the designation, I think about 6.5 years ago, to go into London. Since then, it has been cat and mouse game. We actually procured our 3 777s because of this route, not for any other route, because we wanted to give it the blow that it deserved as at that time. However, we were not allowed to go. It's not just whether you like it or not, there's what we call international aeropolitics, which is very dirty. Applied to get, for the TCO. TCO means the operator's permit. You must get that, excuse me. You must get that one before you start going into any European country, UK inclusive. And the TCO organization from Europe wrote our Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. Do you know Air Peace? Do you know about their designation? And we were denied. My own country denied us. So they threw it back. Went back to the NCA. They said, oh, we didn't tell you. We didn't tell them. Who designated us? The Minister of Aviation, the Federal Minister of Aviation, whose duty it was and still is to do that. Well, we said, okay, we are ready. They refused. They said, until they allow us, under the same fragment was telling you that you should not make an application towards going into the UK. Meanwhile, you gave us the nod to go to China, go to India. China is 14 hours, about 13 hours going to Guangzhou and 14 hours coming back. India is about 12 now because of the closure of Sudanese airspace. About 12 going, about 13 coming back. Yet, you didn't find this airline worthy to go into the UK. 6 hours, piece of cake. For an airline that is doing over 106 hours of flying daily in this country, no other airline in West and Central Africa does that. Blemished, no issues, 6 hours, yet they stopped us. So game is both from within and without. We were stopped, and we never stopped saying it. So we continue this cat and mouse game with the NCA until Captain Musa Nuhu, during his time, said, enough. APs to be allowed to go in. What is the issue? Remember, they told us to, okay, when the heat became so much, when I gave them a lot of heat, they said, okay, you need to prove to us that you'll be able to pass the TCO. For goodness sake, if I don't pass the TCO, it doesn't mean anything, then I leave. But allow me to go. They said, no, we must prove to them that we're able to pass the TCO. I said, okay, you come and audit us based on the TCO standards. They said, no, you have to get IATA, some consultancy firms from IATA to do that. IATA must conduct that and give their results. We paid, I'm sure it cost over 200 million. We brought IATA. IATA conducted a TCO audit on Air Peace Dome. Remember, we are IOSA certified, so I don't know why the need for that. We passed. It took several months before IATA even came. We passed. Then they wrote to NCAA that you should allow them to proceed to go and do the audit with the TCO Europe. They didn't respond. Several months passed, going up to a year. We went back to them and told them that, look, it is better you come out and say why the reason for all this, or I go to the press and say it, and I will withdraw. But mind you, this country is being fleeced by all the airlines going to London from this place. People were paying 5 times more than they should have been paying. All sorts of reasons you are being given to this, and you say you don't have capacity.
I just want you to pay attention to that. So what it's telling us there is that, anyway, it'll make that point even further down the line, but people were paying 5 times what the going rate was going to be. But when it starts to give you numbers, your eyes will pop. So just listen to this.
You have 3 777s, worth several hundreds of millions of dollars lying out there, fully purchased by this airline. That was when they said, okay. We are now going to audit you ourselves. Not minding the result of the IATA people they recommended. At first, I didn't want to acquiesce to that. My Chief Operating Officer, Mrs. Toyin Olajide, said, Oga, please, let's follow them. So I agreed. They came and audited. No, nothing, of course. They found nothing. It was at that point Musa Nuhu said, enough is enough. LPs must be allowed to access the London market and cancelled whatever the other people put in place and allowed us to go. Now, the British people came with their TCO audit. They didn't spend 48 hours with LPs. It's one of the most stringent audits you can think of. When you said, what have we learned? The difference between us and some Nigerian airlines that went there in the past was that they didn't have that TCO audit. They didn't have, though that was not enough to have made them to go down. And their going down was not because they were not good. I will tell you, even in the last 1 week, what we have seen, if we are not, if God is not with us, we would have said, okay, let's go. Let's close it before we start losing money left, right, and center. Those Nigerian airlines were dealt with under the dirty international aeropolitics, and they suffered for it. So I knew all this, and I said, I must go bona fide into the UK. I must get it as of right. When you get the TCO, if you pass it, and you get your FCOP, that your permit now to operate, that is the best. But do you know when we applied? The UK people told us, you know, this TCO is too, you may not be able to pass it like the other Nigerian airlines. You may not be able to get it. Why not look for partnership or get wet lease from a UK carrier or European carrier? Once you fall to that trap of depending on wet lease alone for your operations, they will deal with you. They could use those people. They wake up one morning and tell you that, you know what, for one reason or the other, we cannot continue. Yeah. And your operations are destabilized. Yeah. And they treat you so condescendingly. But LPs went in there very strong. We passed the TCO audit. There was nothing they could do. In fact, there was a day they wrote us something that would take about 39 pages, expecting us to take about 2 or 3 months to complete it. We completed it in 2 hours because these were processes we are used to. I keep on telling Nigerians, the safety protocol in LPs is second to none in the world. It's unfortunate that we don't believe in our own. Those 777s you're seeing are being maintained by the world's most expensive and the best MRO, the Israeli aerospace industries. I pay that much because I want safety. Our safety department, our engineering departments, the maintenance departments are top notch. If I'm lying, let NCS say so. After all, ICAO came to Nigeria. Who did they audit? It was APs. If we had failed, Nigeria would have failed. So Nigerians should start believing in their own. This penchant for slave mentality and colonial mentality, believing that we cannot get it right, it's a lie.
All right, let me come in here because, you know, thank you for taking us down, even though you didn't want to revisit the past, but I think it was quite important for this conversation to share with us.
But when coming back, you might fly empty. Yeah. On the first day. You might fly less than 10% of the capacity of the aircraft. But that wasn't the case here. Our flights are already sold out into over a month. Coming into, in fact, sometimes we block seats. We block sales. So Nigerians have embraced this. Nigerians are happy. It's as if some kind of burden has been lifted off their shoulders.
Sorry, I was speaking, I didn't know I was muted. There's a part where he talks about how tickets are being priced. I want us to get to that part and then we'll stop there. But that's the real point I wanted to put across with this particular video.
Sure, that's a situation where Nigerians were paying, my own staff paid 15 million naira on business class for a 6-hour flight to the UK. Some people paid 17 million. Then because some people couldn't pay, Nigerians were going to South Africa, fly 6 hours to South Africa, come from there, overfly Nigeria airspace to go to London, another 9 or 10 hours just to get a cheaper fare. Nigerians, we are going to Morocco, Egypt, Qatar, 8 hours to Qatar, layover about 3 hours, you do another 8 hours to the UK just to get something cheaper. Then if you want to fly direct, it's a different ball game. The humongous fare was unbearable for them. When we came on stream, and this is why we say support your indigenous operators, they will do well. When we came, and the only ones that can save the country. When we came in, what we did was, assuming we slashed the 15 million to 10 million, people will say clap for us. But no, we brought it to where it belonged. We brought it down to 4 million naira. We are not losing.
All right. So listen to that right there. A standardized fare right across all of the airline operations within the Nigerian space was 15 million, I think, for business class. But when this guy started operation, Alan Oyema, when he started operation, he said if he had taken 5 million off that 15 million charge and he was charging 10 million instead, people would applaud him. And of course, people would applaud him. You can buy a plot of land for 5 million naira in some spaces. So certainly people would applaud him. But what did he do? You know, this is really why I wanted to bring you this clip. But listen, it's really this part here that made me want to bring this clip.
To go to London, another 9 or 10 hours just to get a cheaper fare. Nigerians, we are going to Morocco, Egypt, Qatar, 8 hours to Qatar, layover about 3 hours, you do another 8 hours to the UK just to get something cheaper. Then if you want to fly direct, it's a different ball game. The humongous fare was unbearable for them. When we came on stream, and this is why we say support your indigenous operators, they will do well. When we came, and the only ones that can save the country. When we came in, what we did was, assuming we slashed the 15 million to 10 million, people will say clap for us. But no, we brought it to where it belonged. We brought it down to 4 million naira. We are not losing by doing 4 million naira. That I can tell you. We brought it to 4 million naira, brought the other one, that's business class, from 4 million. The other one from 1.2.
So that's really the bit I wanted you to hear. So a ticket that was right across KLM, British Airways, all this Al Jazeera or whatever it is, Arab Airline, all of them, Ethiopia, they were charging Nigerians 15 million naira for a business class ticket. And this chap, Alan Oyema, he's now on streaming his airline, charging that same ticket with the same level of service, if not better, because he's Nigerian and they'll treat us better than, I don't know if you've ever flown British Airways, they treat you like shit on British Airways. So this guy, a Nigerian, one of our own, from 15 million naira to 4 million naira, but the real killer, he says that we are not losing. That is to say that he's still making fantastical profits from charging 4 million naira. And you can see the prices of the airlines just dropping and dropping. They did everything to frustrate him. I'll play another 3-4 more minutes because the frustration, this guy should have given up. If it's not the doggedness that he has in him, this guy should have given up. This is what the real frustration actually came from the Nigerian end, because they did everything, their bookies that were in charge, they did everything to frustrate this guy. Every single thing to frustrate him. Because, of course, the Lagos-London route is probably, it's certainly the most lucrative route in Nigeria, and probably one of the most lucrative routes in the world. Nigerians are gluttonous travelers. They are insatiable travelers, and their preferred port of destination is London. Every Nigerian wants to pop in and out of London, and they often do. So it's the most lucrative route, and the Nigerian end did everything to frustrate him, but the UK end, they just tried to kill him.
Students rebate. So immediately, the same airlines that were giving dollar as an excuse for the fleecing of my country came down within 24 hours. Airpeace distorted the market. All of them started coming down within 24 hours, started begging people, doing social media, brands all over the place, and brought their fares from 15, 17 million to 5 million. Now even begging people to come on. So Nigerians embraced Airpeace. Yesterday at the airport I met someone who told me, look, Alan, God will bless you. Look at my family of 6. I had to cancel my flights with one of the direct carriers. With all the money they subtracted from my cancellation, I still made gain flying Airpeace. What I would have used in flying 2 members of my family, I'm using it to fly 6 members of the family. Thanks to you. That even now, if I want to go back to those carriers to fly, it has become far cheaper. So, Nigerian, when you say what has it been like?
Yeah.
Right from the day we announced we published our fares, even that inaugural flight got sold out within days. It got sold out within days. And even up to September. So the traffic is there. However, the last 48 hours has not been easy. First of all, you were told by Gatwick Airport to deposit 3 million.
All right. So we've heard how the Nigerian state tried to chop these guys' legs off, just for reasons of wanting to fly to the United Kingdom and provide a cheaper, better service for his fellow compatriots. We've heard how the Nigerian state, they did everything to chop his legs off. But what is that going to tell us now is how the United Kingdom country tried to chop his head off. So they tried to chop off his leg and behead him just for reasons of listen to this. It's quite jarring.
I think it's there. However, the last 48 hours has not been easy. First of all, you were told by Gatwick Airport to deposit 3 million or 2-point-something million pounds before you start. For goodness sake, that's British Airways and Virgin, are they paying that amount of money to Nigerian airport as security deposit? And when you ask them, I say, okay, when are we going to get this money back? And they will tell you, no, until you stop flying to Gatwick, until you stop flying. So for the rest of your life, you put there. So we started negotiation. They brought it down to some level. The fact is that all the ground handling, when they want to deal with you, they use everybody around you. The ground handling companies, you must pay this and that, security deposit. Catering, 740,000 pounds. That's over 1.6 billion. A security deposit that they will keep forever. It's not as if they'll be drawing down from the money. I've never seen such a thing before, and they don't do it to other people. That's the truth. So they let all this. In fact, on our inaugural flight out of London, we were given a particular place for check-in. For the past 1 month, we knew this would be our check-in. That was where the trainings we had done, everything done. Then a few days to the inaugural flight out of London, you changed it and gave us a place where the carousel was not working. On our first day, we left this country. We wanted to make sure we post 100%, not 90%, on-time departure, going to London and coming back. On the first day out of Nigeria, with all the fanfare at the airport, we didn't delay our flight. We went right before time. And we arrived UK 20 minutes before time. But the check-in process was cumbersome because they put us in a place where you have to check in somebody, then carry the load manually to go and drop in another place. They made us pass through all this. The next thing, your boarding gate, they say, oh, the system has broken down, it's not working again. All those antics. If they don't use them, they use the to me, they should allow us be. That's the truth. But these are unspoken. These are unspoken. You might expect more. They can even use your catering.
Okay.
So.
All right. So I think we get the gist of that. So that guy, if it wasn't the doggedness in him, it would have and should have given up. But Ajande Koko, you said you had not seen that before, but Nigeria, the country doesn't back him. That's one. At least that, but it looks as though it's getting the backing from Festus Keyamo now. The country did not back him. That's one. That's fair enough, but that's not really fair enough, because if you fly out of the country as an indigenous carrier, you're a flag bearer. So they should back him, but they did not back him. But they did not back him, but also then went on to try and frustrate him with all manners of hurdles along the way. So what are you making of this narrative put forward by Alan Oyema, Ajale Koko?
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, first of all, we have to commend him for coming to speak out and inform us of the horrible experiences that he went through. He went through to get that rouse, and what the problem that he's still facing at the moment as well. So, but in summary, what this tells us is that the international politics in the aviation sector is what is responsible for the antics that the British, subjected him to, and unfortunately, our own people who should have supported him, for one reason or the other, did not do so right from the beginning. Only for this administration, and particularly was the present Minister of Aviation, who took
Festus Keyamo.
Festus Keyamo, who took it up as a responsibility, to put all the resources of his ministry and the government of Nigeria behind him, and the rest is history now. He's already secured it. He already started operation, and the British are still trying to play him out with the way he ended, the way they
went and threw him next to the toilet in some porter cabin next to the toilet, and they were making them carrying their bags on their head. Any and everything, You
see, let me tell you this. This man,
if he didn't have that dog fight in him, they would have. It doesn't need the stress. It's already, But I think it's just determination. That no grief for anybody, as they say. That seems to be the mantra for this year. No grief for anybody.
I think what has helped him the most is that he is a very strong businessman. A businessman that is prepared for ahead of time for any eventuality. And he's so lucky that he's surrounded with good team of people that believe in, taking the company, the organization, holding the standard high. So we have to give him to him. You have to give him to people around him that work with him, because I think you mentioned one Yoruba woman as his maybe second in command when he was even trying to maybe.
I think he deliberately mentioned that just to give to tell you that this is a national space, not an ethnic space.
That's right. So he mentioned in that when it was so tough for him, the woman said, "Oga, don't worry. Let us continue. Let us fight this battle through. Let's continue the struggle." So that tells me that he has somebody, I mean, people around him that, are competent.
Half the battle of management is team, isn't it? What was it Tinubu saying? Team shape. And if you have the right balance of team, even Babangida said that. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Babangida said that once upon a time. He said governance is very easy. I think that was when he was trying to run all those years ago. I think 1999 or whatever. He said governance is very easy. That if you pick the right people, you don't have as a president spending a single day out of the golf club. Yeah. You just put them in. Yeah. Do you remember when they said when you put them in, you don't have any business. Who wants to be macro managing Dave Umahi? He knows what he's doing. So every 6 months he'll come and tell you, "Oh, guy, I've gone this far," and then you will go down there and you go and kick tarmac like you have to say, "Yeah, very good, carry on," and that's it.
So lucky that he have good people around him that are very competent and believe in the standard and keeping to the standard, and him as a leader too believe that yes, they can compete with any international airline.
He also spoke about that colonial mentality, that surrender to that Western space. That no, we can't do it. They can do it. That's just that abject.
Yes.
Carry on.
So he look, if the administration really want to do something that is good for that sector in Nigeria and for Nigerian people especially, you see the price gouging that these people perpetrated for so long.
Imagine, I'm so sorry, Ajale Koko, from 15 million naira to 4 million naira, and the person charging 4 million naira, he's still making 100% profit. My God, man.
That's over 300 million naira. 300% increase.
My God.
The profit margin is just
it's painful. It's painful.
It's crazy, right? So I think Ajani Koko was talking about him having the right team. While I tend to want to agree a little bit, is we do not understand the business expense this man has incurred without receiving a single revenue. It is easy for him to say, "I am tired with this frustration that I'm being given, that I'm experiencing, and close shop."
We lost you, Emeka. But that point that Emeka was making, the fact that he had the funds to do it, and I'm not even sure where he gets his money, but the fact that he has the funds it talks about the carry on.
He also has strong backers, right? Because for people who will be providing him with funds.
Emeka, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Start all over again. You dipped for a moment, so start.
I dipped. What I was saying is, Baba Ajani Koko was talking about teamwork, but we don't understand the business expense this man might have been going through without receiving any revenue. Nobody goes into business to go and throw money. The view is to make money. So, and for long, this guy has actually been airing out the dirty dealings going on in the airspace in Nigeria. This also reflects back to why our refineries never worked, because we had internal and external actors acting and frustrating that sector, both sectors, because some people want to maximize profits outside the country, and then they are now coming in and using internal collaborators and bribing these people to frustrate both the airspace and our refinery from not working. that when I keep saying that we Nigerians are very wicked people, some of us we want to refuse. It's not true. I think we are wicked people. And the significance of this earth piece continue to show our wickedness in high places. It is because many of us have not gotten a taste to the corridor of power. That's why we will continue to open our mouth and say, no be me, I no follow. We are wicked people. This is something now we are not benefiting because he has succeeded. Everybody saw, you saw the inaugural takeoff. Everybody, hey, they were toasting champagne. Where were those people when this man was going through all this problem? Thank God Kiyamo came in to step in a little bit to see what, but he has been saying this thing. The last administration went to go and do Ethiopia Air. Why they were pursuing it internally, he was one of those who pioneered the lawsuit to stop that Ethiopian process to go on. They still went on fraudulently, decided to sign an agreement with Ethiopia Air to give it to a foreigner, took bribe, and that thing did not work even on the last day when the Buhari administration was leaving. We are wicked people. Continue, Baba Jani Koko.
So, look, if our administration, Tinubu administration, really want to help Nigerian people and the aviation sector in Nigeria, I think they should look into that price gouging that these people perpetrated for so long. They should look at all those years. How much should they have been charged? How much that you know?
Yeah, no, they should not let it slide though. It cannot slide now. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
You know, somebody should be interested. Is it a class act or what did they say?
Yeah. To be taken up against these people. This is what they cannot do in their country. They can't do it in UK. They cannot do it in America. Look at the price gouging from what is supposed to be 4 million, and they were charging Nigerian 50 million. And they did that for so long period of time. Look at how much these people have ripped Nigeria off. And we have government in place, weak government. During those years. No wonder these people were still flying to Nigeria when what do you call it? Buhari administration held their money behind, didn't release their money due to the corruption in during that administration, during the time of Buhari. But they knew they were making hell of money out of Nigeria. Let's look at it in the real sense of it. You are doing business with someone, the person took your money and supposed to pay you what, your own, supposed to pay you your money. It didn't pay you and you continue to work. So it's because they are making hell of money out of Nigerian system. And that is why they didn't leave. It's part of the fact that Nigerian state was owing them so much, about $800 million, that the central bank supposed to pay them, that central bank Emefiele couldn't pay, but still they didn't leave Nigeria. It's because of the price gouging. They were making killers of money out of Nigeria. If not from Nigeria, the money the money from UK back to Nigeria, or people that are traveling, that are booking the flight from UK, paid in pounds, they know that one enough has sustained them. That one sustained them during that period. That is why they never stop coming to Nigeria. So the one that Nigerian people, the flights that are booked from Nigeria, money that's supposed to be paid for it, but Nigeria were holding it back. That one, it doesn't mean anything to them. So you can see the way that these people were making killers of money out of Nigerian space, and at the detriment of Nigerian people. So if this administration is serious, I mean, if this administration really want to do good to Nigerian people, and that sector particularly, they should look into that brass gauging. And Nigerian,
Ajane Koko, when I was watching, like I said, I watched it earlier and I thought I'd bring it forward to see what you guys make of this guy. When I was, this guy is bracketing now towards the Dangote level. So what is creating in the airline industry, it can now parallel somewhat Dangote refinery. What we're having now is an international standardized high-end Nigerian operator, the second one to come through after Dangote. This is what is imagined, isn't it? This guy is going to very quickly. Of course, it's going to take over the entire Nigerian market. And that in the course of this interview, a Caribbean island was reaching out to him to come and manage their airline. This guy is fast tracking to that Dangote level.
I don't think it's going to happen. The reason the next thing we're going to see in a few years is other national operators coming in to compete with him. That's what is going to happen, right? He has broken that jinx. He has those people frustrating him in Nigeria. He has actually somehow won the battle. Let's say the first phase of the battle. The next thing that will happen is you will now see other people, like 2 or 3 other guys coming into that airspace to compete. Which is good. Which is good if you ask me. The end consumer.
I'm not sure that we'll. I'm not quite, because I recommend that you go and watch. It's about 40-something minutes long, and I'm not sure that people will have the patience for it. But I recommend that people go watch it after. What this guy had to do to put all of these structures in place, I'm not quite sure that there are many Nigerian operators that have the mental acuity, the doggedness, and the resources.
Yeah, he might, based on the passion he has, still try to maintain the quality, but I think they will do it. You understand the frustration, the first hurdle is the internal hurdle. Look at what he said with this snippet you played. That when they were going, they still changed them to go somewhere else to frustrate them further and frustrate his passengers. You understand? You don't do that.
They wanted to make it an unpleasant experience for the passenger.
Exactly.
For the passengers.
For the passengers to say, "Oh, look at the stress I'm going through."
Yes.
I would have gone to British Airways or Virgin Atlantic or Ethiopian Air or Egyptian Air to go fly. Why am I going? Everything Nigeria, anything Nigerian people operate is always bad, but not knowing these internal struggles and battles that he's fighting. This is not fair.
Can I add my voice?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on, Ola. Let Fatai come in, then Ola come in after him, and then back to because Fatai was pushing first. Fatai.
My battery is running down too. Anyway, maybe if I get to, but my battery is running down.
All right, Fatai. Let Ola go quickly. Then, if he's struggling with the battery, Fatai. Ola. Come in.
See, this situation is really a surprise to anybody because some people really raise concern at initial stage when government started this bringing back Nigeria Air or Air Nigeria or whatever they are bringing. You already know that when you have government that want to be competing with the private sector, you expect some kind of corruption in a situation like Nigeria, because some people just have this.
Sorry, Ola. Is that why you think they tried to sabotage him because they wanted that route for Air Nigeria?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things because you see the easiest way to be a player in an industry is to use the government weapon just to reposition yourself. Because if not, we shouldn't be talking of Nigeria Air when we're talking. We should be talking of strengthening the local carrier to the international standard. Because the way I see this thing is that I just congratulate Airpeace, and I think it's not yet there, because I think what government should do now is for this type of situation to favor him more, they should find a way. Because I'm happy you mentioned Dangote. When you are doing recapitalization, I think you should find a way to put the capitalization in the aviation industry to the point whereby you won't have mediocre. You will have serious people that are well invested.
A higher barrier of entry, Abi, a higher barrier of entry.
Exactly. So when they are well invested in this business, so they will be there to guide their investment, and it won't give some kind of crooks tomorrow to just conjure something to bring these people down. Where am I saying all this? We allow the like of Arik. Where's Arik today, for example? We allow the like of Arik to just go like that. It shouldn't be happening. So to me,
Well,
I
Arik
don't.
was just some random Aboki setup now. Some guy that's looted something. But who owned Arik?
No,
Was it Obasanjo?
if Arik came up under Obasanjo, yeah, I think under Obasanjo. But the thing is this, Arik, I flew Arik. I've lost the can, but I enjoy my experience with Arik. But what I'm saying is this: we should have find a way to sustain Arik, because if you ask for recapitalization there, and those people that instead of floating all these aircraft up and down, you can find a way to concentrate, to concentrate the business in fewer people, because as it is now, the Nigerian market is not that large for the level of profitability that you require to edge against the risk in the aviation industry, because aviation industry is a high risk investment, and more so that of Nigeria is spectacular, because our level of spending, even though we travel, we do travel. So to
You
me,
know, that Lagos London route has to be one of the golden routes in international travel. I kind of think that there are many routes more traveled than Lagos London.
I tell you. Then we by now they should be considering finding their way to the North America, especially Canada and the United States of America. So going to Netherlands too, I think that's a very good route for them to invest in. So to me, I've put this one in one of those metrics that I will use to measure Tinubu at the end of his tenure. So, whatever the central bank is doing to back this man up, whatever policy they will push, especially in the area of recapitalization, to make sure that this guy will not become another Arik, because it's so important. We may be enjoying it now, but when we have some mediocre just coming into the industry, it's not going to be because it is easier for him now to celebrate it now. But if you do not guide this guy, if you not do, because you want to call it a monopoly, sometimes I think we may
All
need
right.
good monopoly at times to sustain the local industry. So that's just my contribution to that. So when I get home, I will still join.
All right, brilliant. Fatai, come in, and then back to Ajale Koko. Fatai, Oto Jometa.
Hello.
Fatai, Fatai, Ava. Oga Pata, the Mohican of Neveso Kosia, the Mohican, Baudi.
One man went to more, one man went to Abajali Koko. Oh God, ọmọ yẹn bèrè ó ga kò sí wàhálà ń gbà yẹn bàbá mi. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ Abajali Koko? Ẹgbẹ́jọ́ mẹ́ta. Hello, Abajali Koko.
I think he may not be able to talk where he is at the moment. Carry on.
Okay. So actually, I was very surprised that you were surprised about the price. I think the other time you were arguing with me that price is just price. People just put whatever price they want. Pricing strategy is many things. It doesn't mean you don't make profit. If they tell you Black Friday 70%, it doesn't mean they are losing money. There are many reasons. I don't particularly what's happening to Yema, actually. It's not really the Nigerians are wicked people. I don't know where that is coming from. So Nigerians are not wicked people. What's happening there is business, is the airline industry. If you take out, let's say, petroleum industry, I'm not talking about legal, legitimate businesses. The airline business is a cartel. So Oyema's business model is also part of the problem. So he's buying planes and buying planes. So when you own airline, most of these, even the big airline companies, they don't own all these planes. So it's a whole. It has a multiplier. Let me put it, the popular word. It's a multiplier effect. There are so many things connected to run an aeroplane. You understand? So they are going to mafia him. The problem is not going to stop now. The big boys, they are fighting him. Many of them, they are giving money from outside. So for them, it's better rather than sign a paper for Onyema and whatever Onyema's profit or whatever, they're not going to share inside it. If somebody from outside offers them, like, I don't know, $1 million, well, I just think, why should I sign this paper for Onyema? I don't get $1 from him, but somebody's giving $1 million to sabotage this guy. Okay, I don't know him. He's not my brother. He's not my sister. It's the big boys game. It's the big boys game. They are playing with each other. If Onyema's business model is one that involves a lot of big people as well inside it, like big players in the industry, you will not, because it's going to affect other people's business as well. It's not going to happen like that, So it's not going to, his problem is not going to be solved now. The only problem of Onyema and all he's been crying about is that the Nigerian government doesn't get it. You understand? And it's around the issue of reciprocity. If they take care of the reciprocity, a lot of other things that business people, even other airlines in Nigeria also will try to also be sabotaging. They are all sabotaging each other. It happens. It's business. It's not a space for babies. It's not a place. Billions of dollars is what runs an airline operation. But congratulations to him. And but price. Actually, that is what was what's significant out of that. The price from 15 million to 4 million. Okay, so how is NNPC
and he is still making a profit?
Of course, he's going to make money. Some people will come and tell me that some people they go back.
So then that then highlights that highlights the level of exploitation that has been going on in that industry for goodness knows how long.
The people in business are killer. There are many strategies. Onyema itself could make a formula and he will be charging 20 million, and it will look like normal. Everybody could do different things. It depends. It's not even if the 4 million that he is charging. It's not just like, oh, I'm charging 4 million. It's just recalibration of your or readjustment of your parameters is what brings that formula. It's not like it's on the surface. It's just 4 million like that, and those one on the surface. Those guys that are charging 15 million, if they tell them to bring their book, they will bring their books to you that will show that they have to charge 15 million.
But how come they've all crashed? How come they've all crashed their price to compete with
they will crash? It's the competition. That is where even NNPC's monopoly is a problem. Also, you understand? Because they will crash the price because one player has done. They will all lose their customer. What Onyema is doing, what FPC is doing, is buying goodwill. That's basically what he's doing. If Onyema becomes extremely dominant, if he himself became monopoly, he will also raise the price. This is that, and that's how business works. And that's how business works.
It's a social conscience operator. It's not a.
One man, he said they are there to do business. The business is for profit. His business is for social conscience.
No. You can't. It's not either or now. It's not. You can profit and still have with a human face. You don't have to slaughter. Yes.
Everybody has a human. Everybody has a human space. All the other guys who also slash their price is a recalibration of their cost mechanisms. They recalibrate their cost mechanisms and they will come out with lower price. You can always do it if you get a push in the market. If nobody pushes you in the market,
so they do not recalibrate
all these years.
What are you talking about?
They did not calibrate the one. They did not calibrate the one to South Africa. They did not calibrate the one to from London
brother,
to
let
United
me
States.
take my time. I don't
So
do
it
this
is,
argument.
it
Let me
is
take
the
my
one.
okay.
It is the
You
one
you
from
don't know
Lagos
their
to
internal
Lagos.
accounting system, brother. You say you do
What do you mean
accounting.
internal what?
Wait till you say you do accounting. How do you arrive at a price if you don't internally calibrate your cost mechanism?
It is not. You are not calibrating anything, Oga. You don't, no. Stop it.
You're not
What they
calibrating
are
what?
doing is,
And you say you did accounting.
extortion.
How do you arrive at price if you don't? If wait
What
now.
do you mean by
my
what
time.
is
Wait.
the account? What do you mean?
Wait
What's the past
don't
topic? This is
I'm not here
Oga.
for this. All this thing you talk all the
Continue the
time.
nonsense you are saying. Continue the nonsense you are saying.
Brother, I'm not here for all this rubbish you always all the time. I don't have time for all those things. How do you arrive at a price without cost adjustment? You're telling me they didn't recalibrate. It's cost adjustment. The internal cost, they will adjust their internal costing. I'm not saying they are doing good or they are doing bad. You adjust your internal costing and you will arrive at better price. Very simple. It's very simple. You can adjust along the line of your overheads, or you can adjust the line of your variable costs. You can adjust different things, and you will arrive at different prices. There are many adjustments to be made in areas of variable costs and non-variable costs and fixed costs. You can adjust the more difficult ones at the fixed cost. Outside of fixed costs, you can readjust different things in different ways. And that's how you. That's how.
If I can make a
When
comment,
you are done speaking, please. One man, when he's done speaking, let somebody else.
All right.
Brother,
Hold on, Fatai. Let Prince have a window, and then you bring it to a conclusion, and then we move on. Prince, you wanted to come in, Prince.
Yeah, if I understood what Alan Oyema was talking about, these guys were making money hand over fist because they were like charging exorbitant amount for the flight tickets, right? We're talking about, and I think you guys were talking about what we call first class. You guys are not talking about regular price for tickets, but anyways, they were not trying to price their tickets in order to break even or to go above to be slightly profitable. They were making a whole bunch of money. So I'm not sure what internal cost adjustment they're going to be making. I mean, just like Oyema said, even the amount is charging is making enough profit from dropping it all the way to 5 million naira per ticket. So those guys were just making money. They were making money. They monopolized that area.
And the Nigerian state facilitated the fleecing
of course. It's part of it. I mean, the reason why they've been trying to. Though I did support Oyema earlier when the Ethiopian air crash came about. But anyways, it's an area that a handful of people make a whole bunch of money, just like every other sector in Nigeria, right? There's nothing new about it. And they've been trying in conjunction or in collaboration with all these foreign airline companies. They've maintained that price gouging for a very long time, and there's no need to release that cash cow to anyone. Who knows how much it gets paid in the back end, or rather get paid to these people on the back side of it. So they're making a lot of money. So at the expense of the Nigerian consumers, right? Nobody's protecting the Nigerian consumers. So who cares at the end of the day? But Oyema is trying to get into the market, and is not their friend. He's not an inner circle person. So they're trying to keep him out as much as possible at the behest of the people running the show in Nigeria, working in collaboration with people overseas. So it's to me, yeah, I'm not. I mean, he's not complaining. He's just talking about the challenges he had to face in order to get to that point.
There was an undertone of resentment of what they had to go through, and I think the resentment really came from not getting the backing of his own country, and also his own country, trying to sabotage him. I think I could detect some frustration there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back. I think I did watch an interview that he did back in the time of the Ethiopian airline debacle thing going on, and we can see right there. I made a comment on your show that they should have given that opportunity to Air Peace to be to be the flag bearer of the Nigerian Airways or whatever they're trying to do. It was a shenanigan. We saw through the shenanigans what they were trying to do. It appears that Onyema is not favorable, let's say, partnership with the people that run Nigerian airline, whatever you want to call it. It is not that they're not good friends. I mean, it's not an inner circle boy, so to speak. So, and that's been the case. That's been the problem for him. Well, luckily for him, he has a lot of resources. Just like I think Emeka said, it costs a lot of money to be running these airlines, and especially in America, as much as they have plenty of airline companies, they're not very profitable. Many of them can go belly up just like that in just a short amount of an economic downturn.
Spot on,
okay.
Spot on.
All right, back to Fatai. Fatai.
Okay, I don't understand what the debate is about, by the way. Yeah,
No,
can you hear me?
we're just sharing thoughts. It's not
Can you
really.
hear
Yeah, we cannot
Hello?
hear you. We can all hear you. So if you can hear me, then a conversation is taking place.
Okay, Yeah. My point is, I don't understand what the debate is about. You understand? So I don't know. Actually, one of the reasons I don't really. Actually, I came in to show something to Babajan Lekoko about the IMF. There was something, I think IMF, I have always heard something about IMF, and I've always wanted to open that, to talk about that. And I'm basically retired from talking on the internet, because I don't know, a lot of people just jump in to make, I don't even know why people always do that. I don't know what is the debate about. I don't understand it.
Fatai, you see,
Yes,
before you go
Babami.
to the issue of IMF, you see, where you ended before Prince Daddy interjected you, continue from there, because we are, enjoying, the thought you are bringing in. So continue from there on the this airline Onyema stuff. I think you are trying to flesh out some thought.
I hope. Sure about me. I hope I still remember where I was going, because
No, you were
saying
saying they were making they had to make internal that other airlines made internal adjustments to price match Onyema. That's what you were trying to.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, to even say the point I'm speaking to is managerial accounting. So when you do in managerial accounting, you're basically concerned with internal cost allocation.
Management cost accounting. That's what you're saying. It's not managerial. It's management cost accounting.
There's no field cost accounting. Everything is cost accounting, brother. You're not talking.
Go ahead. Proceed.
It's not you are talking. Nobody answer you.
Go ahead.
There's nothing called. There's no field cost. Brother, can you let me talk? There's no field cost.
You have been saying nonsense.
Everything is cost accounting. So don't worry about it. It's called.
Go ahead. There's nothing like
brother, you don't know what you're talking about.
Just go ahead.
It's called
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. But
what?
Go ahead.
What did you say?
With the nonsense you are talking about. Continue with the nonsense.
You don't know that you don't know. You know that I know that you don't know.
Continue with the nonsense you are talking. You have been saying nonsense since. Yet the first thing you are saying is that they made recalibration.
You always said nonsense, brother, and you always
excuse me. Let me talk now. Because you have been, no. I will not let you talk. Let me now attack you directly. If they were recalculating costs, why did they not calibrate the cost from Nigeria to South Africa? Why did they not recalibrate?
You don't know what nonsense you are talking about.
Okay, shut up. You are the one that don't know what you are saying. Why didn't they calibrate the cost from London to South Africa? Why didn't they calibrate? Now, do you know that?
My friend, what did they worry you now?
Do you know that people were flying to Cotonou to go to London at a cheaper rate?
Let him land now.
He's talking nonsense. He's the one talking nonsense here. And I just said, go ahead to talk what you want to say. You want to come and attack. Okay, shut up. You don't know what you talk. You want to come and attack.
Let him land now.
So why are you why is it trying to want to insult me over the nonsense he's talking about? Why is it trying to want to insult me? Baba Jaliko, Baba Jaliko, I will not let him land. You talk to him. I will let him land. You talk to him.
Guy, I get your time.
You talk to him. I won't let
Guy,
him.
I get your time.
No, now you interject. Now you interject him now. Make you let him continue.
Because he was talking nonsense, and I don't like it when people say stupid things. I don't like it when people say stupid things. What he's saying is very stupid, and I don't like it when people say stupid things.
Emeka, okay, I don't beg you. Make you let them talk. They go.
I feel like people when they talk say you get for. What you talk? When you always talk now. Baba me feel leave. Baba me leave. You say you get for class. When you say you get, we don't say you get for accounting. You get accounting. What you know for accounting? When they talk say you get. My guy, go sit down. Now you they follow.
Let's be very realistic.
Now who want to follow?
Let's be very realistic.
Now who want to follow? You know the
una too sabi book too much. Both of una too sabi book.
This is not the place and the time.
My friend, go and sit down, Joe.
Incompetency and strategy, you know, reach me. Let us just put it at that. What you are saying, I can tell that
my friend, go and
you do not go to school properly.
My friend,
this is not. This are not
make we end this.
This is not school. Make we end. No, Baba Jalikoko, let me tell the idiot. Let me let the idiot. This is what I do for a living. Let me educate the idiot.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
And I don't do it for one company.
I look like people like that when they talk that kind of thing.
Baba Jalikoko.
No, you know, some don't worry you.
Baba Jalikoko. I don't provide my expertise for one
company. Let us go after the issue. That is what is important.
For several companies as a consultant, not beside the one for one company, side they do accounting for one company. No. It's not about you telling me
to you follow that kind of
go to the back. Let people who do this for a living explain to you the nonsense you are talking about here. Go to the back.
What do you do for a living? Okay, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
Go and stay one place. Go to the back.
What do you do for a living? My friend, go and sit down. You don't know. When I
told you to continue with your stupidity, you refuse to continue with your stupidity. Now I told now go to the back. You don't want to go back. You think you want to come out? You think that you get voice? You are very stupid, though, Chief. You are a very stupid man. And you should not be coming on public. You shouldn't be coming on public.
Guy, something they want to
coming on public.
Guy, I tell you now.
I told you what is the
Hold on. What's going on? What's going on?
No, one man. I asked the cow what the recalibration order. He told me on your trial. We call him a big cow. He's a big cow.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Those cows do not work very well.
Everybody, hold on. I'm going to mute. Let me mute both of you. I'll mute Fatai as well. I'll mute Emeka and Fatai. Gentlemen, we had this yesterday, so we don't want it to be a daily occurrence.
No, it's even too
early.
We are just starting.
Let us end it there. Let us end it here.
Hold on.
Let Fatai continue. Let Fatai continue.
Hold on, Baba Jalikoko. I agree. I asked him a simple question.
Emeka, you don't have to agree with his submission now. You don't have to agree.
That question was not even organizing.
I don't understand though. I don't know you. I know to follow you. Though. Just the jump they tell me. I don't even know what. I don't even know.
Okay, ask your question. Okay, ask your question. Fatai, we
answer your everybody, Emeka, just hold on 1 second. Can you hold on 1 second? Emeka, hold on 1 second. Emeka, wait now, wait. Emeka, please now, cooperate with me. Emeka, wait now.
Emeka, hold on 1 second.
Emeka, all this hot blood, Emeka, man. Joel, I'm going to let you in, but if you try to inflame things, I'll probably let you out again. But Emeka, let's do it this way. I know that it's your field of specialism, and you're very quick to monitor it. But
can you please Emeka, can you give me one micro minute? If we don't set the order, then there will be no order. We'll just do this.
So let's do it this way.
Heard you now. I'm not arguing with him. I've heard you. I only said I asked a question not to antagonize him. I wasn't antagonizing him.
Baby Emeka, shut up now. Make show go on. It's not all about you.
I only asked him a question. I only asked him a question.
Emeka, cooperate with me now.
Woman, it's fine. I ignore fool. I know Joel is a fool. So
No. Emeka, hold on. Emeka, can you, oh goodness me, Emeka, you are not usually like this. Cooperate with me. Just cooperate with me. Let's do it this way. Let Fatai give us his submission. I know it's your field of specialism and you're picking everything. We see that a lot, even with Ola, when we are speaking to, or anybody, if you are speaking to medicine, Babatigo. So let him give his submission. Hold your fire. And then I'll give you an immediate right to respond, and then we'll move it on. Otherwise, we'll just cascade over each other. So, Fatai, back to you.
One man. Me, I know they talk too much, you know. And me, I be gentle boy, yo. If person, I know they offend people. If people don't come offend me, I don't understand why on your platform people just have a natural habit to be attacking me. Many of them for many months. They don't just get liver to come and attack me. I am the most attacked person on your platform, and I don't know why. The only reason people don't know is because they don't get liver to come up. It's a whole coordination, and I don't get it. This guy was making a presentation about Peter Obi will not win one state in the southeast. I told him, I corrected him. In fact, Playtown came in and said, I remember how Playtown come. He said he murdered analysis, and every day that's what he does. He murders analysis, and it's not my business. I don't care about you. I don't know you. I don't want to know you.
All right, Fatai, Ajale Koko was just saying how we were all enjoying your take on the Onyema space. Is it cause to celebrate? Because I'm excited both for him, but really for the rest of us. And this guy is a known quantity. Yeah.
No, it is indeed. It's a good thing. I'm not even talking. You know, that's really my frustration. I'm not even talking anything. I'm just trying to explain. I'm just talking about the industry as an industry, the ecosystem of the industry, how it runs. And I'm talking about pricing. And to be honest with you, my view, I even wanted to come and attack that you were fighting me about pricing and pricing strategy the last time. I was like, okay, this is the time I will say, one man. Maybe you don't see. What they are catching? Woman, you know my guy now. Only I don't understand what you're doing sometimes. But that's another story. But my point is that I'm just even saying, like, okay, look, if there is a new pricing in the market, players will adjust. If there is a compelling market that they cannot overturn this player to lower the price, they're not going to lose their customers. They also want a piece of the cake, so they are going to adjust their internal mechanisms. It's not even an argument. As a matter of fact, even that particular sentence is not even like some accounting. Now you want to come and flex your muscle, say you know accounting. If you know accounting, God, that statement is gone. It's not even about any technical accounting. It's even a common sense. If a player comes in now and brings down the price, everybody will adjust price. If they can't if they can't force that guy out of the market, because that's the new reality, they are going to adjust their internal mechanisms. All their variable costs will be adjusted. To make sure they meet the new reality of the market. It's not something that doesn't even require, even if you tell it to a secondary school person, he will not argue with you. Some guy comes up, says he knows anything. I don't want to talk, but I beg you. I don't know you. I don't care about you. No, just touch me. So what I was really saying is that is Onyema's plight, you know, as his own business entity. Now, Onyema is running a business model whereby he doesn't want to collect what they call. I don't know what's that. Anyway, Onyema doesn't want to run the model that they call wet lease, which is they give you the aeroplane, and they are the one that will supply all the other, the maintenance, the whatever. I think they even supply crew and everything like that. So even that in itself There are many layers. Multiply. All these companies also, they have contracts. They have people they will send to you to. Even that itself is a whole industry on its own. You understand? They will mafia you they will corner you to be able to do that. Oyema is buying his own plane. You understand? He's creating his own ecosystem. The bigger ecosystem, the bigger sharks and everything, they will fight him. Because there are many layers of many monies going around. So an airline industry is big money industry. It's not, it's a very sophisticated industry. It's a very mafia industry. They don't talk, but they do the thing they do under the line. It's amazing. They almost wreck your bank, your central bank dollar with all this money with Emirates. Yeah, they took the CBN thought under Emefiele thought they were being smart, but then they outsmarted them, and then they say, "Oh no, we can't." That's why they couldn't get the money back. They were all playing each other. What Emefiele would not to be able to get their money back is bad. It's not good for business. It's not good for it's not. But at the same time, also they took advantage of Nigeria because of how do I say what is that? Okay, I don't remember now, so it doesn't come straight. So it's like the Nigeria under the CBN, they created an environment, right? They thought they were being smart. You created the environment. These guys come in, take advantage of it. They want to take away their money. You know, say, oh, if they keep taking away their money, they're going to wreck you. So Emefiele did a one mago. Even though even not for that, he is the one that created the problem in the end. It's not bad what he did because you can't allow all the money fly out of the country, and that's why you have all this thing with Emirates, with Dubai, everything, all these problems there. And Oyema comes in. Actually, Oyema coming is very good for Nigeria. It's very, actually, I think a lot of people talk on television. It's amazing. I mean, when somebody just shake your head. A lot of the reasons why the dollar is gaining value, it's due to the, you could ascribe a lot of it to this airline issue. Because all I mean, are you doing aeroplane maintenance in Nigeria? All of these companies, they need dollars every day to run this, to, I don't know, maintain the aircraft, fix this, fix that, or whatever, everything like that. Dollar exchanges in this arena is it needs a lot of dollar liquidity because a lot of things has to do with the aeroplane. The services are not there in Nigeria. So it's conceivable that every day these people are changing money. So Onyema's business thriving is good for even Nigerian dollar. I mean, Nigerian FX situation. In many ways, it's very good. But that's the thing I was talking about. I don't even remember a particular line I was talking about. Other than, it's not, I don't, okay. I think maybe this is where he was angry. He said, Nigerians, wicked people. What do you know? I mean, you just talk like tapele water. Is it wicked people in big business? Is it about wicked people they talk about? They don't care about morality. They are doing business. Okay. If you come with a model that doesn't upset the market, they are going to sabotage you. It's not sapele water Nigerian. What does it have to do with Nigerians are wicked? Because what Adi Silika doesn't want to sign his whatever, doesn't want to sign reciprocity for him. Because Adi Silika wanted to bring in Ethiopia Airlines to come and take over Nigerian airspace. Because Adi Silika already took person. I mean, okay, I don't want to make, it's not an accusation. I don't want to make an accusation. But usually these things happen. I think I don't collect, under the table stuff, benefit.
All right, hold on, Emeka. All right, bring it home, Fatai. And then after Fatai brings it home, I want Ajale Koko to round off his thoughts on that space. And then I'll do an 8-minute rip round, starting with Emeka, going on from Emeka to Pansat.
Sake took bribe, and he cannot even say it that the former Minister of Aviation took bribe because he
said it
what
now.
I said. He couldn't say it. Someone is not confident enough.
Hold on. Let's just bring it down. All right.
I have a question.
No. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Fatai, bring it home, and then let Ajale Koko break up that space with a bit of calm, and then we come to Emeka.
Let me ask Fatai a question while he's responding, while he's bringing it home. I want to ask him a
Okay,
poignant
brother.
question.
Now, good to hear from you, Pansa, bro.
You too,
I
Fatah.
can
How
hear
are you?
you. Tell me, brother.
Yeah.
Good,
So the
brother.
question I have for you is that you talked about this in the textbook economic theory of multinational corporations doing their thing, but you are aware that incidents of improper activities by these people. For example, the third world of baby milk formula manufactured by Nestle in India, the gas leak, Union Carbide in India, right? Foreign firms doing a lot of things, overthrowing even the President Allende of Chile, the MNCs, multinational corporations. Because I want you to put it in a way that you do acknowledge what even Onyema himself is complaining about. He's not complaining about supply, demand, and that kind of. He's saying that there are people who are undermining what he's been trying to do for a long time, right?
Big people.
Yeah, right. Including inside and outside. And let's say from let's say international companies outside, but particularly our ministers and the government frustrating what he's doing. So that's what I want to hear you say. And then I really don't have to talk because Joel is here. John Lukaku says redundant, and I'm going to leave. If you respond to that, I'll be fine. Thank you.
All right. Respond to that in a short summary so that we can move on. Back to you, Fatah.
Yeah, no, brother, you are correct. You are totally correct. It's a big sabotage of him that is going on. You understand? That matter you can talk about it from now till tomorrow. Okay. Basically, but I think the help that he needs most from Nigeria, that Nigeria was not giving him, is to back him in the matter of reciprocity. England cannot be flying 200, cannot be whatever they call it, 200 to Nigeria per week or whatever it is, and Nigeria cannot fly 10 to England. And that's the problem. If they give him the backing, but they are doing bobo for Nigeria by saying, oh, we want to have Nigeria Air, national carrier, Nigeria carrier. Who cares about all these things? We only care about we have Nigerian airlines able to fly to England 21 times that England is able to come to Nigeria, 18 times to UAE, as Emirates is coming to Nigeria 18 times. We need all, and this is the biggest backing that the Nigerian government can give these guys, but the Nigerian government is not giving them because these guys, especially Onyema is running a business model that has potential to crash the market. If I build my own house with my own money, I can decide to rent at my own rate. If you took loan from the bank to build your own house, you are thinking about paying to the bank. So you are constrained. You can't really go lower, But me that I built my own money, maybe let's say I inherit a lot of money from my dad. I don't really care. I can even decide people go and sleep in my house for free, So Oyema is running a model that has the potential to cause disruption in price in the market. The Ethiopia Airline also, when they wanted to do Nigeria Air, is the same thing they wanted to do. They wanted to take a lot of benefits, a lot of tax breaks, many things from the Nigerian government, so that when they come in, they will lower the price and crash the entire market. And after, they will be the only one in the market. And this is where at the Silita, as a Nigerian, it's impossible to understand what he was doing. Are you going to allow, even if a foreign company want to colonize Nigeria, China, Ethiopia go colonize Nigeria in our own land with our own enablement? So we are going to allow Ethiopia Airline to come in Nigeria
please,
to dominate
can we go to Baba Janisoko, please?
Guy, you dey craze. What did they worry you now? Now you get platform. And they talk. Guy, I know you before. Guy, make craze. I don't know you.
Please.
I don't know you. I'm not one of those people they follow talk. First class accountant. First class accountant for inside your brain. Which accountant you be? Idiot. I beg you, no follow me talk again.
One man. It's
one man. One man. Me okay, right? You go kini.
Fatai, I'm a jalein. This
no. I think.
Anyway, I'm leaving now. Thank you very much for responding to my question. I posted something on the private chat. Bye-bye, one man. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Brother. So yes. Let's try that. Let's keep it within the loops of friendliness. Apologies, Fatai. Fatai, land your thoughts, and then we go to Ajane Koko.
I think he has landed. Let's just move to Baba Ajani Koko.
Oh, hold on. Let me moderate.
I don't have the patience to listen to stupid
going overboard.
I don't have the patience. I don't really have the
very,
patience.
very wrong. You
I don't have the patience.
He was speaking. You should allow him to land.
No, but Baba Ajani Koko, I will come. So, sir, Baba Ajani Koko, out of respect for you, I would, when it gets to my turn, I think I will address you. Here you are, right? When I said I wanted to speak my piece, the first question I asked, God knows I wasn't antagonizing that idiot. I asked him, the people who are doing the recalibration, did they calibrate Lagos to South Africa, London to South Africa, or London to the United States, or London to Australia? But when a new entrant came into the market, they now have to calibrate their prices downwards with the high exorbitant prices they were charging that route from Lagos to London. But they were not doing the same thing. That was the question. And I said, okay, just for him to say, okay, provide more insight to that. And he said, maybe he has a personal beef with me. I don't know him. This is the first time I'm listening to him. And he was saying a lot of nonsense that I just keep quiet. Okay, go ahead to speak.
Just hold on 1 second.
Me, Baba Ajani Koko did not say it. When I started attacking him, Baba Ajani Koko came back. And now, Baba Ajani Koko, you are not coming to tell me that I'm stepping overboard for someone who was trying to insult me, even with the nonsense.
All right, Emeka, let's do this. Just because we don't want the session to spiral out of control, let's agree to draw a line under it and proceed in a civil language, which is what we've always done. So let's do that just for the benefit of the audience and the platform. Fatai, bring it home, and then Ajani Koko to you. Fatai.
I think he left. Is this?
No, it's not. It's still here, but let's come to Ajani Koko. I think Fatai may need a moment. Ajani Koko, bring up the Oyema's space.
Okay. First of all, Emeka, I'm not referring to what.
No, Baba Ajani Koko, I'm not angry. I'm just irritated. You can speak. I'm not. If I'm angry, I would have raised my voice. I'm just irritated. You understand? When the irritation is you're saying you're rambling about, right? And you're saying there are certain things. I just don't want to attack him because I think I don't want to belittle him. We're all men. You are talking about Airpeace business model that you actually don't even have an idea. I too don't even have. I am not in Airpeace organization. I'm not in that organization. I don't have an idea. But when you are saying he's buying his airplane, that is where you are completely wrong, because this man has even come out in public spaces to say, I lease some of my airplane. And if you go online, you will see that even his route, this new route from Lagos to New York, not New York, to the United Kingdom, he leased the airplane. He did a wet lease. Go and look at it. It's online. Just Google it, you'll see there. So it shows the ignorance and the silliness when you come on public media and then you want to attack people. It shows how insecure and not confident enough to back yourself, even to the point that you could not even admit when newspaper carried that.
That's okay.
The previous Minister of Aviation took pride from Ethiopia Air. You couldn't admit it. When I was saying Nigerians are wicked, I wasn't talking about the average Nigerian on the street. I was referring actually to the Minister of Aviation, who should be supporting his own, but collected pride from another country and frustrated people, his fellow Nigerians, to allow another country people to come in.
Emeka, what we're getting from because this is a live and unorganic place. The feedback we're getting back is that it got unnecessarily excessive. That we could disagree, would have been disagreeable. I think that's what the audience are feeling back.
This is not the first time we disagree on a specific matter, right? But when a man begins to stoop low to want to throw insult, I'm very good. I distribute insult to like a missile, and if the platform would calm down, we will go back to back on it. But when on this matter, you make ignorant statements. The first time I was not trying to correct him. I was trying to tell him, why did they not recalibrate their price from London to South Africa or other places that are cheaper just from a 6-hour flight? That even Nigerians will go to Cotonou to fly to London. Why didn't they do that? Why were they extorting Nigerians till a new entrant entered into the market, reduced his price, and even said it on air that he's making profit? That is when they now have to come down with their own prices. But when you are talking about variable and fixed costs, why are you saying it here to people who maybe many of them are actually may have not even done accounting? What is the relevance of you looking at the cross pricing and you say managerial accounting? Where is it? Anyway, let's just go. Baba Jaliko could take it up. One thing I really do not like is I get irritated when somebody is saying useless things, and I don't like it when someone is lying.
Emeka, if you don't mind, can I say something?
You can go ahead. I'm not angry.
You see, one thing is this. I think, to be honest, Fatah is a gentleman, and I think you are a professional too. You see, one thing, both of you are businessmen, and but it's only that you have two different feet. In reality, both of you were correct.
No, I don't want to open up. I thought we were just going to tell him to calm
why
down.
always me? Why is it
No.
that
I want to move it on. No. I'm not doing this today. I beg your pardon. None of
okay,
enough of what.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Goodbye. So sorry, Ajale Koko, to you.
What's going on today?
It's unbelievable. What's all this? I think he's leveraging off Bishop yesterday to come and do his today, but I don't know. Ajale Koko, carry on.
Oh God, I don't like what has happened so far.
No worry, if you don't want to carry on, I will carry on, but I will not speak on him. It's fine.
I
can pick up the conversation. I wasn't angry. I was just irritated about what we were like. What is this guy saying?
Hold on, Emeka. You see, what has been happening between you and Bata is not even the problem. What just happened now, the way Ola left in Nanga is what I'm not happy about. And I think one man shouldn't have you should have allowed him to speak.
No. It's not a matter of agree. I think he was teeing up to that. I think he's
No.
I think because I've been monitoring some of his languages over recent times. I think he was teeing up to that do that. So I wanted to know.
Ola has complained that we don't give him a fair hearing.
No, I wanted to. I didn't want that conversation to.
Can I be honest, right? I think Ola has a point, and let me be honest. In my view, I might not be saying the entire truth, but my perception or what I've experienced, you truly do not give Ola a fair share to express himself. I don't know, maybe subconsciously, but I think you do not give him. I'm not trying to take his side, but on certain occasions, you interject, even though you allow other people. Yeah, it depends on how you're managing the conversation and the flow. Yes, there are certain times people get into the groove and they explain and we enjoy what they are saying, right? But for Ola, I've seen that you interject him very frequently and he has expressed his frustrations.
I think you're only saying that only because he's tried to highlight it. Let me tell you what I see. I stop a lot of people a lot of times. I mute a lot of people a lot of times. But if anybody that I'm stopping or muting, they keep on flashing it up that I stopped and muted them. Anytime that I do stop and mute them, it's heightened even more because they flagged it up already. But other people I do it to as well, but they don't flag it up. So it's all about managing the thing. And what just happened now? So I think he wanted to open up a conversation around economists, accountants, and whatnot, which I know is going to be a long stretched conversation. But I wanted to sequence it so that other voices can come in, and then he'll get his space as well. So after all of that blowout with Fatai, I just wanted to taper it down and then bring it back up. That's all I was trying to do. But because he had teed it up, because I was listening in the background when he made all that long speech, so he had teed it up to then make this now outburst off the back of what happened yesterday. So that's how I see it.
Okay.
All right, to you, Adane Koko.
Well, I think you should have allow him to speak. You can just tell him, you should have even tell, hey, Ola, let's make it short so that we can move on. I mean, the way you stop him and just let him go like that. I mean, Ola is a senior panelist on this platform, and I don't think he deserves such treatment. He doesn't deserve it at all. Whether we like you say, senior panelist on this platform, and he should be given the chance to talk. Emeka and Fatai have been dragging it for how many hours now? I mean, for Ola to speak 5 minutes or 2 minutes, I don't think it's enough. I mean, I don't think it's too much, rather. So I think, yeah, you know how to correct things. I know you will correct it. That way, you will bring Ola back. So let's move on.
All right, let's move on. Yes, but all this while, always me. I don't want to be. I think with your permission, everyone, I think you should allow me a free hand to coordinate the session. Everybody's voices are delighted. I look up; they are all superheroes to me. But I have to be able to manage the space in a way that is somewhat coherent. So it's never anything against anybody individually. I speak to a lot of you offline, so you're even friends of mine. So, but you have to allow me that free hand to coordinate it as I deem fit. That's not to say I get it right all the time, but let me do it as I deem fit. Adane Koko, to you.
Okay, so you see the Oyema guy. I think the government. You see what Oyema have succeeded in doing with that interview is to inform Nigerians that look at what they are trying, look at the way they are ganging up against us, look at what they are trying to do to bring us down. Every effort that we are making to progress, look at what they are trying to, look at the effort in stopping us to progress. So what that means is that Nigerians should come and stand with him in fighting this battle together so that we can overcome this cartel, or do you call them, how do we describe them? Is it the mafia in that aviation industry that doesn't want Nigeria to have a place? And in Africa, Nigeria is the biggest market. Why must we not have a place? The fear of them, what do you mean, with this interview, is that the fear of these people is that Nigeria is about to take its place in international aviation industry, and they want to just make sure they frustrate him out. So the government of Tinubu and the aviation minister have done the best that they can do as a government in supporting him to, have this route to London. So it is now left for we Nigerians to stand by this guy. Every means to frustrate him, we should stand by him and never allow this guy to go down. Because if it should go down, what you are paying, 15 million, you will go back to it. What he has done, the stiff competition he has brought into the into that, aviation sector with for the flight between Nigeria and London, he has saved a lot of money for Nigerian people. So Nigeria should not allow him to go down. Nigeria should stand by him. With all the antics and everything they are trying to do to frustrate him, Nigeria should not patronize any other airline other than Air Peace. That is the way we can show them that, yes, we believe in ours and we can do better than them. And I can say in boasting that there is no airline in the world that can stand beside him to say they are better than him. That's I like that confidence. And he told us all the, auditing and what do they do, all the checking and auditing and everything that they did, and he went through. He passed everything. So I think the government now have a responsibility to look into that price gouging and to see what they can do to get some money back for Nigerians. The record that they are, class suit should be pursued against those airlines. Nigeria is not owing them now. Nigeria has paid over $800 million that Buhari administration was owing them. So the lawsuit should be pursued, class lawsuit should be pursued so that Nigeria can be paid that price gouging that these people effected against us. So that is the way government can respond to all this, irresponsibility and criminality by some international companies against our people. So Oyema has done well with this interview. He has done really well by coming out to tell us what he went through, and and his leadership and the good and the competent team around him, make it possible for him to scale through all the hurdle, they placed before him to prevent him from securing this this slot. This route to London. So it's just that it's unfortunate that the past administration, particularly the former aviation minister, gang up against him in collaboration with the foreign partner. They gang up against him. They didn't want him to have the place. But now that he have it, Nigerians should stand by this guy. They should see it as a priority. Number one airline for Nigerian, to fly from Nigeria to London and back to Nigeria. That is the only thing we can do to this man. And doing that, you will save a lot of money. The price gauging will come to an end. One man, this man have and he have discount for students too. Which airline give Nigerian students schooling abroad, schooling in London, give them discount? None.
Knowing Nigerians, everybody will become an emergency student too. So, Ajale Koko, are you going to go and register in your local college so you can get ID? 25% discount. Go and register in your local college so you can get a discount.
Woman, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of savings. So Nigerians should stand by this guy. They should not mind. Look, if we have to carry our load by in London, in order to let us go through the pains together, we shall overcome them. It is an international conspiracy against him so that Nigeria will not take his place. And I'm telling you, one man, this guy, this is just the beginning. This guy will conquer Africa, the whole of West Africa. Before we know, you will see many countries in Africa calling on him to come and fly their national aircraft. You understand? To represent their national carrier. Oyema can deliver that service to them, to so many countries in Africa, just to register the names of those nations in aviation industry in the world. And that will, do you know what that will bring to Nigeria? That is huge investment. This guy is pursuing a maintenance hub. He is trying to set up a maintenance workshop, or how do they say it? Is it workshop or something? The maintenance workshop in Nigeria, where, you know, many countries in Africa can come and maintain their aircraft in Nigeria. And this administration, what do you call this? The Minister for Aviation is on board with him. They are working together to achieve it. And that will bring this productivity that we are talking of, from consumption to production. That is when we will start to see, you know, productivity in Nigeria. And that will earn this country, our country, millions, even billions of forests that we are badly looking for. So it's going to be a development. This will contribute hugely to the development of our aviation industry. So this guy, we should stand by him. We should not let him fail. That's my take. So all of you that live in London and travel to London, wherever you are, listening to us right now, it is a must. It is a must to fly Air Peace. No British Airways no more. No anything, is only Air Peace. That is when we can start to register our country in aviation industry, and we can do it. Yes, we can. I believe we can do it.
Yes, we can, Barack Obama. So thank you, Ajane Kuko. So that's Ajane Kuko, of course. A long journey to Emeka. So Emeka, now that journey lands at you. You're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. I'll go even to the fellow panelists. I think we've dealt with this case. I just want to wish Onyema, the CEO of Air Peace, all the best. And I think his success is our own success too. And his doggedness is admired. His perseverance is something to emulate, especially in business. I think for someone who persevered and fought this hard, even with putting in his funds to ensure that the operation of his airline does not go under, I think he's someone that is going to last long in the airline sector, especially in Nigeria. I think Baba Ajani Koko has beautifully laid it out. His success is something to emulate and something that we can all benefit from, because what he has done has shown the significance for Nigerians to have their own airline or air carrier that can take us across to our destinations anywhere in the world.
All right, brilliant. Do you want me to take you to another spot? The headline
Yes,
on
please.
the screen.
We've even fought over it, so just wanted to wrap us, please.
All right. North can't stop. The North can't stop Tinubu in 2027. This is an Arewa think tank saying this. They got to that headline via a different route, but all routes of permutations will probably suggest that it'll be very difficult to stop this guy having his two-term tenure. So what are you making of this headline coming from the North?
I don't know why. I think I keep saying it, before, I don't know what is his name, was coming to top Nigeria. We are not nice people. We as Nigerians, we need to admit it. If we don't admit it, we'll continue with this our circle of wickedness. We need to admit that we are not nice people. And why do I say this? Why are we now trying to? Yes, our politics is tribal. We need to see how to move away from this tribal politics. Why are we putting it on the back burner? Why are we pushing it to the front of pages of newspapers and media spaces? Now it's because it's a Southerner, the North are not speaking, or a few people in the North. I don't think it's the entire Northern people that is speaking. A few people in the North are even including politicians and office holders such as senators, high-ranking senators for that matter, from the North, are speaking between their teeth. If the North now, if the positioner gets to the North, what do they expect the South to say? I think we need to take this tribal politics. We should be looking for a way to see how to move away from this tribal politics that we are pushing all the time. It's not healthy for us. In my opinion, it's not. What he's saying, I don't understand what he's trying to say. This man is the president. He has worked his way into becoming the president. I don't see any group, especially those within his party, falling out of rank. If it wants to happen, it's just a few disgruntled politicians who are not currently benefiting from the administration that we want to see what they can do. But I don't understand why this is. Honestly, that's why I don't want to speak on it. I don't know why it is being discussed on national newspapers, even like The Nation, even picking it up. It only creates more division in our politics. Tinubu is going to be president in 2027. That is already written in, except he dies. Except he dies. But if he's not going to die, he will continue to throughout for 8 years and hand over to the next person he wants to hand over to. Can the discussion be more of the governance, the expectation of delivering democracy dividends than this routine, mundane tribal politics that is going on left, right, and center? It's not healthy for our democracy.
All right, to that space that you said, this super highway that Tinubu is building, Port Harcourt to Lagos, it seems to be generating a lot of.
Is it Port Harcourt to Lagos? Lagos to Cross River?
Is it Calabar to Lagos? I think it's Calabar to Lagos, isn't it? Yeah.
Lagos to Cross River. You are taking it backward. Calabar is Cross River anyway. So, but
yes.
They started from Lagos to go to Cross River. Yeah, it's a welcome development. The exceptional brilliance of Dave Umahi. We all know he's one who delivers. He doesn't speak much, so he lets his action speak for himself. I think it's something that is good. And also, they say they're also putting it's a 10 lane in the middle. There will be a rail line, which it continues. Let's be honest. Let's cut the Buhari administration some slack, right? They started the infrastructure reforms in Nigeria. Let's be very, very honest. And kudos to Fashola, who was the Minister of Works, Housing, and Power. So kudos to him.
At least it ticked the second Niger bridge of the list. You can't take that away from him.
Yes,
it ticked.
yes,
so that one is off the list now. Yeah,
beautifully ticked. And so now we are seeing the continuation of that infrastructural reform in the country with this, not just this highway this coastal highway they are working on. They are also refurbishing some of the roads that we have, the federal roads. I think they've started working on the Third Mainland Bridge, and from the feedback that I've been seeing so far, that I hear that the revamp is more elaborate and much better than what the repairs they've been doing in the past. So it shows, let's be realistic. Dave Umahi is a square peg in a square hole. That is what he does for.
But why didn't he repeat that across all ministries? Why don't we have a Dave Umahi in every ministry? Somebody that is actually fit for purpose, rather than like the idiots that they have in power generation. What if you knew that square pegs go to square holes, then why didn't he repeat that right across the ministries?
That's a beautiful question that I myself cannot even answer, because there are a lot of ministers that are not working. Ministers are not working, just occupying spaces. Some of them don't even understand their assignments. Then we now have ministries that you cannot hide as the minister, right? Like the guy you called Minister of Power, Minister of Education, Minister of Health, Minister of Trade and Investment, Minister of Agriculture. You can't hide. You must perform, because those ministries have significant issues. They cut across and impart a lot of, or if not all Nigerians, if not all Nigerians, probably about 65 to 75% of Nigerians are impacted by that ministry. So it has to be, then you now have the Ministry of Works. It has to be the right minister with the right experience, right? Like Minister of Power, I think where we missed it was when the bad blood, still the same thing I keep saying, that Nigerians are wicked people, decided to kick Bertinaji when he was Minister of Power during Jonathan's period. I saw his blueprint and was excited, thinking this man is going to deliver. Just because he owns Geometrics, they said, "Oh, conflict of interest," and they kicked that man out. Now, we lost it because actually, Yar'Adua died in office, right? So Bertinaji continued to be Minister. They kicked him out. Who has come in now to deliver on Minister of Power? I keep saying we are very bad people. But if it hurts you, then it means that we need to be better. Let's look at ourselves in the mirror and say the truth. We're the only or one of the people in this world that self-sabotage themselves, either for greed, jealousy, or wickedness. Let's pick your poison. We self-sabotage ourselves. How can someone, you are paying a different country to come in while you are killing your own national carrier or someone from your own place, not to ensure his business grow? And you want to say it's not wickedness, even though the other person could not say it out, that the previous minister of aviation took bribe from Ethiopia here. He couldn't say it. Is that not a wicked man? Is that not the wickedness we are talking about? Anyway, we keep getting, doing things to destroy our country. But when things are not going well, we still keep pointing fingers at the president or someone else who is in authority, while we are in one shape, form, or manner killing our country with our dubious acts, our dubious ways, our greed, our wickedness, or jealousy. Woman.
So, sorry, I was speaking muted. So brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. I'm not quite sure if this has been debunked or if it's something that it probably it probably isn't real, but it's been reported in quite a few cycles. But just as a concept, is it something that should be welcomed? That a mandatory DNA test for newborns with the problem of bastardization that we have in our country?
I saw a report that after Jamaica, Nigerians are the second country with the highest paternity fraud in the world. It's not a good thing. It's not a good sign for us. Also, people are saying 1 out of 4 child being born, there's an issue with the paternity. It means 40% of the children being born have paternity issues. That is not a good thing. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing at all. Sorry, not 40%, 25%. 1 out of 4 is 25%. So that's not a good thing at all. Doesn't reflect good on us as a people. I don't want to begin to pinpoint any gender, but it doesn't reflect good on us as a people. It begins to create doubt when you are going in to start a family on the paternity of children. So we should do better. If the government says they want to legalize it, I think I would say it's a welcome development, but I think to save a lot of stress is good. And welcome. They can do it as part of the pregnancy care, prenatal, then after delivery care and everything. Just give you your result and say thank you guys, we've done. And I believe also another thing why I think this may be nice is because there's also the case of child swap after birth, right? So I think it's good to maybe the excuse we can use is that they may
Is that a thing? Is that a thing in Nigeria? I know it happens in the West.
Yeah, it is. It happens. It happens. Child swap, and again, where you don't have good control right? I know in the West, once you give birth, immediately the child is out and they do, check for all the signs and everything. Why after birth, they just put that label your child properly with first and last name, and also put the same color label on your hand, on your wrist, on the wrist of the parents. Either both, if the father is in the labor room, they'll put it in your hand, they'll put it in your wife, and put the same color on the child's leg, so that you can easily track. Because sometimes they may take the child out for to go run some tests, especially when you are done, maybe first to 3 days, right? And you don't want to go around and start following them and say, "Where are you taking my children to?" So there, those are the controls in place. But in Nigeria, I don't think we really do have that controls. We hear about swapping of children, and then you can't find your child, or even completely steal your child, and you can't find your child anymore, and everybody is like, "What is going on in the hospital?" So those weakness and control after delivery or even during delivery is a huge concern. So if the House of Representatives are looking towards a mandatory DNA test after birth, I think it could solve that case. But I know the main concern is that paternity fraud. But it can also resolve the issue of swapping your child to somebody else, or and you're mistakenly you're carrying another person's child, not knowing you are raising somebody else's child. So they can do for the mother, do for the father, and give you your envelope and says, "Congratulations, the DNA matches with both parents, and you guys are good to go." Or, "Congratulations, madam, Oga, sorry for you, the DNA does not match with yours. You are not the father of the child." So the decision can be made instantly right there in the hospital, whether you want to go ahead.
We're going to get to that point where, and I think it's sooner, not later, where people will just be doing this as a matter of routine.
Yeah, because it's now
I
a
think
front burner.
that's the biggest fear of every man is that to down the line 15 years that you are wearing suit in graduation, and then it's a killer, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with you completely, right? Raising a child that is not yours and you are unaware. I've seen many men break down, though I see it on TV or pages of newspaper or even on social media, right? And their life is turned upside down, or they are distraught over the news, hearing that the child does not belong to them. And it takes a lot. So if it's something they want to do, it resolves it instantly. And then it's, in my view, if it's not mandatory, that hospitals are not doing it, I think our sisters will also be careful, because they will now know that they can't pin pregnancies to a different man. You understand? So they know there will be cut rights on the spot. So it also helps with infidelity issues. That is an evidence of catching people who are taking the koboko outside the preordained or agreed arrangement in place.
But of course, it has to be fake news. I don't think. Imagine the
No,
expense of
I don't believe the authenticity of this information, but you can tell from last year. Each time during the week, you will see this news coming up. Either they are manufacturing them or a true life story, but you keep seeing, if you are monitoring the social media space, you keep seeing this issue coming up consistently on a regular basis. So I think some people may be behind these paternity fraud issues, and they are trying to push it to the forefront to make it mandatory for hospitals to grant DNA testing after birth. If you ask me, that's the way I see it. I might be wrong, but because when you monitor the news cycle or social media space,
I think people round about the age of 23 and lower. I think that generation, I think they'll be doing it as a matter of routine.
Yeah, it's if you, but what you get to see is people saying they are going to ask their wife. You don't need to ask your wife or your girlfriend if you want to do DNA test. You don't need to. Just do it, and then the only time you can even talk about it is when the result does not match what you want. You don't need to seek permission to do. You just take the sample, take yours, go to the hospital. If the result is okay, you don't say a damn word. If the result is not okay, that's where you can blow the roof off. You understand? But if the result is okay, nobody knows. You move on gradually and proceed with life with happiness. So when you get to find that, oh, I will act. No, no, you. Why should you? You know, we if you look at the way we're built, right? Our female counterparts express things differently, or take in or perceive things differently than the way we look at things. So, and you cannot blame them, even if they are wrong. You still can't blame them when you ask for something like that. It's like you're putting them on the spot, right? So I don't subscribe to you. I just do the damn thing and move on.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Emeka, let's go on from you. Let's go to Dewale, who hopefully is there.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah.
Go to hear from you. So stay with us, Emeka. Let's see if Dewale is there. He's been very quiet all the way through. Dewale.
Always here. I just always keep my peace. I'm not. I don't have the.
You don't have the energy for all this noise making by middle-aged men, eh?
They were passionate. They were passionate, and I appreciate and I applaud their passion. But I think sometimes we need to be civil. But it seems because of that passion, things get heated up. But one man tonight. You form my hand, honestly. And I will give it to you straight. You're my man. When I've seen people using gutter words on this platform tonight, you were not as straight points. But when Allah was trying to, you kind of came across a little bit too harsh on him. He meant well, but you didn't want to go into that rabbit hole. But he was trying to, clarify things in a way. But I think it wasn't what you thought he was trying to do. He was trying to clarify things, and anyway, I'll move away from there. But that's what I observe. I've been listening to everybody, even Fatai and all that. I've been listening.
Don't worry. Ola is a good friend of mine. He'll be back tomorrow. But don't worry. Sometimes it just spirals. So sometimes it feels like firefighting. Sometimes you're just trying to strike that balance. But it goes like that sometimes.
Well, you're right. But I think we need to start having decorum and all that. Anyway, speaking to that space of Alain Oyema and Earpiece flying to Gatwick, I say congratulations to Nigeria, and also congratulations to the current administration and the man himself, the man in the middle of the storm, Alain Oyema. The man has done well. He has put Nigerian name. I don't care what you say about him. If tomorrow he's found guilty of one crime in another state, at least he has done well by his people. Yes, I share that sentiment, that bias. But you see, it's so clear that the previous administration didn't do enough to help these local airline operators. I listened to the both side of the argument earlier when I think Emeka was trying to, say that the our Nigerians or local operators are the one that doing things and killing themselves. And Fatai was talking about market reacting and all that. All those economics theories. Sometimes I think we have to look at what makes people do what they're doing. The reason why they're doing what they're doing. The entrance of Airpace into that international route now makes a difference because other operators are now, reducing their price as well. And why was it? The argument then was dollar. Now everything has, come down. To me, the man has done well, and I hope the Minister of Aviation will do more. The agreement, the BASA agreement, and all that they are, they sign, I think is skewed to favors those foreign operators rather than our local operators. And I'm not so sure if you have any leverage. You can imagine fly to Gatwick. I've never been to Gatwick, but you have to take a connecting flight or take a train all the way to London. So, and I think, I mean, BA travel to Nigeria. I think they said they operate 14 flights per week or so. I'm not so sure. And whereas we have just Airpeace alone flying to Gatwick 7 times a week, and even the schedule that was given to them is God knows it's 12 a.m. Who fly 12 a.m.? So that means you could go to work and and still fly the same day. But I think it's a starting point. I think the government can do more to help and to, strengthen that industry, especially our local operators that are striving to put the Nigerian names on the roadmap. And also, I heard, I've actually listened to the man's interview as well about the owning his own aircrafts instead of leasing it from foreign manufacturers and all that. And I think it's a good point because it shows he's a very skilled, shrewd businessman who knows is what he's doing, rather than you know um, contributing to. I mean, paying somebody's paying the aircraft. He actually gave an example of one of the operator that leases aircraft and almost about to finish payment of that aircraft. They went and they took it. One of the Nigerian official allowed those people to take the aircraft. So I think it's a very good business model for him to operate that. And yes, it's going to be dog eat dog, but I think the federal government need to do more to protect people like Onyema, who is striving to. And I think they said the New York route is going to open soon as well. I'm not so sure. And if at least if it can connect well with where you have the highest concentration of Nigerians in America, yeah, that would be a good, a good, a profitable route for him. But I'm not so sure about this case with the FBI. Has he been cleared yet, woman? You have any idea of the outcome of that case?
I didn't know he had a case with the FBI, one. And then two, I've always wondered about the source of his wealth. It seems unfeasibly wealthy, but I don't know the backdrop to his wealth.
That remain a mystery to me. It's ordinary every Nigerians because it guy just came from blues and blew up. That industry as volatile
They said he used to be a property seller in Lagos. So, but I don't see how that propels you to
become
yes,
an operator, and then not just an ordinary operator, but a big player, right?
Contending with British Airways and
Yeah,
Emirates. Yeah.
I mean, you need to see the number of aircraft in their fleet. They have, and
He
because
said
of
he
that,
had about 70 something.
and some of them,
A lot of them bought outright lease. Some of them leased.
and some of them are brand new.
Yes.
Which to me is
of course it'll be financing, but still, I mean, it's unbelievable.
the Buhari administration.
Yeah.
The Buhari administration did not do much to help him, especially Hejirika, whatever he say his name is, Sirika, whatever his name is, the guy that brought.
Abisekera.
I don't even remember his name. That guy's supposed to be in jail by now.
Sirika,
He
should be in jail.
I mean, at that time, the local airline operator wanted to form a conglomerate and then start trying that route. But because of the mago they wanted to do, they went outside the country to bring somebody who does not have any affinity with the country. So tell me where that company's loyalty will lie. But you have indigenous companies that are willing and are ready to put their resources together, to form and to be able to benefit from this route, and yet you ignore them and you said no, they can't be the operator because we wanted it to be independent of the private ownership and all that. To me, it just makes nonsensical of that term of that minister. But I hope I mean he testified that Kiyama has been helpful in some areas, even flying to London, on their behalf to, speak on their behalf and to help out in any way they could. And that's a good one. And people, always trying to saying that it was just an initiative of Kenyama, that no executive directive towards it. I said, well, the minister can't act without the presidency's approval, right? So everything he does within his power as the minister of aviation, he has to do with the reference or with the executive backing, in a way. And to me, it speaks good of Nigeria. I mean, I went on the X and I saw people commenting about the Isiagu, I mean, the clothes, the colorful one. I mean, what is it to hate about that cloth? But
Yes, that's one of the strangest controversies yet. The guy, they're serving goat meat pepper soup, all the Nigerian delicacies, and they're wearing this, excuse me, an indigenous clothing. So, what's the issue with that? Where,
maybe they have been serving in Ankara.
What are they complaining about?
I wonder why. I think all these
I think
tribal.
somebody actually sent it to me. Was it Playtown? Playtown, come and tell me what is going on with this Isiagu or Ishewu, what's it?
Yeah. I think maybe they were expecting them to adopt Ankara instead of the Isiagu. To me, that uniform is colorful. It depicts kind of Africanism in some ways instead of just wearing Ankara. I mean, Senegalese can identify with Ankara, Ghanaian can, but that cloth is synonymous with Nigeria, Igbo tradition, and the owner chose that color. I mean, red and the blue, and to me, it's the most majestic uniform you can put on any crew, any aircraft crew ever, and it's cool. Until maybe because a national carrier, we can now start having our green, white, green stuff, and to me, it's even more colorful than green, white, green. I think he should be celebrated. I think that man, I mean, he has done enough. Even if his source of wealth is crooked, I think by now he should be celebrated.
It's one of those rare Nigerians. Is rich, successful, but likable.
Oh yeah, and it's simple too.
Yes, we usually resent them, don't we? But we don't seem to resent him.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what he's doing, whether he's being funny about it, but at least playing his card well. To me, that man can. I mean, I won't say he can't do no wrong, but he has done well.
Do you know where he won people? It was when he was volunteering his airlines to go and get Nigerians out of troubled spots, South Africa, Sudan, Ukraine. So yes.
I mean,
did they not give him grand commander? Does he have a GC something? No, I think he has national honors now.
Possibly well, and he also organized, a befitting, appreciative outing for ex-Eagle players. The era of Odegba Minis and Co. He did excellent. He extended it to I think Cameroon or Ghana, where you have some players also came around and they were given an award, the award attached with some monetary benefits. I mean, come on, man. Tell me which Nigerian man. And I I kind of like take side with the maker's argument earlier that we can prescribe all these economic theories and school of thoughts and whatever. But when you have people that are not loyal, when you have your country bleeding, and all you could do is to extort your own people for your own economic gain, just for temporary reason. If this man had not made this incursion into this particular route, you will still have these crime companies, trying to do whatever abracadabra could do just to keep hyping that price of ticket, and people will keep paying through their nose. I wonder what you can maximize your profit in some way that would not have more higher impact on the consumer. But you keep talking about the market reactions and all that. It comes from greed. Yes, you still make the profit. We all know that. Airline business is not that it's lucrative, but at the same time it's also volatile in such a way that the operators are always like to calculate the risk first and see how they can, because it's all about risk anyway. The industry is all about maintenance, risk assessment, and all that for them to be able to even break even. So, and as a patriotic Nigerians or any company coming to operate in Nigeria, they should not take Nigerians for granted. I'm glad it's not just serving that route. It's serving Sobo. It's serving our local delicacy. No man, can you imagine you're about on your way going to Nigeria?
Dewale, I wouldn't want to eat goat meat pepper soup on a flight.
Give
I
me a
wouldn't.
break,
No.
one man. Give me a break.
No, I will eat a banner for, of course, but not goat meat. Imagine when it starts to run your stomach, would you then be running up and down the aisle?
If you're allergic to it, you will say you. Me, I'm not. I'm not allergic to goat meat. Okay,
Is this serving palm wine instead of wine? That should be the next step, shouldn't it?
If that is the case, and I can tell you this, Nigerians will fly. Nigerians will drink it and eat it with pride. Okay, I don't even care if it tastes like fermented wine, as long as it's palm wine, something that depict that cultural value of our country. I would take it. Can you all those nonsense look at it. BA will give you some crap when they say this is what they're serving you. I
They
know
should
some.
also add jollof rice too.
I mean,
chicken.
tell me what can big jollof rice they make? Tell me what that food that can beat jollof.
Jollof rice
is life, oh.
Tell me what
just as an aside, there's what is it in where is it? There's one restaurant in a heavily black Nigerian neighborhood. I was passing through a long while ago, and then peeping through the window, there was this school of Chinese people talking in heavily into pounded yam and egusi in London.
Can you imagine? They must have lived in Nigeria before, isn't it?
No. There's this culture of people trying new food anyway. So I think
even talking London. When I traveled to Nigeria, some restaurant I went, I saw these Chinese people there.
Not fork and knife, wash hands and digging in,
Eating amala. I said, don't show people eat.
Babajale Koko. If I meet you at the airport in Nigeria, I will tell them to deport you to that America.
What did you say?
I said, if I meet you at Nigeria airport, I will tell the immigration officer to deport you back to that America.
Why?
You've not been a patriotic Nigeria, so we don't want you in that country.
Okay, tell me why I'm not patriotic. Tell me
now. You don't believe in that country. You always speak,
Tell me now. Tell me what I've done tonight.
Of the country. You never.
I'm not patriotic.
You are very pessimistic.
Have I said anything tonight that show that I'm not patriotic? Tell me.
Not just tonight. It's a combination of all your analysis. All this while I've been listening to you. It's just way I don't meet you at that airport. I will tell them deport him back to America. We don't want him in Nigeria because you never believe in it. I mean, we are making strides. We are heading somewhere. Who would have thought by now, by 2024, people will be eating jollof rice inside their flights from Nigeria to London? Who would ever thought about it? It's a giant step, and baby step, but and it's a good step towards the right direction. And I applaud the man. I just hope. I don't know if his case with the FBI has been settled. I don't know, but I believe.
What is that case, though? Let me see if I can look it up.
He was indicted on money laundering charges, and once you are indicted, it's not just 50-50.
Who?
Alan Oyema.
Indicted on money laundering.
Yeah. Well, he was. They can't arrest you.
Look at that. Oh, hold on. Sorry, carry on.
They can't arrest you except you are in Nigeria, or they file extraditing this thing with the Interpol, and the Nigeria will now hand you over to them.
I don't think this is a serious matter. If it's so
it
serious,
is.
They would have requested
hold on. This is justice.gov, United States Attorney United States Attorney's Office, North District of Georgia, CEO of Nigerian airline indicted for bank fraud and money laundering. So is this the one?
Yeah,
I
that's it.
never heard about this.
It's still pending then, except
Press release. This is 2019. So
yes.
I
If
think
it's still on that website, that means it's still ongoing. But I believe that the government, because it seems this current administration does not have much, relationship with the American government per se, So, and I hope that they are able to work something out. Because according to OEM, it said that it stems from trying to buy an aircraft. And all these things, you have money wired and the bank has to give, what do you call it? Not statement, account statement, but something like a report to the corresponding bank in America. Because if you are going to be wiring some amount of money through bank, that's the process they have to follow. They have to be cleared on both sides. And I think Americans are always skeptical about any money coming into the country. They fear that it might be money meant to induce or influence maybe election, maybe for terrorism, maybe for money laundering, maybe for human trafficking, and all those stuff. So they are so skeptical about. So they're always making sure that they have their searchlight on it. And any amount of money you cannot explain, then there's a possibility that you might find yourself in in that quagmire. And I think the government should be able to step in and help clear him and clear his name, because we really needed his service here in America, so that at least we can have a direct, uninterrupted flight from America in those major cities like Houston, Dallas, Washington, Atlanta, all the way to Lagos. It will really. I mean, you can't imagine the CEO of that aircraft being indicted, and yet his aircraft will be coming to. It will be too risky. So I hope it's cleared. I hope he's able to take care of that area. He can't even step foot in America now. Going by what you just read over there, they will pick him up.
I'm not sure. This is going back to 2019 though, and it's been soaring high since then.
Blame Buhari administration.
I'm sure it's cleared this up.
If it's still on that web page, they would have taken it down. But I don't know. I'm just guessing though. But if that case is still pending in the district court, United District Court, that means he has questions to answer for the federal government.
This is Onyema allegedly leveraged his status as a prominent business leader and airline executive whilst using falsified documents to commit fraud, said U.S. Attorney something Park. We will diligently protect the integrity of our banking system from being corrupted by criminals, even when they disguise themselves in a cloak of international business. Robert J. Murphy, the special agent in charge of the DEA Atlanta Field Division, commented on the indictment. Allen Onyema's status as a wealthy businessman turned out to be a fraud. He corrupted the U.S. banking system, but his trail of deceit and trickery came to a skidding halt. DEA would like to thank the many law. Who's rattling in the? DEA would like to thank the many law enforcement partners and the subsequent prosecution by the U.S. Attorney Office, who aided in making this investigation a success. This is a prime case of an example of why IRS seeks to partner and leverage its expertise in an effort to thwart those seeking to exploit our nation's financial system. So what are they saying he did exactly? Allen Onyema, CEO, founder of Airpeace, a Nigerian airline, has been charged with bank fraud and money laundering for moving more than $20 million from Nigeria through the United States bank accounts in a scheme involving false documents based on the purchase of airlines. The international airlines chief the International Airlines Chief of Administration and Finance, I won't attempt his name, has also been charged with bank fraud and committed aggravated identity theft in connection with the scheme. So I didn't know any of this. I wasn't aware of this.
It was amplified by this social media influencer there. It was everywhere on the dailies and social media and everywhere. But one thing about the American judiciary system is this. Not that they are not fallible. They also make mistake. They commit error. But I'm not saying the man is not guilty or is guilty. But one thing is that a situation like this that cannot be beyond political uh, solution. In the case like this, when you have a prominent member of citizen of a country like Nigeria or anywhere, and the country have a robust and a good relationship with the accusing country, they usually step in to find a stopping line for him, except if truly he has committed an offense and something has to give, certain punishment still has to apply. Other than that, for example, look at that idiot guy that went to trying to blow up an aircraft in his underwear. You don't expect the Nigerian government to step in to plead on his behalf, right? But when you have some cases like this that is not attached or it's not stem from what I just mentioned earlier, like kidnapping, prostitution, human trafficking, and all that, but just white paper kind of crime and all that, then for the for the American government to have chosen to indict him in his absence shows that they meant business, right? But we've seen cases in the past where the government have to pipe low a little bit. Look at Atiku's case. For Atiku to even be able to step foot in America, has to have some somersaulting and political somersaulting and all that to do. Maybe probably kissing strong ass in his hotel in Washington, and they was able to go to America trying to lobby them. Those people are ready. Go and fix your own poala in your own country. They didn't step in like they did during the Buhari's tenure. So that's my prayer for him. Other than that, I wish him success in that route. We need his service here in America, so at least people will stop paying through their nose and all that, and people will stop getting exploited. Because going through Amsterdam it's just too much of hazards, man. Sometimes
Are there no direct flights from America to Nigeria?
there are some limited, maybe to Atlanta and Washington.
That would be Delta, maybe.
Yeah, Delta, and I think Delta. Yeah.
No, they have from New York.
New York, yeah.
To Lagos, Atlanta, I think
Washington.
Chicago.
Washington too.
Washington, yeah. So
we
have that.
Unlike before that, we used to have intercontinental Delta all the way from United too. Houston happens to be their hub in the southern part of the country, so that gives us the people, Nigerians living in Houston and Dallas, the opportunity and the leverage to actually fly at low cost to Nigeria, direct flight actually in the past, and before you know it, they left because their money was kept in the CBN, and so they knew that they can't continue with that route, and Nigerians flying home were suffering. So I think the person in charge of diaspora affair, the federal government also should be able to work something out with the Minister of Aviation and the Minister of Interior as well, so that they can help with the smooth facilitating of Nigerians trying to travel home. It's not just about flying cheap, but getting passports at the same time, having access to your government, your home government, will go a long way. That's why the three of them or the two of them, I think the diaspora and the coordinator is just directory level, not to the ministerial level. So if they can work things out, help with the airline, and also have a good agreement that will favor them, favor the Nigerian, their passenger, because Nigerians are their main customer. Maybe some Indian and some American, but at least people will want something cheap, right? So nobody ever reject a wolf before, But I wish the man a good outing. I wish him. I hope with time we'll be able to break through to Heathrow and then look at other major uh, airports across the globe. So thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to speak on the on the Northerners surrendering 2027 to Tinubu? What do you make of it? Any thoughts on that space?
Who make that assertion actually? Who make that?
Sometimes we say the North, but there's so many vested interests in the North. So there's not one monolithic voice that speaks for that space. But this is coming from what purports to be, what calls itself Arewa think tank. So I don't know. I don't know who they are, but
it's Arewa, not Arewa.
Well, Arewa la nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Tinubu na really bad guy.
Apologies. Apologies. Apologies, Dewale. Fatai, good to have you back. I was coming to you, but I think you left just to clear the air there. I think you probably came back to let Dewale land, and I'll come to you. Apologies to but carry on, Dewale.
It's Tinubu na bad guy. You know why I call him a bad guy? Everyone is having prayer and sober reflection, and the mood was somber, nothing really, jumpy or bubbling. But this guy kept organizing, consultating forum and call it iftar dinner or something. And every time they come for the iftar, guess what? The invited guests always make speech, and he talked to them one-on-one, I guess sometime behind the curtain. And I wonder, and people actually not really paying close attention to what he's trying to do. He's not just inviting, prominent group of people or, Nigerians. He's doing it to consult. And that's a smart move. So the other day, he invited the Council of Chiefs and Obas, and he talked to them, and he spoke. Sultan of Sokoto spoke. The other time, he called the service chiefs. He called, a number of people. For me, that is a very smart strategic move. I don't know the premise this particular individual, those in Arewa think tank, make this assertion, but they must have seen some of the groundwork that he's doing under to project himself or position himself towards 2027. Honestly, for any contender or any serious contender this time around to unseat him from that seat, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It is possible because God is the only supreme being.
Yes, God is the only supreme being, but outside of it's near impossible for him to be unseated. I cannot see how they are going to. You know that if Mahmoud Yakubu runs that election, he will win. And then if Mahmoud Yakubu steps down and then he picks the referee, he will doubly win. And then even in a free and fair election, he will win. And even in a rigged election, he will still win. I cannot see how he would not win 2027.
I mean, that's a good observation. But you see, to unseat an incumbent that have political clout, it's not just about outspending him. You must have had, it's probably more or less like a coup when you have practically.
Brother Dewale, can I just chime in 1 second?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Brother, can I?
Go ahead.
One man, can I?
Carry on, Fatai, carry on.
Okay. Woma, please, can you play that video of Oyema interview that you were trying to play before on Arise? Can you play? I want to play 2 sections of it at minute 12 minutes, 45 minutes, and 34 minutes, 45 minutes. Because just to correct something, I'm going to leave. Because somebody does not know anything. He said, I said that Oyema is not doing wet list. He said Oyema is doing wet list. And Oyema, whatever, everything you're talking about. Can you please play number minute 12:45 and minute 34 so that you hear directly from Oyema whether Oyema is doing well, because he himself tells you buy his own plane. Somebody that doesn't know anything is telling me that Oyema is doing wet list. I don't get it. He's attacking me all over ignorance. When I did not even say anything controversial. Woman, please can you
all right. I think we heard him say it in the original clip, but I'll play it. All right.
You know, this TCO is too. You may not be able to pass it like the other Nigerian airlines. You may not be able to get it. Why not look for partnership or get wet lease from a UK carrier or European carrier? Once you fall to that trap of depending on wet lease alone for your operations, they will deal with you. They could use those people. They wake up one morning and tell you that, you know what, for one reason or the other, we cannot
thank
continue.
You.
And your operations
you can play on your own anytime,
and
but I just want to find out. Can you go to number 34, minute 34:45? You heard that where he said he doesn't want to fall into the trap of wet lease. But can you go also 34:45?
Oh God, Fatai.
34:45.
Anyway.
34
all
minutes
right.
45.
Okay. Turn it after some years. So in Nigeria, if you lease aircraft, they say, oh, you've committed crime, you've done this, you've done that. Give it to Nigerian Airlines. We own our planes. I own over 30-something planes, and I have about 33 orders paid for that are on the line coming. So at the end of the day, peace will be owning over 60 aircraft. I don't think there's any airline in Africa, in fact, most part of the world, they don't own it themselves. They are financed. While in Nigeria, you're expected to do this. That's why the capacity is not increasing the way it's being done abroad. And this is what President Kayamo is trying to do. This president will praise Kayamo at the end of the day if he succeeds in getting that. Because ECA visited me. They said, Epis, we see what you're doing. You're very strong. We know.
Anytime you want to stop it, you can stop it.
All right.
So you see one man, that is his business model that I was explaining. That he is only they are getting their own plane, they are owning their own plane. And this guy comes on jumping. One man, I will never come again your platform. I don't know what is going on. I don't understand it. I don't know them. Every time they copy paste me. Anytime they say anything meaningful, they copy paste attack, by the way. But I don't even know. You can just sit down there and keep copy pasting attack. I don't care about it. It just crumbs you are copy pasting from me. It doesn't bother me. But then you copy paste me and sit attacking me. How dumb is that? I mean, it's delusional people, you know. Anyway, Omar, thank you very much. I don't know.
Àwọn Yorùbá ló sọ wípé ọmọ àlè ló máa rí ìbínú lóòlì bínú, ọmọ àlè ládẹ máa bẹ̀ tó lè gbẹ̀bẹ̀. A ti bẹ̀bẹ̀ náà kí ló dé, a ti bẹ ọ̀tún, a ti bòsì, a ti bẹ gbogbo yín kí gbogbo yín jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó tán síbẹ̀. So the point you are trying to raise.
Bàbá mi, one man, bàbá mi, ọ̀rọ̀ ń yé mi. Bàbá mi, ọ̀rọ̀ ń yé mi, kò ń ṣe ni, kò ń ṣàná. Tó bá pé nǹkan, me on mind accident, I don't have a problem. Somebody, like we are talking, there's an accident. I don't care. You understand? It happens. Everybody, we are all, whatever everybody is doing, nobody is a baby. It's not a problem. But constant coordination of attack against me, I can't. It's kind of enough. And these are the same people.
But do you think they are having secret meetings?
If Fatai doesn't come on the platform,
do you think
they have
having
nothing to
secret
say on the
meetings?
platform, by the way. And they're attacking me. I don't like to talk, but sometimes I want you. It's a total disgrace. Some guy Lies every day. How he knows accounting. Doesn't know anything accounting, by the way. Everything he says is rubbish. He knows nothing about accounting. He didn't graduate accounting. I can tell you that for sure. And I don't even care about him. You can have your time, enjoy your life, enjoy yourself. Anybody that buys what you're selling, it's their luck. I don't care about you. Why are you jumping on my skin? For what? I did not even say anything controversial. I didn't say nothing. I said people adjust their price, and this guy's jumping on me. What is there to jump on me over?
Fatai, can you hear me? You know,
yeah, I can hear you.
You're one of the brightest minds we have on this platform. And anytime you don't come, the conversation is the poorer for it. It's not for my benefit. It's for the it's for the benefit of the audience.
Just in case.
Yeah, it's for the benefit of the audience. The conversation is always richer with you than without you. So it's up to you if you want the conversation to be rich.
The attack on me is too much. I don't know why. I don't know them, and I don't know why.
Can I say something? This is an observation that I've made from this platform.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
One man. I don't know these people.
Can you hear me?
One man, you know. One man. I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, all right. Let me say
one
this.
Man, you know. Let me. You don't even only him. I don't know them more.
I know what you mean. Let me share an observation with you. This is something I've picked up in the course of these sessions. There are certain categories of people on this platform. They are highly educated, and they're at the top of their field in whatever field that is. So now, when somebody comes on that has a decent or an advanced knowledge in that subject space, they always feel the need to push against that person. I've noticed that repeatedly. So it's not something that's peculiar to you. There was a time that one guy wrote to me, came here, and it was Go on. Carry on.
One man. You were here one day when one guy came here claiming to be software engineer in catenation. Woman, why you buy all these things? Woman, this guy would crash your platform. This guy, na lie. Everything you just said, not a lie. This guy no go school. Emeka is not an accountant, by the way. That is just true. He's not an accountant, he's a liar. I don't know him, I don't care about. This Emeka used to be Soludo supporter. Are you, woman, before I ever came on, this guy used to go on one platform, Symphony, with a different name. He was a supporter of Peter Obi against Soludo. When he saw that Peter Obi, I think he heard your platform and he heard people like they are crashing Peter Obi, he turned around. He jumping around with different names like this guy's a charlatan, man. I don't care about him. I don't know him. I don't know him. You're jumping on my skin. Look, one man, I don't want to talk about a lot of people. I don't care about them. But I don't know why they are coordinating the attack against me. I don't know.
You see, let me tell you this. It's just coincidental. You see, even Ogbeni.
It's not coincidental about me now. But I'm saying, one month more. It not be 1 year. Not be 9 months. All of these people.
PhD.
They don't get liver. Now that's why you don't know, Baba. They don't get liver. They've always been attacking me, trying hard, but they don't get liver. That is why you don't know. One man knows some of it, and I told them privately many times in some of it. I don't know them. I don't care about them. I go my way. There's a level to which somebody can take things from people. Look, they are calibrating their price mechanisms. So what is if you are going to change price, whether fairly or unfairly, is it not calibration of your internal mechanism you will do? So what is the debate? They just have this penchant, this natural thing to come and attack Fatai. The other day I was here, the last time I came here, I was talking about definition of what is arbitrage. Some guy jumps on me for no reason. Well, I don't get it. No, it's not that they are pushing back. They're not pushing back. They are just doing bobo. They want to test their muzzle with Fatai. Now me, you go test their muzzle, you go fail now. You know, go school. Me, I don't like. Okay, sorry, I don't like to be going all these things. You know, in life, humility is. Me, I suffered a lot to get to school. It's not. Many a times gone. It was almost by luck. I almost didn't go. But that's fine. It's life. It's not. It's not anything. Sometimes even when they attack him, look at this guy attacking Kenneth. You understand? You said no go school. You attack other people. Say they no go school. It's a disgrace now. But who cares about all those things? Who cares about? But what did I do to him tonight? Every day, same thing. It's a total disgrace. Anyway, show Baba Mema Bino. I don't know. Baba me, I see you. One man see you on Dixie Baby Show. It's all I can say.
So that's a safer space for you, Abi. Yeah, Dixie Baby. No conflict.
I have retired. Actually, to be honest with you, one man, I have totally retired from internet talking. I don't want to go on internet. I don't want to talk. But I make a lot of mental gymnastics, even to go to Dixie Baby Show. You understand? I don't really like I'm a very private person. I don't even care about social media. It's not really my thing, you know. No, all of this is not really my thing, you know. By the way, this guy that is talking, one man, when I first coming on this platform, on this thing, the first one by accident I found your platform. You understand? And the only thing that ever made me get into all this conversation, it was on Addis Sirika. It was so much international news, and I was like, well, I went to Symphony. I went to that place like 2 or 3 times. I went to Symphony, and I didn't go again. Maybe 2 or 3 times or whatever it is. The only thing I even said there, I don't really like. I was there on my middle name, Sheon Fatai. Sheon. The guy, that host, the guy is so gentle, so quiet guy like that. I don't remember his name. Was a really great guy. I think it was him that made me develop interest in coming on the internet. That's not really my thing. And the only thing, and I said to him, the only reason I really care, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Some guy want to take 5% for Nigeria with our market, with everything. About what the heck is this? Saying things, nobody goes school for Nigeria, I've been away. Which kind of rubbish is going on in all this? That's different. Then from there, everything just, I don't know, somehow the interest just developed. Then I found your platform and I kept coming to your platform. And that's it. And I came to your platform and it never even take one month. I started to notice strange things. Like, okay, I don't even know. And it never stopped since then. What the heck is going on? I don't know them.
But that, don't worry.
If they want to show, say themselves be this thing, okay, who cares? Do your thing. I don't care. If you don't come touch me, I don't question anybody's education. I don't question anybody's business. I don't even tell anybody my own CV, if not by accident. Actually, it was in that Symphony show that I ever first mentioned about MBA. And it was because I was really so pumped up about this Sirika. I was like, this was just this we don't go to school for our country. And because I mentioned it, I just generally just say it. It's not really a thing now. When in this kind of conversation, it's not a space to be flexing your degree or flexing your business, or I am rich, I am this. You're just talking, we're just hanging out. If I want to flex my degrees, I go to my peers. I go to a conference with the people of my
Nigerians, but Fatai, you know that Nigerians like to do intellectual browbeating. There's nothing.
That is if you have one man. That is if you
like to do intellectual browbeating.
One man. That is if you have it. One man. How would you feel if you are an accountant? I am not. I could choose to do accounting after my MBA. I didn't choose the part of accounting. I chose the part of my. In fact, if I want to go do chartered accounting, HCCA, for what I have, I will not write many exams. I will jump in front of a lot of people if I want to specialize in that situation. So I don't know what accounting is talking about. But he's not an accountant. That's really the reality. Why in the sport degree for people? He's not an accountant. Well, what is good if you want to talk? He's not an accountant. So what is he talking about? Which accountant? You know, be accountant. That is the reality. That is the reality. I don't have a problem if somebody who has an accountant wants to challenge me. If somebody who is an economist wants to challenge me, I don't have a problem. But if you are not, what? Because you Google something, you can't talk to the accountant. No, you're not an accountant. He's not an accountant. That's the reality.
All right, Fatai. Hopefully, it will not be the last time because you are certainly one of my favorite voices. So it's not a voice that we don't hear from you often enough. So what we wanted to be hearing from you is that I'll be coming here more, not I will never come here again. I think you're actually Koko's favorite voice. I know that at any time you hear his voice perk up when he hears from you.
No, I do, but just that, just like, when you wait, it is a lot of, I don't, everybody, I mean, we all know ourselves, I know, I don't want to be going online and be blowing up. How is it good for me that I'm going on the internet and blowing up? But that's all you end up being because of these people. Why is it good for me that I go on online and I start, look, in my life, all my life, I have been more angry, all my life combined together on your platform that I've ever been all my life together. You cannot go on the street and ask people that know Fatai, and they will tell you Fatai is shouting. I tell you.
We helped you discover a new part of yourself that you didn't even know.
No, I know.
So you should be thankful.
That I don't. You know that I don't do. Like, this is you got to reserve for joy. This is something you reserve for day of evil, when your back is against the wall. I not born me for Lagos, but I lived there a long time. You understand? So not be say, they say you say I go for one corner, now you won't corner me. Me say I go reply you. You understand? I go look you, then I go reply according to the situation. But my point is this: it's not something that I have a joy doing every time. All my life I go my way. It's something you reserve for a day of evil. Like, if your back is against the wall as a man or as a human being anyway, not even a man, you have to be able to defend yourself. The only right I reserve in my life is the right to defend myself. I will defend myself even with my last being. That's a right, but it's not something you every time. Why will I want to go to a place where every time I have to be I go back and my whole nerves is all scattered around. For what? It's not my daily job. I don't get paid. I don't get. So what's the point for me?
You get to come and hang around in the company of like minds. Is that not the whole point?
In a company of like mind. If it's you, one man, one Ajale Goko, Dupsy Baby, Madam Zita, Madam Rosie, all these people. I mean, I was meant a few times. I was even on Dupsy Baby show with you and Madam Ajale Goko. We were talking something very emotional and personal to me. Never really had a time to, I would never even talk about things, but I'm somebody that I love people, and particularly love people that I really like. And I particularly don't even know when I start talking. But I can't deal with it, because I don't know, maybe it's a fault of me. I'm a little bit emotional person, but not angry person, but that's who I am. And I don't let people upset my emotions for no reason.
Fatai, what I would suggest is that you suspend disbelief anytime you
one man. I don't suspect one man. One man.
No. I didn't say suspect. I said suspend. I said that you suspend, maybe not even disbelief. Suspend credulity when you come into spaces like this. Because, like I said, there's all manners of personality, all of them big personalities. And whenever you have big personalities, you would have maybe it's something I need to work on as well to manage the conflicting of personalities. There will be.
I know, woman. You understand the things. I understand my relations and my environment. Okay. I know what I see, I know what I hear, I know what works for me, I know what doesn't work for me. Okay? Big personality. What big personality? I was sitting in the same table with Babalaki. Who is big? Big personality when you mean big personality. Okay? No, I was even a low junior guy, but every week we do meeting, litigation meeting, Friday, general meeting Thursday. I was sitting in the company with the people that were advisor to president. Some guy comes in with a nobody, says he's big personality. He no go school now. Which kind of big personality? I confirm. We don't just want to talk. Come on, I beg. In my where me one man. Where me I learn my economics. One man. My department. Nobel Prize winner is there. Two of my professors work for high position in World Bank that taught me. I don't know what big personality you are talking about. Who never see big personality before? Some people will just come on YouTube and saying, I have I am working for you. You're working for what? You know, it's not really the place to be talking like that. Okay, by the way, it's just a hangout. And we are talking about, we are doing national discourse. What people will come bullying people with a lie? They are this, they are that, they are that. You're not. That's the reality. And I don't care. But why are you jumping on me? For no reason. I didn't talk to you. I didn't even say anything wrong or anything that's not wrong. I just said common thing like, oh, the new situation, everybody's adjusting price. You adjust price internally. What is wrong with that? What is the dispute? What? You adjust, you adjust your internal mechanisms to create new pricing. New price to meet the new price scenario. Whatever, I don't even understand what is the argument, what is the debate. They adjusted prices, so didn't they adjust price? So what is the point? It is that it is that deep seated. They are always looking for a loophole. They think say I don't miss yarn. They are always looking for my miss yarn. Something like this, they want to jump on it. That's the problem. They didn't say don't catch them. Say, oh yeah, I don't find something. That's really it.
Fatai, that happens a lot. It's intellectual browsing. It's intellectual raising. It's intellectual raising of the eyebrow. It's educated people now.
It's intellectual. It's very intellectual.
Are you saying you don't conflict with people in real life? When they want
people. I do conflict with people when they make argument, not when they are lying, pretending, deceiving people. Okay, that's not intellectual, mama. Okay, it's not intellectual. So what is intellectual to say? People adjust price, so they don't adjust price. So it's not like there's any intellectual. It's just like you just want to. I don't know what they wanted to do. Wanted to do whatever. He wanted to go and flex more money. He wanted to show. He wanted to be accountant. I don't know what accountant. It's amazing, it's amazing. Anyway, one man, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Before you build, do you have any thoughts on this? The mandatory DNA test that Tinubu is instituting. Where will he get the budget for that?
The mandatory or the budget? I never get the key. Do they know what they people do with whether they get children outside or not? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but even before we get to where they will get the budget to do it, do you think it's an idea that its time has come that at birth children should be DNA tested?
I don't know. I always leave. I think the new thing in the world today is leave women and the doctors to make all these decisions. And I don't know. I haven't opened. I mean, one man don't take. I wouldn't really be saying strong things about it. I don't think it's a place I can hold my own argument. Where I can hold my own argument. Things with paternity. Because if they do the DNA test immediately, and it turns out that the child is not the father's, who is going to take care of the child, especially in the Nigerian space? Who's going to immediately take care of the child? Especially, let's say the mother doesn't have money. There is no single mother support from the government. There's a whole lot of things. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a space that's for people very experienced in family affairs. I don't know. Maybe they are right. I'm not saying right or wrong. I don't really have a strong opinion. The thing I really would have loved to talk to, I would have loved Babajanico, because I always heard Babajanico saying IMF said to By the way, okay, before I even say that, look, this is my position. If Tinubu, oh shit.
What happened? All right. I think Fatah is. I think he's sorting matters out wherever he is. Are you there, Fatah? Well, Fatah. All right. Let's get back to Dewale. So Dewale, I thank you for opening that window. I think Fatah especially needed to vent that spleen. Dewale, I hope people can still hear me. By the way, Dewale Omoba Kabezi. Can anyone hear me? Am I off? Hello, can anyone can the comment section indicate if they can hear me? Darati, can you hear me? All right. I don't know quite what's going on. Huh?
I can hear you.
All right, Darati, let's hear from you then. Yes, but mute the YouTube because I'm hearing myself back from your system. So mute the YouTube and then.
I'm actually coming from Facebook. I entered through Facebook, but although I link the account through my YouTube comment.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself back. Can you hear it as well?
Yes. Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. So come into the conversation.
It's better now.
So come into the conversation. Oh no, it's still there.
Thank you.
No, it's still there.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can also hear myself coming out of your system.
Oh.
Mama, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Fatai.
Do you mind if
can you hear me now?
just take it?
Hold on.
You can hear me now, woman.
Yeah, I can hear you, Darati, but I can also hear myself. So if you are in the studio, then you need to either mute whichever, if it's YouTube or Facebook or wherever it is you are joining from, mute that, because that is feeding back through the studio and then it's doubling up on itself.
Woman, do you mind if I just address this one thing before I address? I really
all right. Sort that out for a moment.
Okay, no problem.
I think we can still hear it. All right. All right. One moment, Darati. Yeah, Fatai.
Woman, I sent a link in the private chat. Brother, can you make a mute?
Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. I sent a link in the private chat. Can you pull it up with the IMF, this IMF stuff? Woman, can you see it?
I can see it, but I'm just waiting for it to. What are we looking at with this?
Okay, so woman, it's on that subsidy issue. Woman, look, here's my position. If Tinubu is paying illegally subsidy, my own position should be impeached, by the way, just to say that it is that way. I listened to Bayo a few times relying on this IMF. That's why I want to. I listened to Bayo a few times. The echo is coming.
Darati, you're still echoing. Sorry, carry on now, Fatai.
Wama, can you please go down a little bit to first paragraph. First paragraph. Oh, yeah. So Wama, if you see this piece, if you read it, let me open it also on my here. Where is it? So that first paragraph, you will see that this report of IMF was issued on something IMF they call lapse of time basis. Is issued on a life of. Essentially, imagine like you issue it, you haven't had time to to make a formal approval. The point of that lapse of time in financing, especially, and IMF particularly has this in their constitution. They issue a lapse of time and report where it doesn't have a formal approval. It's like a to-do list. So they want this, they then give approval to begin consultation. So the issue discussed in that IMF report is not a conclusion. The issue discussed is just the talking point they want to look into with regard to Nigeria as it concerns so their capacity to be able to get back their money. So when they say that the subsidy is back, that one is in line paragraph 1, 2. What is that paragraph? The second paragraph, basically, it is like 2, 3 lines down the track. They say provided subsidy subsidy to farmers, capped retail fuel and electricity prices, thus partially reversing the fuel subsidy removal. So this thing is not a conclusion. It's an assumption that if the price is capped, it must be that the subsidy is reversed. It's not any analysis. IMF did not do analysis that the government has brought back subsidy. Okay, that is just actually you can do a lot of things. You can analyze this thing wholly. They say a whole lot of things. All of them are the government talking points. In other words, these are the programs of the government. They just listed them. They just listed them to look into them, and you will see that a few days after that, they went to meet Nigerian government. They went to meet the IMF went to Nigeria to Asuro to meet to do consultation. If they come back after the consultation and issue a report formally approved by the board, analyzing the subsidy being back. Okay, another story. This report by IMF did not put their stamp on it that they are concluding that subsidy is back. They are just making an assumption that if you cap the price, then it must be that you are doing subsidy. But it makes sense on the surface level. But capping cap price is not the only reason that talks about subsidy. You can cap price for it many reasons. One man, if you are selling even ordinary puff, and me as a government, if I look at it like this puff affects my system a lot, and I tell you one man, that puff you must not sell it more than 10 naira. If you sell it more than 10 naira, I will remove your license. I don't have to give you money. Just threatening to remove your license is enough for you not to sell it more than 10 naira. So people saying because the price is not going up, so what? Go and find out the price mechanism if you're so much interested. All of these people have been saying all this more. They are just making the price. Why don't so you mean that all these opposition, PDP, the media, all these months, they have not been able to go in the books and bring it out for us? That is actually a shame on them. Anybody saying that, well, even if they assume that it is right, it is a shame on them that all this month, all they have been saying is just the cap. They should have been able to look into the books now. What did they do? What is the opposition doing? Because that's a very important situation in Nigeria right now. If this government is paying subsidy illegally, that's a big problem. That's a serious situation. So all they are talking nonsense, including Bismarck Rewane, by the way. So Bismarck Rewane was with Buhari in Buhari's economic and whatever. Now it comes around every day on television like it's some big economist. But you were with Buhari now. Why you not show them all your economists, whatever, to help the economy that time? They are talking all these things. The subsidy is back. It's doing wink. World Bank first issued a statement along this line. The director of World Bank went on China's television to say something like that. Few days after, by the way, one man, you should take the credit for debunking it. Few days after, maybe 1 or 2 days after the thing discussed in your platform, after this guy came, Voila, and I came back on saying this thing in your platform. The World Bank itself issued a second report reversing their initial report about subsidy being back. World Bank in Nigeria reversed their position on this subsidy. But some people I think they think it's money. They don't understand the gravity of what they're saying. The gravity of what they're saying is that Tinubu is paying money illegally. If Tinubu, you see what happened with Ningi, and even what Ningi is talking about is not even up to this level. You see, Ababio started to shake. They're suspending Ningi, which they shouldn't do, by the way. The Senate is not their private company to be suspending people. You didn't employ him. They didn't employ Ningi. If they have other things, they can suspend him for their committees. They can do other internal punishment. But how do they have acquired the power to be suspending a senator? Now, person on today, now another person tomorrow. If all these people also get power tomorrow and start to do it to you people, because we shouldn't go down that slippery slope. It's not their right to be suspending anybody. The senator, the people were voted for. Even in America, with somebody I heard on your platform, somebody was mentioning George Santos. George Santos first was criminally charged before even the suspension or removal of George Santos is still to today debatable. But even that, he was first criminally charged before they took a vote in the House, in the Congress, about George Santos. It's not something you can't just fire somebody that you didn't employ. You didn't employ him. His people voted for him to be there, just like a Fabio, just like anybody, just like anybody. You can't just say you suspend someone for what? Because you say number don't add up. So what? Have they never dealt with budget before? Everybody talks about not adding up in budget. If you ever dealt with budget, no, you can even make typo error where the number don't add up. If the numbers don't add up, you look into it. That's what I want to say about that. But this is particular I wanted to say. About that, don't let them re-roll you. IMF did not conclude that subsidy is bad. They just issued their talking point, what they want to go and investigate. And it's because the government said they remove subsidy, opposition saying subsidy is bad. And so for them, for IMF, that is a risk factor. They have to look into it. That's an important risk factor. They want to look into it. And that is this report. And the point there is lapse of time basis analysis. People that if people that know anything about the world of finance understand what is lapse of time basis, lapse of time analysis. We don't have time to look at it very well, but we are interested to look at this point, and that's it. It's not the conclusive report from IMF that the subsidy is back. Whether it's back or not, though, if you can't show me on the budget, then I want to impeach me. If there's no subsidy not on the budget, but they are paying illegally subsidy, then it has to be impeached. That is that's the meaning of that statement. If you are claiming that subsidy is back, you are essentially saying that Tinubu is paying not the money. This is a serious money. This is a serious issue of Nigeria, where Nigeria is crashed over this matter, economy, and then he's going back and paying it illegally. They are basically what they are doing is they are calling for Tinubu's impeachment. That's what they are doing, and that's why I wanted to. Whatever Badaleko argue, I would just want to put it there for Badaleko, not to be thinking that IMF point said that made analysis that subsidy is back. No, IMF did not do that. IMF wanted to investigate that matter. They wanted to go on a consultation with regarding the subsidy matter, and that is the point of that. Lack of time basis. That's what that report was issued upon. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Do we have Dewale there? Dewale. All right.
One man, I'm here.
No, it's still bouncing back.
Yeah. Anyway, one man show.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear Richard Dorothy? Sorry, hold on the Fatai.
I'm hearing you clean and clear. Yeah.
But are you not hearing the bounce back?
No, I'm not.
All right. Let me be quiet then. If I don't speak, then it will be fine. So you guys come into the conversation wherever you like. Before you come in, Dewale, are you there? Because Dewale had the floor just now. Dewale. All right. Carry on, Dorothy.
Yes. Thank you, one man. You are doing a good job. It's been a long time. Kudos to everyone on the platform for your good contributions. Actually, I don't really have much to say tonight. Actually, well, I just want to speak to that Onyema's interview on Arise TV. That interview was a very touching one for me. It was a very touching one because it shows the kind of people that we are, number one, and also the kind of external forces that we are fighting. But one good thing, as I round up, is that we were able to at least pull that. Nigeria is back on the global stage, and the world should just wait for us. I don't really have much to say. I just want to comment on that. He has really done well. Oyema has really done very well for Nigeria and himself. So I pray God will continue to give us more of such people that can at least give us that.
Hello, what's happened? I think it's a funky session today. Dorothy, are you still there? Oh, all right. I'm not sure. I think Dorothy having connection problems. Dewale not available. Is Ajano Koko there? I'm not sure if he is.
What's up, one man?
Ajane Koko I thought after yesterday we'll have a quiet one today, but it's not shaped out. Is this the signs of things to come?
Well, well, it's just one of those things. Sometimes they happen, but it's good that Fatai came back. I'm happy that he came back. I thought he left us in anger, but he came back to lecture us again, as usual. Fatai will surely, present, his thought clearly and particularly on very important issue. So again, he delivered some good lecture before he left on IMF and the state of our economy. So I think I really thank him that he didn't leave us in anger. He came back. So, and on the issue of Ola, I think you have to reach out to Ola. What you are trying to do, he thought you were trying to, stifle his voice. You are trying to, stop him from, you are trying to deny him the opportunity to express what his own you stifle his voice. You didn't want him to say anything, and I think he was trying to just he was trying to appeal. That's what I thought. He was trying to appeal to both of them because he began by saying, "You see, both of you are right," and he was trying to expatiate on that, and I think what he wanted to deliver is that just miscommunication, lack of understanding of each other position between between Fatai and Emeka. But you didn't want that issue to extend further, and he felt that you deliberately shut him down or stop him from speaking, haven't allowed Emeka and Fatai to drag their
Ajane Koko, that is Ajane Koko, that's something that is somewhat getting when there are interjections or and then after interjections and after interjections, there comes a point where I feel it's getting too much, and then I have to call time on it. So when I call time on it, it has to be when somebody has to interject. So it's never against that person. And then the other thing is, when I feel that either somebody's contribution is starting to get a bit labored, a bit long-winded, and starting to drag a bit, sometimes I have to call time on it. I see a lot of numbers on my screen. Those numbers tell me a lot about what's going on. So you see the numbers moving as people are talking, and then you see the comment section pivoting to just abstract. So you and also you see your own attention starting to wane from. So you have to keep it at the highest peak of the conversation as you possibly can. So all of those factors. So, but if people start to pay attention to when I tell them that I want to move on or pause here or pause there, anybody can tell that story that Ola is telling, that you pause me too much. Because I pause everybody, I move it on. It's just really to keep the place at its optimal conversational level. But if we want, do you understand what I mean? I just get frustrated by it sometimes when people feel that I'm picking on them when clearly that's not the case.
Well, I think I want to say that you are really trying your best, and we can make mistakes sometimes. But I think what happened is just, let me just say, it was just a kind of, should I even call it mistake? I think it was just something that just happened that nobody expected it to happen. So you wanted, a stop to that issue, and he thought you didn't want him to speak, haven't allowed these guys to drag their issue for so long, and he was trying to speak, and you just say, "Oh, you can't speak anymore." I mean, maybe you could have said, "Okay, say it," and don't let. We want to end it with you, and maybe that will sound better. That will give him sense of belonging. That you're not trying to stifle his voice. I think that's what the way he felt. That you didn't want it to. Why is it when everybody has spoken, and when he's trying to speak, that is when you will say, okay, it is time, you don't want anybody. So I think that's the way he felt. So, but I would like you to just try to reach out to him and let us because he's a senior member of the platform, and I don't think that we should just allow just little thing to just cause that kind of situation. So just we today is I don't know, it's not the best day at all. It's just right from the beginning. It just started and everything
Yeah,
just.
but it started so well, though. We were
It started
all
well. It started
praising
well.
Alan Oyema, and everybody was saying, we have to
Actually,
blame Emeka. It was Emeka that turned it into the Bible
that
session.
started. He said, Fatai, you don't know what you are talking. That anger Fatai, and I think we should moderate our language too. The way he said it to Fatai, I think he appeared to Fatai that he deliberately came after him, to say, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at what you are saying. Continue saying, so that really anger Fatai, and I don't blame Fatai for, it wasn't Fatai that started it, it's Emeka that started it, so we have to say it what it is. But if we have to be me, I will not. We are different personality. I won't get offended with anything like that. Even if I won't get offended, But we are different personalities, so we know we have a way of, absorbing some punches from people. Sometimes some cannot absorb any kind of punches, so they will kick back. So, but today is a rough day. We just have to accept it's a rough day. A lot of people that were were, I mean, the studio was almost full. But when the fight started between Fatai and a lot of people left. I think we allowed it to drag for so long. I think that's the mistake we did. We should have, I mean, case of next time, just say, hey, gentlemen, we don't want this thing. I think it has to stop. If we don't stop, then I will put both of you behind to cool off. And, we have to respect each other. We have to show discipline. It's not that people will be dragging and throwing insult, abusive language against each other for so long. That we should not tolerate. Once it degenerated to abusive language, I think it is better to cut it off. So I think that is the best way to do it. This abusive language, the use of abusive language against each other, I think we should put into it. We should not tolerate it. It's not good. It's not good. It's not showing a good image of the platform. I think we should stop it. So that's
all right, and then the Coco Darati is back. So maybe we hear from Darati and then we wrap it up. I think the session has come to its natural crescendo. So Darati, let's hear from you. Darati.
Okay, Roman, thank you. So just like I was saying the other time, it's a watershed in our history. I mean, that we now have a government that we can fight for ourselves, and somebody can say, okay, through the thick and thin of it, we can fight for ourselves. We've been doing it before, but that spirit has died down in us. Probably I don't understand what is happening to us. But for the fact that man can punch his weight, at that level, at the global space, that come, no matter what happens, I'm going to work. I'm going to do this, and it baffles me the kind of persons that we are. When Emeka was speaking the other time, he spoke about the powers that be. Fatai also spoke about it, and during the interview, I overheard him talking about the civil servants. I've always, I've been someone that came out from, people within I mean, that put it. My background, I have people that are that are civil servants, top civil servants within I mean, my family, people that are very related to me, that I mean, top civil servants, and I know what civil servants can actually do. So I know what
That actually, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Darati.
Capable. If you hear what is said there, the parking slot that is very, very far away from where the passengers are supposed to board in a gym. So it took the minister to fly with him, to be able to. I'm going to reciprocate this, and sometimes.
Darati, you're breaking up. Can you hear me, Darati? Can you hear him, Ajale Koko? Is it me?
No, it's breaking up.
Yeah.
We can go to somewhere.
All right. Prestige, you've come in at the last moment. We thought the thing had run its natural course, but Prestige, come in. I think Darati is talking of funk.
Thank you, sir. How you doing, one man?
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, alaikum salam.
There it is.
How you are, Jali Coca?
Hey, how are you, my brother?
Good. Are you having another Zobu today?
We thought I don't know, man. Maybe something in the waters. I don't know. Is it April Fool's Day? And then we are all acting like fools.
I always do your playback. If I don't come in, because from Monday to Wednesday, sometime I'm out of town in Florida. Right now I'm in Florida. But anyway, I always listen to you. So I listened to your playback yesterday. That was another Zobu. But anyway, at the end of the show. So I don't know what you have today. I just joined. So that's fine.
Oh, we were essentially wrapping conversations around Alan Oyema, who
Right.
has now finally succeeded in securing that route to which you Americans call route. It's called route, by the way. I don't quite know. I mean, why do you always bastardize the language in that? It's not
America rule
it's
the
not your
world.
language.
We rule the
It's a flat, not an apartment.
I
It's
mean,
a lift, not an
You
elevator,
also speak
and it
good
is
English, and
route,
you're just
not
like
route.
different kind of.
Why do you have to bastardize the language? The language is
America
perfectly.
control the world now. What are you talking now?
You know, the people that own the language, they say it's a lift. You will call it an elevator.
Oh, we have taken up.
Why? They say it's a flat. You will call it an apartment. What's that? And the people that own imagine a Ghanaian trying to rebrand Yoruba language. I mean, it's just I mean, come on now.
America is congregation of different nations, so we kind of change the way we speak
You
here.
know,
So
ideally, you should be a Spanish-speaking nation because you were conquered by the conquistadors first, weren't you? I mean, what's all this?
I don't know. Let me comment a little bit. I just want to comment before I leave. And it's late here. It's not like where I live. It's about 11 something in Florida because in California we are 3 hours behind, so it's late over here.
All right, you can either speak to Alan Oyema or just speak to whatever it is that anything that interests you.
I can comment on two things. One is Elles Onyema, then Bayo Onanuga, which I read today. So yeah, let me speak about Elles Onyema. I congratulate him. It's a job well done. This is a win for Nigeria. Okay, very very nice. So I hope I heard what he said about the obstacle that he entangled. Both internal and external. That's particularly the internal one is the one that I dislike, but that's Nigeria for you. The external one, they don't want Nigeria, but here comes Nigeria, whether you like it or not. I hope, he able to. They have no they have no choice. One man, but other. I'm speaking about the external, area right now. They have no choice but to cooperate with him right now. They have no choice. Even in Europe, I don't know if he's going to do America. I hope he does. So, particularly in British, they know from here to London is probably the most lucrative, the most lucrative, lucrative route, in Africa because Nigeria fly the most. So they have to cooperate with him. So I commend him very much for, I'm not going to comment on some of, insidious statements some of people are making, in Nigeria. That's Nigeria. Everybody, how we are.
They are complaining about the uniform. Yes.
Yeah, but one man.
Out of everything that guy
How
achieved,
we
that's
are in
the one.
Nigeria. It doesn't matter which side you are. People gonna make a comment. So that's nonsense to me. But anyway,
what was the complaint? Are they saying it's too ethnic? What were they complaining about?
Okay, they said Isiagu, the red hat and everything. Look at how those guys, they look pretty and everything. But what they're saying that does not represent Nigeria. It was very sectional. It should have been something like green and this is a private business. You can't say green and white. That is the national. This is not Nigerian Airways. So people are making it. Some people are making, but I didn't read that much into that comment, which is very usual. Human beings. Anywhere, not just in Nigeria, you're gonna have dissent opinion. About things like that. But that's just Nigeria. I just want to congratulate him. Hopefully all this external factor and everything that he has to go through, he can conquer them. But it's a long way to go. But I congratulate him. I just want to chime in and congratulate him for job well done. Regardless of the obstacle, that he encountered. But it's gonna be success. So I don't have that much to say on that. Speaking about Bayo Onanuga, so what he said about Obi play is that ethnic the most ethnic politics he ever seen. That's not true. I mean, he didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing that happened during the election. I mean, he didn't say anything about Tinubu that he said "Mi loco, Yoruba loco." So how about that? That's something. I don't know why he just after Obi. But it's all good. Like one man I told you yesterday, if you don't talk about Obi not gonna be, Obi not gonna be Obi not gonna be famous. We talk about him almost every day. The Nigerian everything, whatever he did. I had some people on this platform say that him going from one place to one place is annoying them. Okay, it's annoying them. Maybe he's playing about politics. Let it be. If it's gonna, if it's something that's gonna make him fail, let it fail. But let the man do whatever. I don't have a problem. It's the politics that he wants to play. Whether it's come out to be good or come out to be bad, nobody's know, but he's doing what he think is good. So everything he do, people talk about it, whether good or bad. But in my own opinion, I look at it differently. If you don't talk about somebody, nobody will know you, whether it's for good or bad. Look at Trump. Trump doesn't need any money. As much as I don't like him, he doesn't need any money to advertise in America, because he's been talked every day, every minute, the whole media. So he's getting a free publicity, good or bad. Probably most of them is bad, when it comes to Trump. But he's getting a good publicity. I just want to use that as an example. So people talking about Obi every day, every time, he did this, went eating with our WhatsApp people, and that kind of things. You need to be careful. Yeah, I know you need to be careful, but hey, I don't have any issue with that. Okay, but it's just part of Nigerian politics. One man, I don't have that much to say. I just want to say, I just calling to say hi, to everybody. All right. Can you hear me?
No, sorry. I was actually speaking. I didn't know I was muted. It's raining where I am, as always. It always rains in England, as you know. So I mute myself for the. But I'll say, speak to this space. It's nothing political, but this is some therapists coming to say this. It says, many men don't truly want submissive wives. They want voiceless women. Nigerian marriage therapist says. So it says a Nigerian marriage. It says a Nigerian marriage therapist and relationship expert, Shamsuddin Giwa, says that many men don't truly want submissive wives. According to Mr. Giwa, many want voiceless women who would take whatever they do and continue to stay loyal. Did you hear any of that? Prestige, Oliver. Oh, all right. Can you hear me, Oliver? Prestige. All right. It's a funky day today. Anybody that has that can hear me can unmute and just speak.
Yeah, woman.
Yes, Darati.
I heard that thing that you just spoke about now. That they wanted a voiceless woman. I don't understand why. Maybe because of our culture. But what different people want to be different. For me, I don't want a voiceless woman. And my own wife, yeah, I cannot even I can't even do a day to do that. Not to have at least somebody that can at least probably call each other, or probably voice an opinion that can actually help you to take the right decision. So everything just wraps around good communication right from the beginning. But our culture plays a role, a very, very deep role in shaping our society, the kind of society that we have back here in Africa. That women should be relegated. I do not subscribe that kind of actually echo it. Religion, the two religions that are very not only the two religions that are very, even the traditional religion in Africa, I think also through that line, they are much more patriarchal, kind of more patriarchal in their organization of things. So during the course of evolving around it, men begin to have more power, more more boys than the women. But things are now changing. Things are changing, and everybody. I can only tell people that come. It's better for you to have at least to have someone that can also complement you. And besides, marriage is not a what? It's not about a slave. What do you call it? Or a prison kind of thing. Where somebody has to what? You have to superimpose yourself all the time. And what? Even religious wise, everybody can quote whatever they like. Even in the Bible, it was said there that the man, both of you submit to one another. That was the first thing that was said in that Ephesians 5, where people normally put, man submit to your wife. That if you want to go the religious, wow, man submit to your woman, submit to your wife, husband, love her. But before those two instructions, the first thing was the two of you to submit to one another. So, which means you can never be right all the time. I normally tell my wife, I can't be right all the time. So I have to backtrack sometimes. At least you have to bring, and that's why you have to marry somebody that you know that when he or she talks to you, you should be able to at least be able to bring something to the table. I mean, a very good way. So at least something reasonable to the table. I mean, when it comes to some certain areas in life where you really need somebody to at least pull the plug out, kind of help you to press the brake, mark the brake when the time is needed. So I think it might be technically, it might be right based on where we are coming from, but things are fast changing. Things are fast changing. So the better for us in Africa. We don't really need. We don't need that. You cannot be continue to downgrade. But the issue now is that, in fact, you now know, woman, that the tide is even turning. If you look at what is happening right now, you see that more females are even taking more. They are becoming more emboldened in taking up their career and rejigging their career and going for what they actually want. I used to be an MDG volunteer, during my days when I was serving then. Now, they have changed it to XDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Then it was Millennium Development Goals. And one of the key focal points in that goals, the development goals, according to the UN, was engage child, gender equality, and so many other things. Women rights, women rights, and so many things. These things they are so much fashion. I mean, kind of intertwined. I mean, injected into the law in Western countries. But I think we are becoming more conscious also, one way or the other. But we can still do it within the limit of our culture. Might not actually do it the way the Westerners do theirs, but it will not be like it will just be a full men's world, and everybody. I think we need to really, everything starts from what, from how we take care of how we raise our children. My own son was telling me one time, I was backing my daughter, and he was saying, "Dad, why are you backing? Why are you backing my sister?" I said, "No, I have to. She's not. I mean, she." So I
All
need to
right.
help. So he was saying that, but men don't back. Men don't, that kind of thing. Men don't do this. That is what our children already see. But he already knew. I told him, so if I backed you, I must be able to back my daughter. So that's how we start to change some of those things, but not that we might not be the way, but we will let them know that everybody should have at least a level of equality in terms of how they express themselves. Not that you just override somebody and make them look like they are. No, they are not. They have the same right and as every human beings, and that should be the case as far as I'm concerned. So that's my own view about that.
All right, Darati, let me bail out, hand over to Thomas. I'm not quite sure how much legs the session still has, but we'll see about whatever is left of it. Thomas will handle it. On my way out, let me acknowledge the super chat as Ayo as ever. That's Nigerian Prince right there. Ayo again. And then we have Tope O, one of Shioma's crew. And then that's Ayo again. Lato Rich, who we are now mentioning with the increasing frequency. That was that's Ola right there before we had that set too. And by the way, I'll be phoning Ola late, just as soon as I come off to smooth things over. So we do that. So that's Tim Ajek, who of course increasing frequency. So that's Tim Ajek right there. So that's Tim Ajek again, and that is still Tim Ajek. So keep them coming. So Thomas, are you ready?
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Oh, all right, brilliant. You sound like you're driving, but I'm not sure how much there is left of it. But you still have the company of Adewale, who sort of. You have Darati fully. I'm not quite sure if Prince Daddy is here fully or not. But there it is.
My crew, they will come in. You know that now.
Yes. So let me hand over. Let me hand over to you. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah. Hello, guys. Happy Easter to you guys.
I wish you the same too.
Oh yeah. Happy Easter to everyone. Yeah. We celebrated here a little bit. Then we are back to work. Thank God. Thank God it's Tuesday.
Thank God it's Tuesday. We are also going back to work tomorrow this morning.
I know.
What's the time over there? In Australia.
What do you say?
I said, what's the time over there in Australia right now?
The
time.
2:20. 2:20. Yeah. Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday at 2:20 in the afternoon. Tuesday.
Wow. Okay.
So we are the most special people in the whole world. our time is
I watched
different from the whole world.
One time. After Thomas, I watched a vlog one time, and there was this family, the husband and the wife.
Yeah.
They were traveling from Nigeria, and they said when they were going, everybody was telling them that the way they were they were kind of seeing them off, though, just like somebody is saying that only God knows whether probably you are not going to come back to Nigeria again. As in the look on their faces, or like when people are going to Canada or US or Europe, so we will still have that mindset that you can still come back on the next 1-2 years. But this one you guys are going, I don't know whether you're going to come back again. I'm going to see you again.
Why?
It's a lie. I know people normally come back.
I visit Nigeria every 2 years, at least.
Yes, I know. I know that. I know that.
Yeah. I'm going this year. There's nothing that will stop it. So we still go home. Our flight is not like you guys America, you guys in UK. Yeah, my flight is 24 hours, a whole day. So you can't afford to go to Nigeria every second. I don't know how much left we have. I got Prince Daddy and Adewale. I think that's what we have. Maybe we just call it a day. If we don't have people on the screen, yeah, I think people are still coming in. I trust my people. After our show, maybe they will still come in a little bit. Yeah, let me have some music. Music.
ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà báwo lẹ ó ti ṣe ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà báwo lẹ ó ti ṣe ìkànnì wà ó wọ́n mọ kankan.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, I'm in Garti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti yow goto fof ne ɓorni bokke e chef parti an winom bedda o min garti min gari juude kadi parti ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti yow goto fof ne ɓorni bokke e chef parti ey cuwagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tinde on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde iɗi nawa wilde iwi.
Welcome back to the second section. I think I have Judy here, Almighty Judy. I have Praise Daddy and Hadewali myself. I think we can kick any conversation on. Do we have Mighty Judy there?
Yeah.
Almighty.
How you doing? How you doing?
Almighty Judy.
Yes.
Yes,
Thomas.
how are you?
I'm doing great, sir.
Yes,
How you doing?
Yeah. Happy Easter to you. I will not lie to you. I'm great, man. I'm great. By the grace of God, I'm great. How are you guys? How was your holiday?
Oh no. We are doing great in United States. It was a nice Easter, with days off, and yeah, we had a good celebrations.
Oh, good. I have 5 days off. I kick it off from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Then I just resume on Tuesday. Tuesday in Australia. So we had a good Easter. Very, very excellent. We thank God. Yeah.
That's nice.
Do you want us to? Yeah. Do you want to have conversation?
Oh yes, I wanted to talk about that Nigerian coastal road that is linking Lagos to Calabar Cross River. I don't know if this is actually.
Go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is actually a reality, or I don't know if the project is actually gonna be accomplished, because I was checking on the topography, the landscape of this area, trying to map out how the road is gonna pass to. I don't think Nigeria can pull out without without infrastructure, because there's a lot of river roads and all this water and a lot of large rivers, especially when you go towards Bayelsa State and all these places. So maybe my own interpretation will be that the road will leave Lagos and then goes into inland cities like Port Harcourt or maybe Bayelsa, and then maybe linking up with the other main road. But I don't actually see a coastal road that will actually go through the seashores of Lagos all the way to Cross River. That would be too expensive for Nigeria. I don't think they can pull over without without infrastructure. I don't see it. I've seen the map. I've seen the waterways. I've seen a whole lot of things for a road construction to be done. They have to be. I mean, it's gonna be tedious, and then when it comes to maintenance, if care is not taken, those river blocks, salty rivers, we probably collapse that.
Almighty, you know Africa about maintenance culture. We are very poor about that. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's gonna be tedious. I mean, see bridges that United States have constructed within the past, and it's getting collapsed, because of not solid and a little problems. And then constructing a road like that in Nigeria, man, it's a good project, but I don't see it coming into the limelight. So that's a little thing that I have. And I also want to talk about I was watching on you guys panel one time. There's this the North and the South, Buhaha, all these, problems and of, people coming in, people coming out with, problems of, let's go separate ways. The oil is controlled by the Fulanis and all of that, man. Look, Thomas, it's high time.
Yeah.
Like Kenne was talking about, not a Kenne, I think. What is it? If not, he was talking about forgot about tribalism or tribalistic form of democracy and pushed to one unity.
But Judy, you are just saying we should forget about it. That is who we are. Tribe,
Yeah,
religion.
but
That
you
is
are
what
who you are.
drives.
But when the
That is what
tribalistic
drives us.
aspect, yeah, but when the tribalistic aspect takes you more than your nationalistic, it takes over your mind, then that's where these things are not moving. Because the solutions that people are coming up with is just is a solution on the surface. It's not a solution that can actually change a foundation. Because actually, if you don't change a foundation in a building, if the foundation is shaking and all the other stuff that you are doing, might not actually work. You might think you are doing some changes, but the foundation is not solid, and then things might not actually work. So for that to happen, you actually have to build a community where people's ideas is what they talk of than their personality, than where they come from. Like in United States, I think that is what you could actually see, that it's not all about this guy is from North Dakota, this guy is from Texas, this guy is from New York. It's all about what they can bring to the table. And I think when Nigeria start moving to that aspect of what these guys are contributing or what Nigerians are contributing, than this guy is from here, this guy is from here, and then I think things will start moving forward for a nation. And I
So
also heard about the point.
Jude, are you saying
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
America they don't play black votes, white votes, Hispanic
No,
votes?
no.
They don't talk about that.
See, Mike, that's race. That's race.
It's the same thing, man.
It's not the same thing. I mean,
Evangelist votes, Christian vote, Muslim votes. It's politics,
so
man.
it's
There's no way
Nigerian build.
you can exclude that from politics. Politicians will play that game too. Politics is a game of number. You have to play some kind of cards, religious, ethnic, all those things to get support. Unless you make that illegal to talk to say it, but there's no way you can stop it. Someone that wants to win an election from playing those games, man.
So Nigerian policy is based on tribalistic. So when it
It's
comes to
not the Nigerian
politics,
politics. It's someone that wants power. He has to play the game. He has to play. It's
okay.
human nature. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's a global phenomenon. It's a human thing. It's politics.
But
It's
but
nature of
but
politics.
when Obama was running for presidential election, he did not play the card of I'm black.
Are you
Only
kidding
my
me?
black people.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, Jude, you live in an alternate world. You do live in an alternate world, if I may say that. Have you heard this saying before? That there's nothing ever given to man that man has not abused. Okay, so if it's not tribal politics in Nigeria, it's rich politics in America. We're human beings. We're always going to find something to latch on, to gain advantage. So when you talk about places like America, like Obama did not use race, or he just played. There's nothing such as pure politics, anyways. I don't. Maybe you have that
But the
concept.
people
There's
that
some
voted
places
for
like
Obama were all white, though. I mean, the blacks did not actually. If you look at the race, it wasn't like actually the blacks voting for Obama. It was, if white didn't vote for Obama, he wouldn't have won the election.
that's irrelevant. But 99% of the black people voted for him, if not 100%. So and it doesn't matter
Exactly. That's not
by
the
the
point
sheer
we're making,
number,
Jude. In
by the
Nigeria, I can't
percentage
say
of.
everyone that vote for a person come from his ethnic group. So there are people from different people that vote. It's not everyone that fall for that ethnic thing, but a lot of people fall for it, and the person playing the game is gonna have to play that game to get what he wants. So forget that. In America, yeah, of course, everyone's not dumb that they just vote for their person or
Yeah,
whatever.
Mike, just to buttress you, let's go to instance of Peter Obi in Lagos. Are you telling me it's the Igbo that give Peter Obi the victory in Lagos? It's because
Exactly.
Yoruba voted for him.
Yeah.
The Yorubas voted for him. Plenty Yoruba, even When you remember QBQ, when he said he voted for Peter Obi, I was so surprised. You know, so people still vote for him, regardless maybe it's Igbo or no Igbo. So I don't think the ethnic should be sing praise, because other ethnic group will still vote for you. Tinubu, Igbo, Hausa vote for him in the percentage fast, but people
Yeah, there
still
will be
vote for him.
voters that don't. There will be voters that think for themselves, but there will also be a lot of people that don't know how to think for themselves. So they just go by what you trick them to do. So that's why politicians understand that. So they have to appeal to everyone, both the voters that think for themselves and both the ones that
Right.
both the ones that don't think for themselves. So you have to have them make their choice. You just have to play the card. It's politics. You have to play that
But
game. It's about
my
getting the
question
vote.
Right,
is,
but
should
hold
those
on,
lines be drawn
Mike.
on
If you listen to
tribalistic?
what Judith said
Go
earlier,
ahead.
One
okay,
voice, one voice.
okay, let me talk.
Yeah, please,
Let me
Daddy,
talk
go
then.
for the jury come. Yeah.
Judith came earlier said that Nigeria is incapable of building the road from Lagos to Port Harcourt because of the topography or the terrain to get there. Why did you come with such a negative approach? Have they told you, those the people in charge that wanted to do the project? Have they told you that, hey, we're not going to be able to accomplish this task because of the challenges of the road or the terrain? Why did you come up with that, Judah?
They,
Where did that come from?
they haven't told me, but as someone who is so inquisitive, I've done personal research. I've checked on I've checked on actually topography of that landmass. I've actually realized that this project might actually be a scam. It might not actually come to the limelight. It's just something that is just being talked of. I mean, they're actually working on a road in Lagos, but is that going to be a coastal road that is going to link from Lagos
So
to cross
why
with
your
Calabar?
negative bent? Why the
No,
negative
it's
bent in
not
the first
negative.
place?
Sometimes,
It
I
is
mean, no, it's
negative.
not. You assume it's negative, but it's not. It's just a reality form of seeing things.
Well, you're assuming. I
Is it
mean, I
because
can almost guarantee that
you're
that terrain you're talking about cannot be the most challenging terrain in the world. It's just impossible. I mean,
It's not. But can
I've seen
Africans
some
pull that out? That is the question. Can
What do you
Africans
say?
pull that out?
Can well,
Why are you calling Nigerians Africans? Come on, man. Just because you
Oh,
can't
okay.
build
Can
Cameroon.
a lot of the
Okay, can
roads,
Nigerians pull that
built
out?
in Nigeria, I think they're built by foreign companies. You know, like I guess some of them, I would say. So if they can't do it, if they don't have the in-house expertise, they can always seek the expertise from outside of the country, and it happens all the time, even in the West. Okay, even in the West, there are plenty of things that they seek collaboration from other countries or people with expertise. Even the space program, okay, the Americans consult the Russians when it comes to go to space in a lot of things because they have the expertise and they've shown it. They have documentation of it, and they rely on them for such information. So yeah, maybe I can agree with you that we don't have in-house expertise, but it doesn't mean that we cannot get it done. It, okay. Why the negative disposition? That's my concern.
The
I
the
mean,
negative is not negative. What you assume as negative is not. This is the thing. Let me say something. Right, there's a lot of misplaced priority when it comes to the way Nigerian government are carrying on their projects. When let me explain by that. When a president comes in power, they have a lot of projects that they have to accomplish. So if you go into their backlog, they have things that they have to accomplish. Now there are so many projects. Now you have to refine which one comes first, which one is a need, which one can alleviate the poverty alleviation of my population of my country, right? And I don't see this project as something that can do that. You are instead putting more
okay,
expenditure on it. Let me finish. At this point in time, that vote shouldn't be. I mean, it's something that has to be done, but it shouldn't be a prioritized project. There are certain things that you can elevate poverty immediately or to actually reduce it than to go in a gigantic project like the coastal road. You know, So I see it as a
Okay.
misplaced priority. I see it as a project that might not be accomplished anytime soon. I see it as a place where people want to exercise their wings to take more money than to actually carrying, put the project into actually, accomplish. So I wouldn't talk of that road construction based on me shouldn't even be on that project. You start talking about
Okay, I
agriculture.
see your point.
The-
I see your
yeah,
point.
go ahead. Sorry.
You know somebody else that was concerned about the poor. Judas Iscariot in the Bible. He was a greedy person that pretended to be to care about the
Mike,
poor.
Mike,
You, you
why are
sound
you
like you sound like
laughing?
Judas.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you, Mike, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I can see you're giggling because you
The way,
mentioned Bible.
the way
No,
the
no.
Prince
Prince
Daddy
Daddy,
is using, Prince Daddy is using
don't
the
mind
Bible.
this, don't mind this, Mike, the atheist, the Babalawo among us. Go on, Prince Daddy.
Forget about Prince Daddy. Thomas, even when you were talking about Easter, I was just saying Easter. In America, sometimes we get so busy
Judah, are
and
you
just forget about Easter.
Iscariot?
No. See, because I said that because yeah, Judah, your name kind of, no pun intended. Anyway, your name kind of sounds kind of similar to to Judas. But anyway,
Judah told us he's a Bantu Israelite, so maybe
No, I'm a
the
Bantu
descendant
oh,
of.
Israelite.
okay,
Judah is a Bantu
okay,
word.
I see.
Almighty Judah. It's not a Bible. It's not related to the Bible.
Maybe
Okay,
you are
so
descendant of Judas
I don't.
Iscariot. Or whatever.
See, actually, in the Bible also, the poor will always be with us. So the fact that, okay, we should not embark on maybe a grand project because we need to feed the poor. We can never finish feeding the poor. The poor will always be with us. Even Christ said it himself. But the point is that I don't buy your argument that we have other priorities. Yes, we do, but we're not trying to. I don't think Tinubu is trying to take all Nigeria's funding to go after that project. It's a work in progress.
So
That's going
you
to
are
take
not
some time to.
threatened by the crimes that are happening, priority of insecurity. You are not threatened by that.
Jude. It has been if okay, you want to talk about America? Given what is going on right now in America, America should not spend, should go collect all the money they sent to Ukraine. They should go collect everything right now because we need that money. We need that money not right now, like badly. Since yesterday we needed that money. So you can never make an argument that people are suffering, therefore we should only focus on the suffering of the people and not develop. That's never an argument for a serious leader. You
Prince
can
Daddy, I did not say forget. I say focus on the most. But you have projects. Focus on the
Judah, let me
project.
ask you a few questions, Judah. Where do you find the most expensive properties in any country you go to? Which terrain?
Infrastructure, maybe.
No, most where properties tend to be more expensive. When you
well,
go
In
to any
bigger
any
ci-
part, any country,
in
coastal
bigger
property.
cities. In
coastal
bigger
cities,
cities.
coastal lines, right? Coastal line. Okay, good. And that's where people tend to want to invest too, in terms of, I mean, when you want to build like entertainment and things like that. So if we have coastal line that goes across about how many states there? Lagos, even Ogun, has the coast border the ocean.
Yeah, it
Ogun,
goes through probably Lagos,
Ondo. Wait.
Ogun.
I'm trying to count the states. I mean, about 6, 7 states like that, right? So if the federal government build a highway that goes across our 7 different states along the coastal line, so that highway, first of all, and people start using it and then seeing those coastal lines has been land that just there, like there are potential great assets, where people can build and use those beaches to invest and pull properties there, design make private beach and things like that. That's a long-term goddamn great asset for the federal government because that highway it can use it to earn a lot of revenues, government revenues. You know that, right? So
Of
for the
course.
long term, it's a very fantastic um, vision for the long term because about 7 different states will be using the highway and the federal government can earn revenue, because it's not going to be just the highway you drive on it, because they're going to put toll on it. So they're going to be getting a lot of revenue. So that for the federal government is a project for them. It's an important project for them, that where they will retrieve their investments.
It's an
So you're not
important
looking at it that
project.
way. But on the other hand, I understand what you are saying. For the short term, if I have to say they want to solve short-term problem, I would say maybe they should put that energy into fixing the dilapidated infrastructures, roads that are
There you
internal,
go.
inland. Yeah, I can see from that angle as well. So we're looking at a short-term versus long-term thing. So yeah,
Mike,
yeah. I mean, yeah,
um,
you got to look
Prince
at both
Daddy was
sides.
talking about United States. Do you know that United States did not see that they can construct high-speed train? Because this was one point in time you understood when United States was talking about constructing high-speed train. Why are they not doing it with America? They say it's not a prioritized project. They have it in mind, but is it a prioritized project where they want to have a high-speed train from New York to Los Angeles? Yes, I mean they can do it, but
No,
they are
no.
focused on they are focused on so many
See,
projects.
No, United States has the most linked, you know, highway um,
By road,
connectivity in the world.
exactly.
Oh,
But
hold on.
also people
Okay,
also need
so why
trains
should it
though.
be a priority? Why should it be a priority when we have much nicer roads? I mean, you can travel from coast to coast like without any problem. We have
Wow,
good
but does
roads.
everybody wants to drive?
Oh, so for a handful of people, you should go spend billions of dollars to build a high speed train farm. Listen, you got
I
to keep
mean,
one thing
come
in
on.
mind, Judah. You don't know. See, we have legacy, infrastructure here in America. That's why China, even Africa, is got some of them got more high tech things than America does. Why? Because America was well advanced for many years in technology that is getting older right now in road construction in many things. But and to replace those structures, those facilities, and that's why I can go to places like China and even third world countries and find like really beautiful, nice airports. The reason being because um, America was well established in a lot of ways than many of these places. So to replace those infrastructures costs a lot of money, a lot of money. What they're still working, very well. I mean, but to embark on a massive project is going to cost a lot of money. Yes,
And that's
maybe
my
they should.
point about the coastal road in Lagos Cross River. That's a massive project. It's gonna incur a lot of a lot of
Do you not buy
expenditure on
Mike's
Nigerian
argument?
government.
Do you not
Yeah.
buy
He
Mike's
will tell you
argument
that
right
we are
there?
broke as Cameroon. I mean, come on now.
Oh, come on. Mike is not being broke. It
Just because
comes
you
with
guys can't afford to
maintenance
build in
cost as
Cameroon
well.
doesn't mean we can't afford to build in Nigeria. Jude, what's wrong
Mike,
with you, man? Why are you
let me
always
tell you
comparing
the
us with you?
project. Let me tell you the projects that are failed in Nigeria. At one point in time, there was supposed to be a railway that was supposed to link Calabar to Bono, Maduguri. Do you know why
Yeah,
that projects have not been accomplished for how many? For 10 years over, they are
but
still
they're
talking about
been
that
built
projects.
for only 10 years. They just started like a few years ago. What are you talking about?
There have also been another project to link Maduguri to Sokoto. I mean, another North Highway project or a railway project. And that is not even, and they have also another project of linking Sokoto to Lagos, making that axis.
Yeah,
But these are
they
things
have it.
that, uh,
They're building it. Yeah, they have it. Yeah.
yeah, but I don't know if they are building it or not. These are mostly talks that people just do a lot of talkings online. But my thing is, Nigeria is faced with
But
insecurity.
Judy, Judy, hold
Yeah,
on, please. Hold on, hold
okay.
on. Let me ask you this. For the fact that the other government fail or they have abandoned project, does that mean the current government too will fail?
No, that is not. But my point is, what they have now is a misplaced priority. This is not what Nigeria need right now. Because even if you construct that road linking Cross River to Lagos, the problem is that it's still existing in Nigeria. We exist. But if you alleviate poverty, reduce insecurity, there is more information that things might change in the long run,
But what
and
does that
and
got
and
to
this
do
is
with
where you
it?
go.
I mean, it's not stopping them from doing that. It's not like they abandon everything else. What are you talking about?
Mike.
It's not like they don't have budget for other things. I mean, what are you talking about, man? So
Okay,
we should
okay.
not
Tell
do
me about the funds that have
we
been
should
put
do
in
other
to stop
things. We should just focus
insecurity.
on, yeah.
Tell me what he has done to reduce or stop insecurity.
Well,
They
they are
are still
doing
talking
it.
about state police.
They are doing it. They are working on it. I mean, they are doing it. I mean, do they have to abandon all that things before they can do it? I mean, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
They don't have to, but what I said is just a misplaced priority. Focus on the major, but refine
You
your
can't call it
backlog.
misplaced priority. We have budget for projects and things like that. So we can these projects. It's just projects. If you are saying maybe they should focus on other projects, but when you're saying insecurity, so are you saying they should not but use money for you should not have money that they have it is divert towards budgets. They should not work on budget. I mean infrastructures. I mean what
Mike, can
they should
we,
not build
because of
infrastructure.
poverty, leave the rest of the project they're supposed to do? We are thinking, we should think about, my brother. Let me tell you something. This Australia, the roadmap for 100 years is already on the ground. They measure every cars that move on their road every blessed day, so that they will know that people are increasing, buying cars, the population is increasing, and they can make provision for the nearest 20 years, 50 years ahead. So that should be a long time. If a country is moving, there is not a long time project.
Thomas,
They're just sitting on the gunpowder. Yes. Yeah.
Australia have one of the worst roads in the world. I mean, look, I've checked on their landmarks. There are certain places that you cannot even drive inside Australia, especially when it comes to that desertic places. Their roads are centered around their major cities like Sydney, Brisbane, or Adelaide, and all these other Perth and all these places. But in their interland, they don't have no road, and they have probably like a small street, or I mean, for a country, a developed country like Australia, you shouldn't have a problem where there is no road in the interlands. So I wouldn't use Australia like a major, yardstick to compare to countries that have actually access in all places. you know but look, Nigeria, let's put Nigeria on the same pedestal with Australia, right? If you see the landmass, maybe Australia is bigger, but the way it is shaped, you can look at the shape. Nigeria, the road landmass in Nigeria is not accomplished because major cities are not actually linked, like countries like United States or Germany, where you see you can have a 5-lane road linking, clean, all the line up with signs everywhere. You actually you reduce traffic and all these accidents and stuff. The way we do things in Africa or in Nigeria is not accomplished because the things that we do still lead to a lot of problems unsolved. We construct road, but we still have a lot of accidents on the road. Signs are not put, this and that. So what is actually the essence? Are we actually solving the problems, or we are actually creating more problems in the long run? So this is a major problem that I have. We solve a problem, but we don't actually solve it. So
Okay, good morning. Can I interject you a little bit?
let me go ahead, man.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, this is a very nice topic you guys are discussing this morning. First and foremost, when you want to alleviate poverty, you create job for your people. It's not by giving them handout every time money. That is not the way to alleviate poverty. This coastal railway has been in existence for more than, I mean, the plan has been there for 10 years, and the current government has taken it upon himself to construct 10 lanes, 5 lanes on each side. The first phase of it is about 37 kilometers that will start from Lagos to Badagry. So I think it's a good cause, and they are leaving a room in the middle to construct another standard gauge rail that will connect Lagos to Calabar, and they have from Calabar all the way to Maiduguri. So Judah, what you don't know, I will tell you today. Nigeria have a rail line before, which is what do you call it? The rail line that was being built by the colonial masters. So some of them, the route are still there. We used to have a route from Maiduguri down to Ibadan. So we have train connectivity in Nigeria for a long time. So what they are going to do is that just to widen it and build another one so that each of the two lines can have a rail line. So it's not something that Nigerian cannot do. So now I think when you open up your country, you create more employment. And the beauty of this coastal highway they are doing is this. They are also talking with the state government to give them more land so that investors can come in to create new housing estates along the route so that they can move people, create industrial hub along the route. So it's a very good master plan for the country if we can
Do you
execute
have
it.
the roadmap, Remy? Because I've seen on the
We,
landmass, I actually
no,
don't
no,
see people living close to that coastal places,
when
especially
we say,
only probably in the.
listen, when we say coastal line, it does not necessarily mean that everything will be on the water. That is not how it works, okay, my brother.
I did not
So,
say that. I
people
say I've
live on
seen.
people live on the coastal line. When you look, people live there. Why not? Nigeria is densely populated in the southern part of the country, which the landmass is not the
Yeah,
same type
but
as
there's
the
no
north.
city in the southern part of Nigeria that is close to the Atlantic Ocean. Do you know why?
No, no,
I
you
mean, they
don't
have.
understand. You don't understand this. First and foremost, try to understand. Have you ever seen the plan? Did you see the plan? You did not
That's why I'm
see it.
asking you if you have the plan. Have you
Of
actually seen the
course,
road
I've seen it. You do
linings?
not see the plan. You just say when the necessity is around coastal line. Do you think they're just going to build it on water? No, it's not that way.
So
It's
tell me, is it gonna be going through Port Harcourt or is gonna be going behind the rivers and all this?
it's not going to Port Harcourt. It's going to cross River Calabar. From Calabar, they cannot connect it to. Then there's another one they want to construct, another super highway from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. So it's totally different. So it's not a pipeline of something you can do in 8 years, but at least if they can finish 50% of it, or maybe their projections in the next 2 years, they'll be able to finish the 37 kilometer. Already, that one is already 5 kilometers and fill already. I mean the
But
37 kilometers.
when you talk of 10 lanes, that's gross, man. That's
Yeah,
too
don't
much. I
don't
mean,
worry. You shouldn't worry. You
10
know what?
lanes.
You know what? I think if you want your country to develop, you must take on a huge project. And this guy is actually no. This is how if you Nigeria is a big country. It's not at least Nigeria is maybe 30% size of America or 40% size of America. It's still a very big country. So if you open your coastal line, you will be able to travel from Lagos to Calabar in 7 hours. Now, think about all those infrastructure that comes along with it, moving people from building new estate, building new industrial hub. There's so many things. So if we as a country, you must have a plan. And if this guy can even build 50% of it in the next 8 years, and the next government continue from that, government is a continuum. And all the roads, they are fixing it now. Today, they have already fixed, repaired the, what do you call it, the third mainland bridge. And I've seen the video, it's as smooth as hell. And people are even saying before they open it, they should put, and the minister was said they are going to put CCTV camera there. And they are going to put a new set of street light. And then they are going to monitor the traffic because it's so smooth. And I know Nigeria, they will be maybe traveling at more than 140 kilometers per hour. So the point I want to say is this. Any country, if you want your country to develop, you open up your interland. Once you open up your interland, then it's easy for people to stay in wherever they are. Once they know that if they are farmers, they can bring their stuff through road by rail to the seaport. But if you are just talking about alleviating problems, do you want them to be giving 20 dollars to a lot of now? What would that gain? Than to have a gainful employment. That is the taking here. Do you know how many people will work on this highway for the next 10 years or more than that? Do you know how many?
No. When it comes to the working, right?
Good as a
The
welfare
highway is
officer.
not being
How about you?
constructed by Nigerian government. It's a build. I heard that the company is gonna control the highway for over 10 years, and if it's Chinese that are coming in, they are gonna bring in their own population.
That is one thing you don't know. This first phase was awarded to iTech. iTech is not a Chinese company. It belongs to China. So the people that
so it belongs to
listen,
who? It belongs to who?
Calm down. The people that will work there are majority are Nigerians, technicians.
Oh, come on. Come on, they are not, I mean,
Why are you doubting that? Even
because you are just making assumption. Most of the time, we Africans or Nigerians do not have
you are not making
the
assumption.
qualities. No,
I'm
come
telling
on.
you the truth, and you are just continue to the Lagos to Ibadan standard gauge line. 70% of people that work there, they are Nigerians.
The railways that was constructed between Ibadan and Lagos, it wasn't the Nigerians that were working. It was Chinese. Most of the people that were doing the major.
Look. Don't give false information.
Remy, you have laborers. Maybe the people that are going to be doing the carrying water, breaking rocks are Nigerians. But I'm talking about the technicians, people that are doing the major stuff. It's not going to be Nigerian.
Okay. Listen. Something you don't know, then I will let you know today. When that project started, there were so many Nigerian engineers that were sent to China to go and understudy. And there were so many technicians sent to China to go and understudy. And they continue to give them training. Today, most of the people that are working on the drivers, some of the technicians, they are Nigerians because they send them to China to also have some kind of training. It is true that it is a PPP arrangement. China will maintain it for some years. But
exactly.
No. Listen, maintaining does not mean the majority of people that are working there now, I can guarantee you more than 80%, they are Nigerians. It will create employment for us. So that is the most important thing for the country. We don't care.
Oh, really?
So
it's the most important thing why the economy, why the person that is controlling controls it for 20 years and get all the profit. But because people are getting employed, it's a good thing for Nigeria.
No, you don't understand the logic. You are just looking at it from a very simplistic manner. What I'm looking at is something that is going to be there for life, that will create employment. When you create employment for people, then you are lifting the economic of the country up. So I mean, it's as easy as that. But if you are looking at it, okay, I don't have the money, so I won't do it. Or the money I have, I just have to continue to give them 10,000 naira poverty alleviation. That is not how government runs. If you want your country to develop, look at most of the country. The first thing is to open your country with a lot of infrastructures. Once you do that, the rest is as simple as ABC. Everything will fall into line. And once you continue to build up your infrastructure, that people know that you can move your goods and service by rail or by road as quickly as possible to the seaport for export, then some investor will also come in. That is how China was able to grow, because they link up their most of their seaport by road, by rail, and even by here. It's as simple as ABC. And they have a good logistics system. That is part of it. So, but if you are saying, if we want Nigeria to develop, the first thing is to open up that country. Give access. It's easy. For example, you have a choice. I can go to Calabar 7 hours, 100 kilometers per hour by road, or I can go to Calabar by standard gauge 4 hours by rail. That is what we are talking here. So, but if you are just looking at it, okay, they shouldn't do it, it's so expensive, they shouldn't, people are hungry, then we should.
I'm into this project, right? This project we actually, because where I'm from in Cameroon is actually right by the coast, closer to, back all that place.
They
right
have
now,
another plan to link from, maybe from rivers or cross river, another highway to Cameroon also.
Yeah, right now I have a Nigerian.
That one is not in their pipeline now, but that is.
I know, but what I'm saying is right now I have a Nigerian company that is actually doing they just actually bought like big boat they now have like a ship, like people go on a cruise.
Oh, it's a ferry.
Right. So there's a Nigerian guy that actually want to do a cruise between Calabar and a port city in Cameroon called Limbe. And that's actually nice because I've seen the pictures. It can take over like 50 to 60, 70 people. And people can sit down and relax and get.
So, Julie, I know what you want. You want Biafra Amazonia, right?
Not
Mike, shut up, man. This is not Biafra Amazonia stuff. It's actually something that we, boost the economy. But what I'm saying is, it's a good thing. I mean, we all wish that the projects should be accomplished, especially, excuse me, when it started, you know. But I mean, you know, going on a gigantic project that in the long run, it will cause you more harm in the future than what it is now. And then that is the problem that I'm with, you know. I don't see no problem wrong with it.
It's not going to cause any harm, please. When they started the Lagos to Ibadan standard gauge line, a lot of Nigerians, probably people like you, also criticize it. Don't do it. It's not good. Blah 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 blah. It's going to waste a lot of money. But today they are using it to move cargo, and they're also moving it to move people to Ibadan, and people enjoy the ride. When Lagos State started their what do you call it, their light rail system, people complaining they are siphoning money. It's not good. But who's going to benefit that? Look at it now today. It has changed the face of that state. And some states are also trying to copy. Maybe they should have a light rail in their own state capital too. Look, development happen in development have to take place in a country. And when it takes place, you either find way to you say that you borrow the money or you go into partnership that willing country that want to help you. But if you sit down there and fold your hand, the Europe or America you are today, is it easy for them to? When they are building America, they use a lot of Chinese laborers to come and work for them. And today, Europe is still continuing to look for people from Africa to come and work for them because they continue to develop. So if their country is so smooth and they connect each state, each country by rail or by road, why we should not do that in Africa? The problem we are having in Africa is that you guys, we are not cooperating with one another. If we do cooperate with one another very well, why we cannot have a road that we link? And that's there's another road that they are thinking will link Benin Republic all the way to Cote d'Ivoire. But because we guys are not cooperating together, if we are cooperating together and not fighting unnecessarily among ourselves, we're supposed to develop at a pace.
Isn't there a road linking Benin Republic, Lagos to to Cote d'Ivoire already? Like I think there's a coastal road already over there. If you drive to Ghana,
that is not a coastal road. That is just an highway, maybe 2 or 3 lanes on each side. They are building that one. Nigeria started building their home, but I don't think Benin Republic have started doing nothing about their home. Okay. So, but the point is this: if you really want your country to develop, you have to develop your infrastructure. Today, Nigeria were happy because they granted ERPs to fly a direct flight to London, and it crashes the price. So that's what we are talking here. But if you are thinking that anybody that want to do any business or want to improve his state, you have to take some risk. But if you are thinking, oh, my people are poor, just give them money, then where are we going to be?
Well, Remy, you change the tone of what we were talking. It's not your people are poor, just give them money. We talk about prioritization. You prioritize what you prioritize. Do you know what they call project prioritization? You prioritize a project that will create an impact immediately. According to
this road that they are constructing, do you think it will not create a direct and indirect impact as immediate?
I mean, it will. I'm not saying it will not, but is it the most prioritized in the presidency?
It's one of the mega projects of this current administration. So, what do you want to talk about that?
So insecurity is not a major. It wasn't like a major issue.
You cannot tell a government to work on one aspect and leave the rest. They're also working about insecurity. Today, just before the holiday, there's a bill at the House of Representatives talking about state police, and they are trying to also, like what the president said, there's a new army battalion in Plateau Benue area so that they can curb insecurity there. And when you talk about insecurity, it's not about providing men on uniform with guns alone. There's also other ways that you can solve insecurity. And the most effective way of solving insecurity is putting people to work. They are trying to make sure that each state have acres of land for agriculture. Why they push?
Okay.
So you
that's
cannot
good insecurity.
That is not only one thing they are doing. If you don't know, you say I don't know.
No, it's not. I don't know. I'm just asking you questions because I've not seen it. I keep hearing of it, but is there any impact? The agricultural land is it working already? Or are they just still talking about it? That is the question. Oh, I mean, okay. I know you cannot take the heat, you cannot handle the heat, but it's fine. Yes, Mike. Look, man, we just hope for the best, man. We just hope things get good in that country. I mean, Nigeria is a place where people cherish so much, but like I said, I've never been against creating road, but another thing that also develops a country is economy. Diversification. I always say this. Diverse your economy. Take industries that are based in Lagos. Do not only bring them to Lagos, send them to other state, interlands, and all of this stuff. That will reduce the rural urban migration or Fulani migration from the north to the south. Encourage cattle ranching. Even a Saudi now who has a mindset of ranching can go to the north and open a big ranching and employ people. That's also something that creates, people moving from one place to another, because when people move, why are they moving? You have to know the reasons why are they moving: in search of jobs, in search of a better opportunity, in search of all these things. If you cannot actually define why they are moving, you cannot just say, okay, they shouldn't move here, they shouldn't do this. But once the government start realizing why they are moving, because of this, because of electricity, because there are water problems and all this stuff, and then
So,
once
so
they
you're
start
saying the
moving.
government should be moving companies to other places? That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly. That should be my
So,
point.
so, so
The government.
hold on. Wait. Listen to what you're saying. So, if you own a company in Lagos, the government will come and take your company and move it to Sanfara, right? That's what you're saying.
No. What the government can do is put a high federal tax on these people that are putting their companies in Lagos concentration, and put lower taxes in all these interland states. Encouraging them to go over there. So maybe even do not even give them taxes. Tell them they will give you free tax, federal free tax over there if you put your
So
business in
are
So
you
you
Maiduguri and
saying
sound
stuff
dumb,
like
right?
that.
So you take your
Lagos
company
State?
to where your company
Are
will
you
fail,
saying Lagos
where
State
there's
should
no,
push?
there's no.
It's not dumb. Instead, reduce the
You take your
overpopulation
company
high
to where there's
crime
no
rate in
money.
Lagos.
Are you saying Lagos State government should push businesses wanting to come to Lagos to other states?
It's not the Lagos state government. I'm saying that the federal government has the right
Okay.
to put their own federal taxes higher on companies. I'm not saying stop them, but put
You kill
higher
companies.
federal taxes in these companies that are located in the major cities. For you, because
No.
what happened now,
Jude, you're
there's
not
high
making
crime
sense.
rate.
See,
What kind of business are you
No,
talking?
Mike, I'm
You
Jude,
want to
making
kill
sense if
businesses?
you understand what I'm saying.
Jude, I know
Go
what you're
ahead.
saying.
no,
You want business to go
Jude,
somewhere.
you are
Doesn't mean
Idi
when they
Amin.
get there, they can succeed, that they can survive there. What are you talking about? You want to
But
take a
but
Jude, you're
but
business
you,
approaching the
where
you
there's
Idi
no
Amin
money.
approach.
Your business will die. You want government to be killing business. That's what you're saying.
your your
Let them learn to
business will,
tell.
of course, I mean, a
You can't
business
tell a
that will
private
die
entity how to run their business. You can't tell them. People go
by
establish where they will make profits. You can't tell
Mike.
somebody, hey, don't establish here because I want businesses to be in there or in a bush somewhere where you go and set up your company in a bush where there's no customer, no one to buy anything from you. You kill the
Mike,
business.
no, you are not killing. Mike, have you heard of companies moving from major cities to? Okay, I was talking to a friend who said there was a company that moved from New York to Alaska. Did you know why? Because he said he was paying more taxes in New York.
Yeah.
But over there in Alaska, he's not paying taxes.
If
He's
the
actually
economy is in
getting a
Alaska, he knows that his business can thrive in Alaska, then he will move there.
If the company is
exactly. But
efficient, if it's a Jude, say if you read textbook and you come to regurgitate what you read, it doesn't help. You have to follow the economy of. Yes, any company or most companies rather would take the incentive to go to a new place to establish, right? But the company has to make that business decision. Okay, it's not enough for the government to tell them, okay, to rather punish the companies by asking them to pay higher taxes because they try to move to a particular area for business. It doesn't make sense. It is
it, it,
true in
it,
the
it,
West.
it
Hold
it
on. It
makes
is true
sense
in the
if
West
the
that
government
a lot
wants
of
to diversify the economy in that country. You know,
no. See, so you do not
Because
hamper capitalism or you don't let things flow. See, businesses will always go after profit and to lower the expenses as much as they can. Okay, and also There's a reason why, for example, places like Silicon Valley is called Silicon Valley, where all these tech companies, gather or assemble in San Francisco in order to take advantage of the synergy that occurs in that ecosystem. There's an advantage there also. See, Lagos for many companies is like a ready market, access to consumers and well-to-do consumers too. Okay, and also the opportunity to share resources with other companies. Believe it or not, as much as companies compete, at the same time, there's plenty of synergy that occurs amongst these companies. There's plenty. So it's not enough to say that they should penalize some companies so they can go to Zamfara all the way there. What is this? What is the incentive for a
So
company
you have
wanting
no
to be in
problems when
Lagos?
all the companies are concentrated in Lagos. You have no problems with it.
All companies are not concentrated in Lagos. What are you talking about, man?
No, I'm asking Prince Daddy if
Companies
he
are
does.
spread all over Nigeria. It's not only Lagos that we are companies. You can say maybe they have most
So,
companies
Jude,
in Lagos, but I can't say Lagos.
are you saying that companies knowing very well that maybe Zamfara is a better option for them to set up would come to Lagos and do the and invest in establishing Lagos, knowing very well that they would be profitable in Zamfara? Who does that? See, the reason why they will come to Zamfara is you got to keep in mind also there's other amenities and benefits.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where the federal government comes in and create that amenities of insecurity. Create a safe haven for these companies in Borno, provide electricity, water, and all these things. Once you have these things in place.
Okay, what about the expertise? What about the human capital necessary for that company to survive? You wanted to spend millions of naira, billions to have to train people when there's ready available a human capital in Lagos that they don't have to
Prince
worry
Daddy,
about.
let me come in here, right? Few years ago in United States, people were rushing to North Dakota, leaving their women behind in other states like California and all these places. They were moving to North Dakota to establish. Did you know why? Because major oil companies were moving into North Dakota. They were creating, big companies were establishing, and people had to move there.
That's what.
Huh?
Because
what did you say, Mike? Yeah, they did exactly. They discover oil there,
So
and major oil companies move there. My point is, if you have an oil company that is instead going to Lagos to establish, instead of going to a place where oil is taken to the source, it makes no sense to me. That's my point.
What mining company that wants to mine diamond or gold is coming to Lagos?
I'm not talking about diamond company. I'm talking about maybe oil.
I'm just making an example. So to your point, trust me, if a company wants to mine gold, for example, and gold is plentiful in Zamfara State, why would the heck would they come to Lagos?
So they will move and build that company in Zamfara.
Obviously, close to the location of the natural resource that they're looking for.
So you think all the companies in Lagos are closer to their resources?
Like the North Dakota example that you gave, it's location specific. So they have to establish the company or the manufacturing or production close to the source of the raw material. It just makes common sense. So it is location
exactly.
specific.
Of course, that's why I know that. But what I'm asking is, are all the companies in Lagos, are they closer to their raw materials?
Now, so the question would be, what kind of companies are in Lagos is a question. Most of them, I think a lot of them are financial services companies, banking, insurance, those kind of companies. Now, unless you're telling me what I don't know, maybe it's something you're saying that I don't get.
What I'm telling you that you don't know is, do you know why there is high crime wave in Lagos and many people are rushing Fulani rural urban migration?
Lagos has the least crime rates among most of the states in Nigeria. What are you talking about? High crime
really, Mike? Mike, are you kidding me? No, it's not.
Lagos has. What are you talking about, man? Lagos has probably the highest security, infrastructure. I mean, what's the
I mean, take out Fulani, take out this bumping and stuff like this, or not that. I'm talking about regular insecurity, like you know,
are you talking about
you
robbery?
know,
And
robbery, exactly.
no,
You
Lagos
know,
doesn't
kill,
have the
yeah.
most robberies. No.
So Lagos State have the less is one of the most secure state in Nigeria
Yeah,
compared to
exactly.
Cross
Yeah,
River, all these
Well,
other states.
Lagos
yeah,
State is a big state, and they have the most resources for combating crime. They have the most fund. In fact, well, about a couple of months ago, Tedala donated about 1 billion naira to Lagos State's security fund. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but it's a security fund, and not just him, right? All I guarantee Dangote and many others also. So Lagos has no problem. We see, no matter how much money you have, actually, no, the United States has all the money in the world, though they're in debt. They can't fight all the crime in the world. So there will always be people coming to Lagos doing crime that cannot be stopped. But do they have resources? Yeah, they have the resources, and they're doing better, learning every day. It's not a perfect place. I'm not telling you that Lagos State is a perfect place. There's no crime. Of course, there's crime. But to you to go out there on a blanket statement saying that Lagos is infested with crime, that's a lie. Eh,
No,
that's a lie.
that's not my point. But another point I want to make: how can you stop rural urban migration into Lagos? Have you ever thought of stopping that or reducing it?
Well, now that's a fantastic question, which I've talked about. And okay, my understanding in Nigeria, you can't prevent any individual from moving to wherever they want to move to. But but if you ask me, I think it's unfair for many of the states that get the same allocation relatively to Lagos, and they cannot keep their citizens in their state. They themselves they don't mind. They rather have those people go to Lagos or go to other places and let them go siphon or burden the state, burden their roads and infrastructure, as long as they have plenty of money to spend on themselves. So in that regard, unless the law changes in Nigeria, I don't think they can do anything about it. Anybody can just pack their bag and go to Lagos, not know where they're going to stay for the night or whenever, and just be there. So yeah, there is a lot of pressure in Lagos on infrastructure and amenities, but Lagos State cannot discriminate against other Nigerians, which is great, which is fine. But I don't want to give the governors of other states the free reign not to be responsible for their state. So if you ask me, actually, and I've said it before, I say anyone that comes, for example, that comes to Lagos State Hospital, that is public hospital, and give birth or have some procedure that they can't pay, I think they should document that person, get all the biometrics, all the information, and send a bill to the governor to pay. That is fair.
Oh,
What
come on,
isn't fair
Prince
about it?
Daddy. Come on. You live in United States. I mean, you can pick up your bag one morning and move to New York or move to Florida without actually, seeking attention from nobody. Why should people have to, have that same issue in Nigeria, in the country where they belong, and they have to, it makes no sense.
No, I think in most states you have to be a citizen or a resident of that state for at least a year to have access to their programs. You can't just pack a damn bag and go to Florida and start demanding stuff. You have to show your ID. You're not in the system. You're not in the system. I hope you know that, right?
No,
So
I know that, but that's not real
okay, so
because I've moved to different states.
that was the case in Lagos, if that was the case in Lagos, that would be great. That would give the Lagos state government the opportunity to actually have a really good record of where the migrants are coming from and have a proper documentation of these people in the system. And so at the same also again, um, send them a bill. Send the governors a bill for. can come to the state, to Lagos State, and
No, the
enjoy
governor
the.
is not responsible for anyone traveling from one state to another. Come on, that's just bogus.
But the
It makes
allocation,
no sense.
the damn allocation that they get is for the citizens. It's not for
But
themselves.
the
It's not for the government.
allocation should be dealt with by the federal government. Make sure things that they are giving the money for are being implemented into use. It shouldn't be carried on by an individual and say do this, do no. You have no right to that. That's a
Well,
federal law
they
for them
have
to
this
carry
law.
on their
I don't think the government can tell the governors what to do with their allocation. I don't think they can,
Ex-
unless it's a special
okay, so
project
it's not
that
gonna
got
be you
allocated
anyway.
for. Huh?
Right. I mean, so there is no system of law in Nigeria where if a governor default in their allocation, nothing can happen to them. So there's no backing, there's no fact check.
What do you mean defaulting their allocation?
I mean,
Hey,
if they don't carry on the
can I talk?
project that
Can we talk to the maybe? Sorry, guys. Maybe you want to speak on the topic of today. I think I have three here. I think the news today is a little bit scattered everywhere. We 2027. We are not looking for Peter Obi and the obedience movement come 2027 presidency. Second one, federal government mandate nationwide DNA test for newborns. Yeah, that's look ridiculous. DNA test is very expensive. Everybody cannot afford that. And thirdly, the North cannot stop Tinubu in 2027, says the Hariwa. So what do you think? I think that's the three topics, yeah, we are chewing on today. Anybody wants to go? Yeah, you can go.
Did you say DNA for everybody, for all the kids,
A
all the
DNA test,
newborn?
yeah. Federal government mandates nationwide DNA testing for newborns.
Honestly, I think it's. I've seen that long time coming.
Wait, for Adewale, does that really make sense?
It doesn't
It's not
make
by
sense, but
force.
it makes sense to some extent. This
Why do you say it makes sense?
Bomoba function, we've seen. Yes, we've seen. Some of these things can be very, very embarrassing, and we've seen cases where people will take care of kids for years, and only to find out at the twilight of their life that those kids do not belong to them. And it shouldn't be in the first place. If the two of them were, and I've seen the cases where there was a story a woman said on the newspaper, I mean, a television one day, that they switched a child at the hospital, and she has to be, particular about it with the nurses before they could switch our child back. Sorry, I'll go back to you guys. Okay.
Hey, Thomas, I think they should make the.
I think Adewale is having some babysitting there. Yeah, you can take it up, Prince.
Yeah, I say. Did you say it's mandatory? Is that what you're saying, or it's optional? You don't want to take a
They say
DNA test.
mandatory. That's what the news said. I don't know
Who's paying for it? If
That's
the
what I'm
government is
saying.
paying for
That
it.
did everybody, did everyone have the capability? DNA test is not cheap, my brother. It's close to ₦1 million.
Really?
Yes, DNA test is close to ₦1 million, 800,000 to 1 million naira for a DNA test.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe they have an option for.
But
them to pay
please,
for it.
Daddy, what is their motive of? They should have a motive for saying that. They can't just pronounce that on Nigerians.
What did the article say? Actually, I don't know. Did the article
I think
tell us why?
Yeah, I think why not just send a short with it? I don't really know the body of the content of the news, but it said breaking: federal government mandates nationwide DNA testing for newborn.
Well, maybe they've done their research and they found You know, they found a strong need for it, and that's why they're doing it. Um, so I'm not really sure how serious it is,
But in
you know, to
Western
have a
world where
DNA
you
test.
are, nobody mandates DNA test. It's only if the father is controversial about the paternity. That's why they do DNA test. Why do I need to do DNA test on my child if I know my wife is not cheating on me? You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's even Prince Daddy. Just take yourself as a lady or a woman, married woman, and your husband is asking you for DNA test. Is that lack of trust? It sounds ridiculous.
Thomas,
Yeah.
don't you think the world we live now has changed a lot? And to me, I know it looks somehow that lack of trust between whatever, but if you look at it, it will also help Nigeria in our database because a lot of things are happening in Nigeria. A lot of people are not recognized or registered.
Oh
And
yes, you are right.
the world we live now, if you look at what is going on in Nigeria, you will see it's almost copy and paste from the Western world. And when you see the rate of divorce all over in the Western world, and you see countries like UK saying that they call it civil partnership, you might not necessarily put a ring on a woman or a man's hand to show that you are a couple, to show that you guys are paying bills and living together. It's already considered as a couple. So I don't see any big deal if you ask your wife that we are going to go for DNA test. If
Remy.
no,
That is abomination.
let me finish. I
That
don't
is
say anything.
abomination now.
No. I think if the woman knows that truly this is my husband and I bear this child, we both bear this child together. I don't see why the woman should
But Remy, why don't you suggest they do it secretly? I mean,
separate.
don't tell the wife at birth, then do it yourself. You can still do it, you know what I
No,
mean?
what
With that.
although this news is not totally saying that it's from the federal government, it can be a kind of rumor, it can be truthful. But to me, I don't see any one of them should be afraid of this kind of DNA test. It also will slow down the rate of promiscuity in that kind of country. So yeah, you also have to look at it from that angle. So because nowadays things have changed all over the world. So okay, we are expecting a baby, and the both of us we have already agreed that once the baby comes, we are going to do a DNA test. It's not a
Why
big
do
deal.
you need why do you need to do a DNA test? Why?
Just to show because we can never can know. Let me ask you a question.
Remy,
No.
it's not
I'm
it's
not
not
saying I'm
ridiculous.
not saying I don't trust the wife or would be husband or would be. It's both sides. For example, let's be factual here. You've seen so many cases of a man last year that 4 children that he was taking care of them were not his at all. Belongs to another man. And the oldest of that kids is around 15 years old. And the youngest one is around 4, 5, or 6. And all the 4 children are not his own. To
Remy,
me, I do not
the
see
man
any big
the man
deal.
should shot the lady. He's supposed to shoot him, shot
No,
him
you
dead.
cannot do nothing. To me, if I were the wife, I would say, yes, we can do it. Because if I don't have sleeping around, and if I am the husband too, if I'm not putting all my blah, blah, blah all around, I will also say, yes, you can go for it. There's no big deal. Just go for it. That also will solidify your bondness. Okay, you done it now. You can see it's our son.
But Remy, do you think it's really suitable for couple marriage if me and you now or a lady, if we are just dating, casual dating, all this dating, just normal dating, and somebody said, I'm pregnant for you, pregnant for me, then we can say, I'm not sure, maybe he has another partner she's sleeping with, then you can still substantiate asking for DNA test, but not in a marriage.
For
It
me, I
looks
think if you are in a casual dating and it leads to something that you guys have been to lie beside each other and do what man and woman do, then you must be responsible for your heart because you have a way of protecting yourself, and the woman also have something to protect herself. Protective sex. There are so many ways that you can do that it not leads to pregnancy. So if it leads to pregnancy and you're still doubting it, then you can go for your DNA test. If
Yeah,
you
that
know,
one is much better. That one makes
no,
sense,
I
Remy.
think the one of marriage now is even better because the word has changed. It's not the word we used to have before. If it's the word we used to have before, like 20 years ago, fine. But at this present situation whereby young people are talking about what is your body count, blah, 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 so many things that is going on nowadays. So I think there's no big deal in doing DNA test. I think if I'm
It's not
this wife, I will also be happy. Let's go for it. I'm only for you, my man.
exactly.
So why am I
No,
afraid of whatever? I'm
What of the level of trust? Won't that stop the level of trust in the
no, it
marriage?
will. It will also it will solidify them. If you like, for example, let's say you are married. I know you're already married. Just say you are married this year, and then by the time you want to have your first child, you guys have already agreed we are going to do a DNA test. It might look somehow, but once the baby come and it shows that this son belongs to you, it's your child. You will love the woman more. It will also give you more respect to that woman that truly this woman is for me. She's not playing around. But if the woman is frightened and
But
afraid, that
Remy,
means if
if you are
any woman you ask this question, I'm sorry to say this, it might look I'm not being fair, that or any man that said, "Oh, don't let us go for it. I don't like it. I don't want you. You don't love me. You don't." That means probably she's playing around.
but Remy, if you are asking for a DNA test for a child, that means there's a level of you are thinking of infidelity. There's level of trust. You know what I mean? You can't just woke up in the middle of the night and start asking for DNA test for your from your wife.
You know that I have this kind of discussion with my wife before. We talk about it. She even the one that brought out that my husband, let's go for the DNA test. I like it. Okay. So let me frank with ourselves. If to say the wife is not promiscuous, there is no big deal about this thing at all. There is no big deal unless you are not sure that I'm only sleeping with this man. If any woman you want to marry and she truly love you, and even some women can also ask for it, why not? I don't see any big deal in DNA test. If they
yeah,
can
because some
okay,
women children are getting exchanged in the hospital. So it's not only the benefit of the man, it's also
yeah,
for
we
the
also talk
benefit of the
about
woman.
child
You
swap.
know,
That's another thing. So child
yeah,
swapping is in the hospital. So you can also say that the child you are taking is truly yours, not that your kid is already
exactly.
swapped when at birth. So many things you have to take into consideration. It's not that because of trust or no trust. So I think
No,
Sorry,
it's a good thing.
good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Dr. Sinma. How are you?
How, I'm fine. Oh.
Barika de Sala.
Which Salah are you talking about?
I want to greet you in Muslim side, but I don't know what to say. That's what I said.
Hey, you say
Barika
salam
de Sala.
alaikum. You say
Ah,
salam
salam
alaikum.
alaikum. Yes, salam alaikum. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
now I remember. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
go on, doctor.
You know, the use of DNA, I don't think there's anybody that should be against the use of DNA to confirm the paternity of children these days. And we have seen so many examples of people who have spent a lot of their life, a lot of their resources, bringing up children that are not theirs. You understand? You know what actually um, led to this disclosure is actually this Japan.
Doctor,
Yes.
before you go, I've heard of a
Mm.
man. He discovered two out of his child, out of four, is not his. He just stomach it. He couldn't say it out. That this child that I've been looking after, they are now grown up. Now somebody will take it. They just do it as a secret. You know what I mean?
But
They
what
didn't
I mean
divorce.
is
They
just
didn't.
a
Yeah.
stomach something that will kill him gradually. You understand? Okay. If you are the one, Thomas, how will you feel living in the same room under the same roof with that woman and with those kids? Do you think it's something that you think you can cope?
I
Is
know
this something that
I won't be able to do that. Yes, I won't neglect the child because the child, they are innocent. But the woman will be, no, it's gone. It's
you
bye.
know our
Bye bye.
our fathers in the olden days, there is this saying in Yoruba that they say, "Ìyá ló mọ bàbá ọmọ o." You understand?
Yes,
There is a
you're
woman
right.
that knows the father of the baby. And most of the time, they know. These women, they know. You know what usually, especially
Doctor,
what
they know.
yes,
They know.
they know
They
now.
know.
Especially,
They know.
usually, what normally happens is that firstborn are usually the culprits. Probably, maybe from their ex-boyfriend or whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah.
Some of them,
Previous relationship, yeah.
it's only men that marry out of love. Women don't marry out of love. I'm very sorry to say this. The women you listen to me, they might start castigating me now. The reason why I say this is this: women always look for security, a man that can provide security for them in any form, financial security, any form of security. So if they have pregnancy for somebody that they think that might not be able to provide the kind of security they needed,
They will change the child
they will look
paternity.
for
They change the
somebody
father.
exactly that they will put this thing, on that, so that at least that man will
Dr.
provide the
Simba,
kind of security. Yes.
Dr. Simba, we were discussing here one day. One man said, let's just say it's everybody go and do your DNA. Everybody in Nigeria. He said many homes will be broken. There will be people will just be shooting their wife, killing their wife if they discover there are many.
That's the truth.
Yes.
With this useless thing that we used to say that look at the child resemble me. It's not true.
It's not true.
It's
It's
not
not true.
true. You understand? And okay, what is the reason why you see a woman? If you say a child resemble their mother, the woman usually they don't feel happy if their children resemble them. Do you understand? They
Yeah.
always like their children to resemble their husband. That one
Their
give
father.
them that
Yes.
kind of
Yes.
pride. Like,
But
hey,
that
I
doesn't
beg
even mean they resemble the father. Is
No,
the father?
it still speak to the it still speak volume, because what they are saying is that okay, you are the true son of your father, or you are the true daughter of your father. Do you understand what I'm saying? They just want to use that one to affirm that this child, at least this man is truly that's what they are just trying to tell the man. You understand? But if you look at the level of that paternity fraud these days, is very, very, very high. And you know, we are usually at a disadvantage. If you look at it, this world is actually for women. Anyhow you look at it, is the man that will lose at the end of the day. Anyhow you look at it, is the man that will lose. There is a popular football players in Ghana. I mean, what's the name of this guy? You understand? After nurturing about is it 3 or 4 children, at the end of the day, he discovered that none of the children is even his own.
Are you talking about the guy from Cameroon, Jeremy Njita, former?
No, that
Yeah.
one is a recent one. In GTAP is a recent
Oh,
one.
yeah.
This guy, if you remember, today, if you remember this
I bet are
Ghanaian,
you Pele? I bet are you Pele?
no, it's not Pele.
No,
This
I
guy,
bet are you Pele? Not him. I bet the
not
Pele.
Abedi Pele.
Pele is not from Cameroon, he's from Ghana, okay?
Is from this guy he played for Leeds United. He played for Leeds United in Premiership that time. The guy
I think it's
nearly went into depression because he has spent fortune on these children. Some of them he even sent them to, and the funny thing, the woman was even putting pressure on him to send these children to very expensive schools and all those things. Some women will not see heaven. Believe me.
this guy.
So that is why I said that.
Yes, Anthony Yeboah. Somebody in the
Oh
comment
my
section has
God.
left me. Yeah,
That's
Anthony Yeboah. And then you they look at your countryman also, the Jeremy Njitap.
Yeah.
How old are the children?
They're like 26, 25, 20.
oh
Yeah.
my
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that. Can you
Yeah.
imagine that?
And these are
Yeah.
kids. He grew up. I mean, born to him, and he loved them with his whole heart.
Exactly. I mean, the wife, out of sudden said the kids are not his. He did DNA and realized that I think he got 4 children, and 3 are not his own. One, the twins, and one of his son are not his. You know, and that's yeah, man. I know that DNA has to be taken serious. I mean, people, it has to be mandatory.
I do understand that maybe the guy probably was not
But
around much
Simbad,
time.
is that a bad thing though? I mean, if the guy's been taking care of the children, what is the
But it's
problem
not
now?
his own. It's not his own. How would you feel if that happened to you? Even if
Don't
you're
mind Prince Daddy. I don't know what Prince Daddy is
how would
talking
you
about.
feel?
If your wife,
What
if
do
you
you mean
just
is
wake
that a
up
bad thing? The
today
guy
that
now is in the court of divorce. He's trying to divorce the wife because I mean he cannot live in the same home with her.
No. But what you don't know is not gonna kill you for 14 years or however how long.
Prince Daddy.
No, it's true. It's true.
You guys know what's really funny, right? Before the Oyibo man, white man came to Africa, before they came to Africa, our forefathers, they already kind of have idea of all these kind of things, and they used to do things to prevent it. Whether you know, there are things they used to do back then. But when a woman came and said, "You guys are not civilized. You guys are this. You guys are, you guys are bush people. You are not smart. And human beings, you have freedom to do whatever. So you guys bought that freedom now. See what you're dealing with now.
Mike,
What are the things they used to do, Mike?
Mike, just see what are the kind of things they are trying to impose on us. Something that is not alien.
They came to civilize us now. So we are so civilized now. Look how we are living.
It's too. They say it's a modern world. Everybody. Some people will even come on. I'm biracial. I'm this. I'm that. So when you fill a form today, you see different form of gender. I just wonder, man. Is this how?
It's called
Sometimes it's so DNA should be a must now. To be frank, it should be a must. So you know who you are dating and who is your wife.
You know what Mike is talking about, Remy? That time, women fear the repercussion. They fear the repercussion of infidelity.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Who is working that time now?
But Remy, Simba, if I'm asking my wife about DNA test, that means there's no love again. How will I ask my
Which
wife
love are you
DNA
even
test?
talking about? Thomas, you like deceiving yourself even most of the time. I don't even know.
No, Thomas, the point is this.
I think you are living in another world. And because I know why you are thinking like this. Most of you people living in the Western world, you have already been boxed to corner because of the law, and you people fear your women more than anything because of the repercussion.
No. I'm an African man. I'm not scared of women.
You know the repercussion because you should do it, and you know that your wife can take an action against you. You understand? So that fear is there.
That fear is there because, to say the truth, most of the law favor women more than the men. Everybody knows the truth. So
okay, let me give you an example. There was a time I saw a child of a nurse. This child usually gets sick often. So we did the hemoglobin electrophoresis, and we discovered that this child is a sickle cell disease patient. So, and the mother was worried. The mother was telling me that, but I'm hey, and the father is AS. So how come I have a child with SS? And I said, okay, let us do another test. After a while, this woman came to me and said, doctor, forget about it. So what does that one mean to you?
Did he marry with a man that has that same blood?
No, Jude, what I'm saying is that so many things can happen. This woman, if let me tell you, if the woman is AS, you understand? we can start speculating that okay, maybe she sleep with another man with AS, so that probability is there. But she's AA. This woman
Did you
is
test it?
AA. You understand? So what it means is that she knew what happened. She's a nurse. Probably what you are talking about was maybe she was looking for a male child and something like that, and they swap.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
You understand? God, for a woman to say, no, doctor, don't go ahead with further tests. I'm okay. No, nothing will happen. And you know, a lot of men have been boxed to corner. Where some of us are.
Dr.
You know,
Simba, if
I
you
want to send one video
if you
to someone to play.
Judy, let me say this, yeah. If you heard some story, you will even be thinking maybe your daddy is even your daddy. From backstory of people.
Especially when you are growing up, the beating of the they will give you access. Literally, my father. How come he treated this one nice and he does not treat me very well every time? Actually, the way I see this thing is very simple to me. For any woman, if you are getting married today, ask for the blood test, ask for the DNA. If you are having a child, go for that DNA. It won't kill you. Even if you know the truth from day one, it's better to know the truth after 26 years. Which one kills more? It's better I know the truth from day one. It's not me, it's not mine. And if I still like my woman, I still take her. And then, okay, what
Remy, I don't think that if there's an understanding, this thing should be a fight between the couple. It shouldn't be.
Not at all.
But you know, women now they know how to put emotion into everything. By the time they start saying, "Yeah, you don't love me, why should you be doing this?" Then that fear would just start happening to you.
I don't know why some of them are afraid of it. I think to be frank, that law.
You don't even need. Let me tell you, these days, as a man, you don't even need their consent for you to go. And there are so many samples that you can take. You understand? You don't need their consent before you do it.
Simba, I want to ask you a question though. What if your own brother slept with your wife and had kids? Is DNA? I mean, is that gonna show that it's different, or
Yes,
since they have the same bloodline?
yes.
You there? Are you
Yes.
suspecting your brother?
No, you never know, man. My brother has been turning around with my girl for I mean, they talk nice
You
sometimes.
Cameroonians,
Once they
man. I
do
don't know what
something,
kind of life you guys live, man.
what? Man, shut up. Oh wow, that's nice. That's actually nice.
Mike, you know, in the olden days, if a man has a problem, you know, they used to do it now. They will say, the younger brother should be helping, and they will keep mute about it. Even most of the people in the family will know about it, but they will still say they are members of the family. You understand? I've seen such cases before.
Way, just collect the blah 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 and put it into your wife's body. It's fair. But now asking him to do the blah blah blah, the real thing, I don't think any man will. No. It's not. I don't support that kind of thing. It's terrible.
Well, I don't understand. What did you say just now? I don't understand what you are saying. Really.
What I'm trying to say is that it can be like donating the spermatozoa alone. It's okay.
Spermatozoa.
To donate that one alone and then input it into the woman's womb and then probably they have a kid. That is fine. But now saying, your wife should now lie down with my brother so that they can do it together. I mean, physical one, real one. I don't support that one. I don't like it. It's better for me.
But that technology was not available. You know, let me tell you, most of the causes of infertility those days, how many of them have a medical solution? How many of them did they even diagnose? So their own way of keeping, let me tell you what the reason why a man will agree to such a thing is that he will not want even the public to know that he's an impotent. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like
that's the only way. That's the only way. I totally agree.
So they will agree to that so that as to keep his dignity.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Also, being impotent is a crime being impotent?
Those days, yes, so it will be in fact Yoruba they say no way. That is like a horse in a picture of a horse in the book. You understand? It's a sterile horse. It cannot perform anything.
Want to ask
You
you.
know, some people do even commit suicide because of this, do they? I hope you know.
Huh?
Yes, they commit suicide. They can commit suicide
Simba, I want to ask you a question.
for being impotent.
And to the
There's
panelists.
a lot of stigma those days. It's only these days that people are afraid that okay, is it a crime not to be to have? You understand? So
Simba, I want to ask a
yeah.
question to the panelists also. I'm not saying total. We've seen a lot of kids that few impotent men tend to be rich or wealthy. So what is the correlation with that? Being impotent, and then at the end of the day, he's rich or wealthy. And at the end of the day, we hear he cannot make a baby. So why is it like that? From the science part and also from anybody, I don't know. We have some cases like that a lot.
Because he spend most of his energy chasing money than chasing women now because he's not successful with the ladies. So he spend. I mean, that's probably the reason why you see like Asian men and white men being more successful than black men because black men tend to get women. You know, we spend most of our time. You know, just our women want to. You know, we tend to be better in bedroom than this other race of men. So we put all our energy into that bedroom thing. But they know that okay.
Really, Mike? So you are
So they,
trying to
I'm being honest conversation. They spend more of their energy using their brain and
But I mean, Mike, there is no correlation. There is no scientific proof for that. It's
Mike,
just a
is
coincidence.
that why they have like almost 2 billion of them? Because they spend all their time in working. There are
no,
many. There are
they
more of
spend
them
no, they
than we are.
advance. They tend to be more advanced society now, more productive because in terms of I mean, come on, man, these societies they tend to focus more on advancement, but we with more. I mean, average black man has at least two women in his life, or three, or some have like five, six. You know, but average white man just have one woman. Average Asian man has one woman, and that's it.
And then you know, Mike, the question that Thomas just asked now is, you know, if it happens in our own society, people will start adducing that okay, maybe probably he uses his this thing for for the richness, you
money ritual.
understand? For money ritual.
African mentality, man.
but Simba, this is I've seen some cases that truly some men are impotent. Maybe that's the way they were born, and fortunately for them, they have this money to spend. I don't know. Sometimes it's a matter of luck that you dig your hand into anything and you become successful. And they were successful and they are rich, and unfortunately, they cannot have a baby. It is not about movie or whatever. This kind of thing, I
And
know
no,
it.
it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. What we are seeing is that there is no correlation. It's not as if there's anything. I mean, they have any special skill that they have because of their impotency that will now make them rich. Do you understand? Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yep.
And then the other way around is this. Because as a doctor, we should use this opportunity to ask you a lot of questions. And why? Because I have somebody that's also close to me. She's a woman, but unfortunately, she was unable to have a child. And after doing all the medical checkup, go to several hospitals, blah 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 blah. There's nothing really wrong with her. I mean, medically. And her husband too. Unfortunately, the husband already passed away recently, but she was, and she's already old, and I mean older than me. So, why is it difficult for some women, medically fit, but and maybe their husband is okay, but unfortunately they cannot get pregnant or bear a child? Why is it like that?
No, definitely. If a couple cannot have kids, it definitely something must be wrong. You understand? So now the level of scientific test that is now available to prove that you understand is what is actually determine whether they will know the cause or not. But for a couple not to have kids, definitely something must be wrong with either of the couple or both of them. You understand? If they cannot now find the cause, that's another issue. But don't say that medicine also have limitation. You understand? So At that point, they might say, okay, at this point, we have done all the tests. We cannot find any reason why you people should not have baby. But definitely, if there is a problem, I mean, the infertility between a couple, definitely there is a problem. Something is responsible.
So
Do you
another question I
understand?
want to quickly put across to you is that, is it true, or is it there is any form of medicine or some technology that give an advantage that if you want to have a male child, this is the particular way of making it out with your woman so that it give you more? I know that the men produce the Y chromosomes, while the woman produce only have XX. So is there a scientific way or any way that if a man want to have a male child, there's a particular way he should probably do it with his woman to have a male child? Is there any
People try,
No,
people
no.
try.
As far as that male female, if you have to, if you want to, you have to be, you have to time a period of time when what's the word do? Because the male sperm swim faster than the female sperm, right? So you have to time like when she's gonna have I don't know how to put it, when the egg is not there,
Ovulation.
ovulation and things like that. Yeah, yeah. So by the time the male sperm will swim and get there, there's no egg to get on to connect, but so that male sperm will just die. So by the time the female sperm will get there, so the egg will be dead. So that is just the timing of that egg sperm connection. You understand? So there's time when we
is that true?
Those are speculations. They are
no,
not
Exactly.
actually.
you have to
So
time
I've
that
seen
thing.
doctors that knows about that theory. How comes they still don't have sons or with female? You know,
is the
I think
only
it's speculation.
proven way is you can just do an artificial. I mean this IVF in vitro fertilization, so that by the time they fertilize the egg outside the womb, they will now do selection. You understand? They can determine the sex of those. Fertilize those. After determining the sex, they will pick the male one and implant into the woman. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is the one that is proven that, but every other things is just
Does it affect the health of the baby when being born?
oh no. They will have a lot of
I've seen a lot of important
we have a lot of babies out there
Guys,
now
let me
that are
this is
the
why
product of IVF.
hello. Let me see if I can share this video. This is why you guys are having a lot of what do you call it? This fraud? What paternity
Paternity fraud.
fraud? Listen to this babe, man. This is not you.
We cannot hear.
You can't hear. Hold on. Let me see.
Check the volume.
Hold on. Choy. Hold on. Let me see. That's the volume. Oh, this video is funny. Yeah, what this girl is saying. Hold on, let me. What's the volume here? Hey, Thomas. Thomas, are you
It's
there?
not. Maybe you have to mute yourself before you do. I don't know how.
No, it's the computer I'm using. I think that's right. The computer is just. Hold on, let me try something. I don't think I'll get it. But basically, what the girl is saying, she's saying for her, she has to have four. I think four boyfriends. One for financial, one uh, for sex, the other one for she just like for different reasons, So she have.
Wow.
Oh boy, I say man, this one those boy, these ladies, this generation, and she's confidently talking about it as
Naija
if
babe should be.
eh?
Is she from Nigeria?
Ah, it's not. It's the African girl, Cameroon girl. That's what this generation. They are all talking like that. Have you listened to these girls? This generation, young ones, these Gen Z. When they are talking, you be like, "What the fuck?" I'm telling you, when they are talking like this, there's some things that during our time was at least you have shame. They don't have shame. It's normal to them. It's a normal talk. This girl's saying, man, for how she has to have 4 different boyfriends. One must be the one for this one, the other one for this one, that one for this one. I say, man, this one, hey, what else, boy? Thank God, say, man, I don't be that generation.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, look, nowadays people are getting married for contracts. You say, okay, lady, let's sign a contract for 5 years marriage. And we renew it after 5 years. Within that period, there's a lot of answers, questions and answers. Why, why this, why that? Is she gonna be in my life forever and all of that? If it's incompatible and then the contract breaks and you guys having children, then that's it. You share the cost of it. But I mean, getting married now for better and for worse, now I don't see that happening, man. There's not gonna be better for worse anymore. Because I've seen a lot of men losing their women, especially in hospitals. Like women that are nurse, they go to hospitals that they work with all these doctors and stuff. Just the interaction of these women spending more time at work, they kind of start having a soft place for these other guys at work. And that's it. By the time 10 around, you kind of start having infidelity issues. So I mean, it's a record.
Doctors. So Simba can clarify that. Maybe also happened to him, right? Simba, you there? Yeah, indirectly accusing the medical person.
No, I'm not accusing, but look, man, women, because most of the time they spend more time at their work than at home, and the person that you spend time at work with, it might be your male co-worker, might end up, because most of the problems that you might be facing at home, you might end up start telling people in your workplace. And if you have a male friend, he takes opportunity of those stuff and come in as a problem solver. And now coming in as a problem solver is now giving you room to, start sharing details and, taking opportunity of your weakness.
Jude, I think you talking about yourself, because you seem to be like that person that wants to solve people's problem. You don't talk about Cameroon, or you want to talk about Nigeria. You sound like that kind of a guy, that like to help women solve their problems, right?
Praise that. Are you gonna attack my personality? I mean, are you gonna use fallacies on this? I mean, we're talking of a major issue, not
attacking your personality.
Come on.
I'm not attacking your personality, but you like to solve other people's problem, right?
It's not about solving, but it's the point that we're talking on is different from solving the issue that you want to align me with. But what I was saying is, it's 99% it has come into factual point that women that spend more time with their co-workers at work or in any facility, because I've also dealt with that issue. This lady was telling me a lot of things that was happening to her home. Yeah, you can say I came in as a problem solver, but was I did I just do that because I wanted to know? But because I find her attractive and thought I could actually solve the issues that she was facing. And as years go by, it was something. So I mean, I regret it, but I think it's a recurrent issue, and it's what is gonna last for a long time, because nowadays there's no I love you, this and that. It's just people just want to have kids and be with your women. Now people are just saying, okay, I don't care if she cheats or not, as long as she got my kids, that's it. And I think that's the way to go. Because if you want to say, oh, she's not a cheater, and then you're probably gonna die quicker, and that's just it.
When I met this one, the Black Americans, they are ahead of us, man. They have a lot of dog with this present day reality. I remember this one black American girl I dated one time. They were met. Man, I like that girl for that too. She told me, she said, listen, we can let's be together and everything, but you can go out and see other people. I can go out and see other people too. Oh, well, that's the first time a woman breaks on. I said, oh boy.
Open relationship.
Man, I said, man, but I mean, I said, man, this chick not correct too. I mean, like, yo, hey, she broke it down like that. So I thought about it. I'm like, maybe, I mean, this present day people need to just keep it real like that. Just be honest with one another. You know one thing, Jude, as much as you can, I know you don't like FBA, but as much as you can say, but they are upfront with their everything. They are straightforward.
Exactly. You're
They
right.
are women that are straightforward. They don't do like our own women that will fake like they are holy. And then you be shocked. Like you see all these African women are shocked that maybe it's not their own. A American guy will not be shocked now. You already know, say, I know, I'm not shocked. You know, I already know the woman, this woman. You know, so one thing I respect about the black American, they are straightforward. They are transparent who they are. You understand?
Yeah,
Like,
they know the sit down. They know the sit down one place now.
Mike, there is this thing that I used to work now, the paternity court. Is it not in America?
Yeah, they have it.
And some of the time you see them people contesting this paternity of a thing, and some of the time it's actually it comes negative. As in
hold on. Let me
some
respond to
of
Chioma. No. This is what before we started dating. You know, like this one. I know what you're talking about. Like you get us a money chaser. No. She wasn't into money. In fact, she was even spending money on me. Gone. So this is not like she want money. She just kept it real. Like here, like you can see other people. You just live your life. And me too. If I want to see somebody, she kept it before we started the relationship. We just went on a date just so I got to get to know each other. And she opened up like that. That's what I'm telling you. It's not like we started dating and then she broke it up. No, she just opened up like, come, I know life, and in this environment, I understand you're gonna see other, you're gonna be checking out other women, but hey, just let's be together, let's enjoy each other. But if you want to go see other women, go. And if I want to smash someone else, let me do it. I mean, upfront. So Chama, you
That's
come
a
up.
good
You
thing,
grew up in
man.
America. You should know this now. Chama just a
Exactly.
fake. These guys are being fake.
Women in America, especially the African. There was one African girl that I was talking to. It took me like 3-4 months. I was like, almost like, why all this wastage of time? I mean, you don't know how time is actually going. Look, I mean, that's why sometimes when we
so
cherish,
the lady was wasting your time, did they? Keeping you posted and posted and posted.
keeping me posted as if we are in Africa. Oh, this and that. Oh, like, I mean, like Mike was saying, you have women in America, especially this. They don't have time for all that long waiting. Once a woman doesn't like you, tell you on your face like, oh no, we are not, but an African woman, instead of telling you that, they have to waste your time, this and that. Okay, or more like in the for you to ask sex is as if you have to tell them in the long run, of which they should know now that how much, like, when this is happening, things like this have to happen. Man, I think that mentality
Jude, for an African woman, everything has to be negotiated now. Everything has to be
no, but
negotiated.
that is old school,
But after
Mr.
all the
Silva. That is old
negotiation,
school.
they still deep maternal, what do you call it? Fraud.
Maternity,
Maternity fraud.
They start doing paternity. Who is the father? Who is not the father? But 99% of African women cheating, right? It has been them with their co-worker at work, because there's this guy that I know that father 2 nurses, and these nurses were married. African women, they were married to their husband, and he got two with two.
But it will not be good for us to be talking about this thing and without elaborating the causes. What is the cost now? What are the causes of this
Simba, there's
thing?
no cause. The person you spend more time with at work becomes as a problem solver. You need that person to start talking, sharing points with. Oh, this and this. Oh, how was your home? You start, oh, my home, this and this. Oh, I put my
Jude, there is you can't tell me that that there are many causes these days. Maybe because most men lives out of their house so long. Maybe some men of these days
Simba,
are
you
not
can be
as
out
no.
for
Just
long.
hold
You
on, just
cannot be
hold
out
on,
for long.
Jude,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Maybe because we are not as strong as our forefathers in the other room, or maybe because of the internet now have opportunity, they have exposure to so many men, so that one also expose them to these things. No, that should be the causes. We have causes. Let me tell you, in those days, women are limited to maybe people, only the few people in their environment, and the
within
people
their
in the
village.
environment, everybody knows each other. So it will be very difficult for them to even say they want to, because if you want to do it, everybody knows each one another. You understand? And they know the consequence. You understand? But these days, nobody cares. Even if you are caught, you know there is no remorse. People don't feel remorseful about it.
You
You
know,
didn't see
Simba,
anything wrong about
Simba.
it.
You know what's funny, right? If you guys are this civilization that you guys are, if someone like us now, we that still believe in nation, if we offer you magnum now, if you say, guy, if you are a man, if you are a married man, take magnum, use magnum on your wife. They will say, blood of Jesus. No, we don't. Today, you know what magnum is? I know you don't know. Maybe they will explain to you.
I know now that the word give you manpower.
No, it's not. Simba, you
Oh,
know, Simba now. Simba, I know magnum now. I Simba there.
you,
Let me.
you mean you mean like
Devale, I know
I
something
know,
Devale
that
is
is
for
I,
it.
I know
embedded?
Magun.
Devale, you're from Ekiti.
I know Magun now. No, Jude, what is Mike is trying to, that is the charm that you
Oh,
can
charm.
put
Yeah,
on a
that's what I was
woman,
saying. What controls
that
the
you
what
can put
controls
on
the
a
wife?
woman. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. Not controlling, not really controlling. If another man sleeps with her, then that man is likely to die. You understand what I'm saying?
Does that work in America or only in Africa?
It can work anywhere if you have it.
No, the Magum, yeah, the Magum, yeah, me, I would recommend is the one that the man, if you want to sleep with your wife, his thing will not get up.
So, so how is that gonna impact? I mean, the way you put it on the wife, but the man stuff will not get up. How is that gonna be affecting the guy though?
No. If you go away with another woman, he can get up. But when it comes to with your wife, his thing will not get up. You know.
Mike,
No, I don't.
that
If
thing
you
is
want back,
already
I can do one for you if you want. You know.
Mike, that thing is already happening. You're right. It's already, some women are doing it on their husband, and whenever they want to go and any side chick, that thing will not.
Yeah. So women do it on their man too. Like if you want to go and smash a woman, your thing will not get up. You know.
It's very interesting, you know. So men should also be careful. Don't you think, okay, I can do whatever I want. If they put it on you,
With me, is this reality or is just something? I mean, because how does that affect the guy though? I mean, you do it on your wife, or you? How does it affect the guy?
You come to Nigeria, they will do it for you. Some women will do it for you, and then you can go and test it. We can use you as a research and do it, whether it's working or not. Let's try now.
Yeah, I mean, if I do it on the wife, right? I do it on my wife. Every man that want his stuff will not erect.
You know one people we in a tradition, the one we do for our daughters, you know, where no man that want to sleep with them, this thing will not get up, you know. So our daughters remain virgin.
I knew one girl is from the Badagry side. For her, she just have the ring in her hand. That ring, whenever she put it on, no matter what kind of blah 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 she do, she's not going to get pregnant. That she does not use this the normal protection or whatever. Just a ring in her hand, and she will not get. And it's true.
Those women are some of them, if you sleep with them like this, they control your penis forever.
Mike, is that gonna affect Akata?
They own it now. It's like they can decide whether I get up again or not. You can almost, if you don't I don't see
Mike,
things.
Mike, is
One
that
guy
gonna
call me.
affect Akata?
Yeah.
Is that gonna affect Akata? Does that cross the boundary into other non-Africans or
It will affect.
non-Nigerians?
What's this one talking about?
Come on, no, anyhow.
Don't
You
come
get
into
as you be.
Nigeria with your behavior. You go like, don't come to Yoruba land with your behavior. You go learn. You go learn fast.
I wanna. Uh, anyhow, you be shy. Go ahead, man.
The black Americans are doing it now. Go and ask all these black Americans that come to you. Diners, go to his channel and talk to you. We explain most of these things to you because he goes to Yoruba all the time. The guy has seen so many things. And they showed him so many things. He will tell you about all these things, man. Diners now. He search
Yeah,
for
of
who.
course. Search
Just go
for
on his
who.
channel. Ask him question about all these charms that he has seen. He will tell you that I've seen things in Yoruba land and he will tell you stories. So if you want to know if he
You
have
know,
work
you
on
know, Mike, I've seen it working before, but as at that time, I was still using my own medical knowledge to actually say no, it's not true.
Oh,
I was in a clinic. I was in a clinic one night. They just rushed this man with like a middle-aged man, and the man was convulsing. So when they rushed him in, I started attending to him. I checked his BP. His BP was hitting the roof. You understand? That woman, I mean, that man
Mago, your
died.
body go there hot.
No,
You go
just wait now. Just wait. So that man died like 30 to 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour after arrival in the hospital. But in the course of the management, the wife, because this man has like 3 or 4 wives, the younger wife was actually the one that was with him that night, and they are having an affair. So the woman just came to me and said that this is what we were doing before this thing started, though. You understand? And they started talking about Magun, that probably the wives, maybe they used to have infidelity, that the man was actually the one that put the something on the wife, you understand, to protect the wife. But eventually, maybe the woman has not actually met any man, and he was
Mr.
not the
Simba,
victim.
you as a
He
medical
was not
doctor,
the victim. He was not
Mr.
the
Simba,
victim.
Mr.
But
Simba, you as a
me
medical doctor.
as a medical doctor, what I see at the cause of the death of that man that night was actually stroke.
Exactly. There you go. I mean, there's autopsy and all of this stuff. Most of the things that is happening in us in Nigeria or Africa is just assumption. We make up stories and
go get
people
an
start
advance.
to,
No. You there? Go and try it.
what the heck? Oh, that was Simba. Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Remember, did that come from you?
No, yeah, that was Simba.
Jude, just go and mess around there. So you find out yourself, Because I always
Yeah,
want
but
people
Mike,
like
what
you
I was
always
saying
talk.
is
Oh,
most of these.
this is this. I've met so many people. He's all lying. I want them. Oh, guy, this place you are going, don't go and misbehave there. Don't go and they don't listen. They will say, oh, this African thing is fake.
Mike, I
Until
agree with
shit happens to them,
Africans, right?
they will.
Mike, I agree with these things, right?
Some black Americans, they will tell you what they experience in Africa, man. Because
Yeah, but I agree with
there
these
was one
things,
black
though.
American guy that came there. I warned him. I said, "Come, yeah, I'm not in America. I can't be jumping." The guy wanted to be sleeping around with, because they come to our spiritual this thing now. They come to, they come. So the guy was in Yoruba now somewhere. He came to one of those festival. So he wanted to be toasting those traditional girls. And I said, guy, listen.
Oh,
So I told him, I said, look, you can't. This is not. You can't just. These are not ordinary girls. You can't be playing around. You can't. These people here. Leave them alone. When you go to Lagos and all these town, go and mess with those Christian girls and all those other ones. Yeah, but these people don't mess with them. Those girls here, and those girls were pretty. The guy eventually, man, he came to me later. Yeah, he said, man,
what happened?
Then, you can't play around with. You think he wants to smash and run and all those things. He smashed, he ran to America and ran back to Nigeria and said, "Come, hey, I think I left something behind." Yeah, man, don't play around, man. The way
So
Africans,
I know of the one that the women use in such a way that the man cannot never leave them. That one. I don't know. Maybe it's a lotion
That
that
one
they.
I will recommend that one for people that are getting married, husband and wife. You use that with each other, so you enjoy each other. You just love each other. You have to constantly renew it. See, charms are not necessarily bad. That's in the olden days. Reason why our parents, our forefathers never divorced. They love their wife to the end, and their wife loved their husband to the end because they use charm to enhance their love. But today
But
we
charm
touch.
used to be food, though. Charm used to be food. Things that you do. It's not about the. Yeah, I think it was like the way they do things.
Yeah, it
You
was
know.
it was a part of our life, but today we call it something bad. You know, yeah, you can use charm for some. You can use it negatively, you can use it positively. But it's kind of like when that love charm that people say, oh, it's supposed to be when two people get married, it's supposed to be using it, charming, using that charm to continue to enhance their love for the attraction for each other, so they can enjoy each other
Mm-hmm.
for long. But today, people say it's bad. No, let's just stay natural. People
But
get sick of each
Mike,
other. Right? Human beings get sick of each
Mike,
other eventually. So. Mhm.
Mike, those days that you are talking about, they used to teach men and women how they can survive marriage, how they can make their marriage work, and
Yeah,
everybody works towards it. But these days, both men and women now, they are looking at how they can survive outside their marriage. Do you understand? Everybody
yeah.
just looking for the plan B, that in case this thing doesn't work. People don't work at marriage to make marriage successful these days. They don't put any effort in making it to be successful. Everybody just looking like, hey, if this thing happen, what can I do? You understand? They are looking for ways of actually making their exit out of that marriage
Because
more
people don't trust
comfortable.
each other anymore. Like
Exactly.
people see.
That's trust.
Yeah. People. Okay, here's the deal. This is what killed Africa. Let me be honest with you. We became. We started living life of Europeans. That's what killed us. You see, these are our ancient ways where we used to account to our gods. You understand? Even before we marry, we go to consult the oracle, and the oracle will guide you and tell you must not do this, you must not do that, you must. And also, every time to time when husband and wife are having trouble, they go to the oracle. The oracle will kind of give them settle their issues. You understand? Like me now, I'm a traditional person. My woman is also a traditional person. When we have issues sometimes, we consult the oracle. Even when I'm misbehaving, the oracle will warn me, like, oh, you are being distant to your wife. But even before she pissed me off, the oracle will tell me that your wife is going to piss you off very soon. And be patient and things like that. So we had our gods involved in our lives. So we had that thing. And then we also fear our deities, our gods, like, because when we start doing certain things that they don't agree with, it can punish us. So we had forces to account to our behavior to. But today, every man, most of us just believe, is it pastor that you want to account your behavior to, or is it Jesus or Muhammad? This thing.
Let me tell
Nobody's
you what
afraid of most people. Most of
Mike.
these, yeah.
The issue is the so-called freedom now. Everybody talking about freedom, and it's like the kind of freedom that everybody is expressing now is just a free for all. There is no control, nothing, nobody fear anything, and that's why the whole thing is chaotic.
Like my woman now, for example, when I start missing, she will say she's going to report me to the to Oshun goddess because she's the Oshun priestess. Omo.
So it's the Ocean
Okay,
princess in the United States, or where's the
that is
princess
She's
again,
not.
Mike?
the two of
Yeah.
you. You
You know
have
what
to
I'm
live
saying?
in it.
So
You
I have
understand?
that fear, like, oh no, let
Uh-huh.
me. You know what I'm saying? So I fear my woman because I know she's not alone. You know, you know what I'm saying? So I have that respect for her. Like,
Because the two of you have a common belief.
yeah, exactly,
Let
common
me tell
belief,
you,
and we
just
have and we
yesterday,
have forces in our lives that are more powerful than both of us. So
just yesterday, a guy was telling me that he had to go on vacation. When he got home, that was when he discovered that his wife was no longer at home, and the woman has relocated to Canada with his 3 kids.
Hmm?
You know? Imagine that. And he contacted the so-called father-in-law. And father-in-law attested to it that when you left your wife to go and work, that you have to your wife has to leave the house. She sold the car, sold all the property, get all her document and everything, and left. And now he's also threatening the guy to be sending money to Canada for the care of the
So
children.
Simba, do you think me now that I have Shango, I have if I begin to name all the rich I have in my disposal, so the woman will not pack my keys and say she's running somewhere and kineko. Say I won't say Shango after her, or she knows she can't do that to me now. You understand? You know, back in the days, you can't just do that to a man because you know. Okay, I will take the matter to the gods. You know, they help us solve it. She herself should be the one to run back to you, like, hey, you know. So
Simba,
back in Africa, we have things that make us behave well. But today we are living like Europeans. We come free. We are just living our lives anyhow. We have nothing to account for.
We're even worse
That's
than
why
the
we don't trust
Europeans.
each other.
Let me tell you, Mike, we're even worse. Our own is even worse than the Europeans. Believe me. They still have conscience. We do
They still
our
have
own without
conscience. The
conscience.
black man is not built to live their life. That's why God created them the way He created them. He created black people the way He created black people, and then He puts the gods in our midst. Like, okay, these people, these blacks that are created, I know the way I create them. They are not. They are not. They are the kind of way I create these black people. They can't be left alone. So that's why God put all those God deities in our midst. Like Ilala, Ogun, Shango. He put them, or help me manage these people here. Because if you leave them alone, they will become something else, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So somehow we abandon ourselves and begin to want to live the life of other people, and
but I want
that's why
to
we are
ask you a
paying.
question though. Is marriage becoming obsolete? Like living with a woman, you have to live with a woman, or is it becoming obsolete?
Definitely. The way we are going, Judy, a time will come that will not be anything like marriage again.
Now
Exactly.
for you people in the that's where it's going with you guys. Eventually you guys will say, what's the solution to this? And then you guys will realize that, okay, until we go back to our Asian ways before this thing can work out. But with this
Because I've
present
seen a lot of people trying to be independent, especially the women.
You know what? We are degenerating and we are going back to, like, we start behaving like the primitive animals. Women, they can just have kids for so many men. Men can also have kids with so many women.
yeah, that's where you
You
guys are going.
understand?
That we become animals, like just mate and move. You be like the leopard and this thing, just go and mating season, you mate and bounce, when mating season, the female dogs are looking for the male dogs, so go and get pregnant and move on. That's where you are heading with this westernized, so-called modernized
No, but
world.
I see that as a good thing, though, Mike.
We call it civilization. Civilization.
To
You are
me, I see
becoming
that as a
animals
good
and you're
thing.
calling yourself civilization.
No, it's not. It's not because I see it as a good thing because most of the time men have been caged, or a man and a woman have been caged into say, okay, we have to stay here, be here my whole life, do this till I mean, it's now becoming obsolete where the woman has also seen a way to say, okay, I can also do this, and the man have also seen a way that, okay, if I'm traveling, I don't have to be tied down to this particular person. So there's a lot of flexibility right now as we speak, like you mentioned of the open marriage or open relationship where the ladies say, okay, we can still be together, yet we are seeing other people as well. I mean, a flexibility, you kind of try different things while in that the space that you are in, and also it also increase your lifespan. You don't die young. You don't, you don't get stroke. You don't think too much because there's other, you are exploiting other form of pleasures that you admire, but you couldn't do it in a marital home with you and your wife. So I see it as a success story, right? For me, that's what I think.
Judy, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It depends on your outlook on life, what you understand life to be. You understand? So if you are somebody that's just in this world lost, like you just think you came to this world just to just have fun and die, then that's good for you.
The
But if you are somebody that actually believes, yeah, go
the
ahead.
consequence of what you are saying now is that we are talking about parenthood. Now, how will you all the kids produce under this kind of condition? Who takes care of these children? How will they grow up? What kind of mentality are they going to have? You understand? If you are living like
The
animal,
government.
you understand?
The will take care of
You travel to Cameroon, you have one there. Then maybe you go to Singapore, you have another one there. Who takes responsibility? It's going to create a society that is I don't understand.
Simba, who takes responsibility in an animal world where dogs or they just go
But
ahead and have
that's
kids?
why animals don't advance. The animals don't live long
That's
anyway.
why
They
the
eat
ladies
each
are
other
getting
every day. You know why
but
the
that's
animal
why the
doesn't care?
ladies
Jude, you know
but
why the
that's why
animal
the
doesn't
women
care?
are getting groomed. That's why the women are getting groomed. They are getting more independent. They have jobs, as time goes by, everyone has their own, so they are able to take care of their own kids and pass them the
Oh,
same
okay. So
line of
now the
information.
man will just
Like,
be doing the sleeping. The woman will be the one taking care of the kids. Is that what you are saying?
but that's where the world is turning into. It makes you more flexible. You can actually stick to your company. You can actually produce more work than staying home and taking care of your own kids.
Yeah, this independent war. It was America that introduced it to the rest of us. Like the land of the free, almost the brave, freedom. You can't human beings. Not all human beings are. You can are meant to be given freedom. It's not everyone. You have some people you still have to
No,
control them.
Mike.
Even the American that's
No,
telling you
Mike.
that freedom, they incarcerate more people. They have more people in prison than anybody else with the so-called freedom that
Yeah,
they are talking about. So some
yeah,
human beings
but
you can't give them absolute freedom. They don't, they will abuse it. They don't have the wisdom
no,
to.
but there's no country that has
With wisdom,
absolutely
with
freedom.
freedom comes responsibility. So when you give a man absolute freedom, he has nothing to account to, no one to account to. He can do whatever, man. He can just, like you said, a man can just wake up and just impregnate like women all over the place. So
But that's a good life to live, man. I mean, there's nowhere in the world where you should be
yeah,
in
it's
chains
fun. It's
because
fun for the individual, but is it good for the society? And is it good for the people, the children you bring to the world? I mean, imagine a child growing unknown his father.
No,
Or
is it
no,
really good, Mike? Is it really good for the individual? Unless maybe Jude did not believe in spirituality, as in if you are having sex with a woman, and there's a risk that you are taking having sex with so many women.
do
You
you
are
know
taking a
that? Do you
risk,
know that?
both
the risks are
spiritually and
the same if
medically.
you also have a wife. The risks are the same, man. I've seen someone that has even suffered more risks in a family relationship. I mean, married to his wife, than people that have done the lifestyle that I'm talking about and done. I mean, it's vice versa.
Yeah, the deal is, see, in Africa, right? From African belief is that sex is a ritual. It's not, but in other societies, it's nothing. But in African term, where I'm from, it's a form of ritual. When the word ritual, the definition of ritual is a communication between the physical world and the spirit world. You understand? So when you're engaging in a sexual activity with a woman, you are having some communication with the spirit world, maybe the ancestral world, both the female's ancestral world and your ancestral world. So from there is when they can now decide that okay, they want to bring somebody to this world. You understand? From the spirit world to the physical world, the human being come. So it's part of it, the negotiation. Because when you are having a sexual intercourse, there's that interaction between the spirit world. That, okay, which person is going to come to this world? So that's where the Africans see it. Also, there may be a disagreement between the spirit world about two of you even engaging. And also, that lady, the man that you are having intercourse with, may be carrying some kind of curse or something like that. And from that sexual intercourse, you may end up sharing that curse with that person. So that's another danger of sexual. So if the African begin to break down what sex means, you will be careful having sex. I'm telling you, with just anybody, you know. And there are some people where it's you have no business even. There's some human being where they have no business being around each other or being together because their spirits are completely like opposing of each other, where they can even end up killing each other if they spend too much time in the same space. There are human beings like that, whether it's male and male or female and female or male and female. That's some human beings that just not business being in the same vicinity, but they will end up killing each other. That's why if you can't talk to spiritualists, when they do divination, sometimes they will say, "Guy, you are in the environment. There's somebody in that environment. You need to leave that environment, or one of you will end up killing the other because your spirits just hate each other. Because everybody have this guiding spirit, but we don't know that. That's why you see some people they just you find out that they kill each other over nothing. Maybe over a snake or something. They just have no business being in the same environment, you know. So, and imagine marrying to a woman that you and that person have no business even being in the same environment. Talk less of being married, and that's why you hear like a wife kill a husband kill a wife. You know. So it's deeper. Life
Mike,
is deeper than you people know, man.
so in your culture, is divorce? Is there anything like divorce?
Is there anything like divorce? It's a choice now. I mean, it's a choice. You can. It's human choice, human life, human choice. I mean,
It's not a
you
choice
can.
if you married in a traditional setting, right? Because I mean, if you have your
It's
own
still
home,
at the end
oh
of the day,
yeah.
you're still a human being. You can still make your. You can even be happy, very happy in a relationship and decide to move on. You still have that human free will to do anything. The only thing is with spiritual thing is they just trying to help assist your life. That's what that is. It's just to
So they
assist
don't,
you.
they don't, they don't, they don't, they don't make, they don't enhance you to stay in this in a family home
The,
that
the,
is
the, the
caused
reason
by
why it's
trauma.
rare in those traditional settings is that before they even got married or anything, they already did some, some
Some findings.
consultation, yeah, findings, and they already know things about each other's spiritual life, each other's, energies, and so you know a lot about yourselves, you know, before, so that's why they already know each other well to the spiritual side of things. So sometimes they can overlook their physical differences, or maybe sometimes maybe you're not physically that in tune with the person anymore, but you always remember the spiritual side of that person. There's some people that before they got together, they say, man, this person you are marrying, when you marry that person, these good things will happen, come into your life. You understand? This great thing will come into your life. And
Right.
you know that, and they will tell you that the day you and that person will leave, that's the day you begin to decline in that part of your life. So if you're not
So
married that person, do you really want to let that go? Like someone like me, for example, my woman, I mean, the oracle told me that when you get with that woman, your business will begin to progress. And that's exactly what happened. As my business started picking up, I'm like, whoa, wow,
so
I
so
started doing good. So do you think I want to leave that chick? So my business, so
so
my
so
business.
so so another question that I want to ask is: does your culture, is submission still part of your culture? Are women still, is submission still a major aspect of your culture?
It's not culture. See, listen, that thing, all these terms you guys are using, submission, this and that, it's human term. See, let me tell you, every human being came to this world with their own destiny. You understand? Everybody came to do something in this life. A woman came with our destiny. You came with your destiny. So for me to, if a woman has purpose in this life, who am I to now tell her that you have to live according to my direction? You understand? So we don't believe
Mm.
that. I can't do that. If I purpose and everyone, one thing about your purpose in this life, once you discover a purpose in this life, you'll be so glued to it. You'll be so you you'll be boiling in you. You know when you're engaged, you discover something, you have so much passion for that thing. You understand? You have so much passion for it. that's one of the things he came to do in his life. So imagine me now telling my woman that this thing you are doing, because I don't want you to be doing that to, yeah, you have to submit self to me, you have to submit to me. But I'm kindling her purpose in his word now. She discovered her purpose. It's something she know that she's so interested in doing that it's like that's what makes her happy, because that's her purpose in his word. So for me to now be saying, no, you have to be submissive to me because my culture says a woman should be submissive to a man. So you have to do what I want you to do, not what is in your soul, your spirit to do. So I'm taking away our happiness and our purpose in this world. So the idea of submission is just bullshit, man. It's
Oh yeah,
understanding that
because
matters. Understanding.
yeah, because I was following a debate I think 2 days ago, and the major topic was should women submit?
Those guys are
Should
foolish,
they?
man. I listen to them a lot. He submit to me. What are you kidding me?
Right, I was like, oh man, like I mean, submission. Like I mean, if you want to be as an equal partner, or I mean, equality of human beings, why should another human being submit to? I mean, or in a relationship or whatever you call it? I mean, talking down, or I mean, so I mean, they were believing more of a mature. I think the submission was like patriarchal. Oh, the man controls everything. Every policies comes from the man, and then it goes down to the woman. The woman cannot make certain decisions in a home. So I was like, oh man, I mean, it's just, I mean, me being in United States, I mean, a lot of perceptions about the way we see things in Africa have actually changed, man. It seems like most women in Africa have been beaten down, based on the culture. It seems like our
Yeah,
culture really doesn't,
those
you
things.
know.
A lot of cultures are man-made. It's not African thing. To be honest, it's just man-made. To be honest, like you know, and I don't know why someone wants to live the same life as someone else. To me, that's foolishness. Like you can't say our culture say we have to do this, we have to do that. No, you do things. You. I mean, if you relate with someone, you already know your roles with that person. You understand? Like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying now? Like, you already know your role. The thing comes natural. Even submission. Like, if a woman really wants to be, women are naturally nurturing and submissive to things that they love, like they really uh, are in tune with, like something they really uh, attached to. Even women are submissive to their children because they love they have for that child. So they tend
Yeah.
to, you know what I'm saying? That's their nature. These women tend to be very submissive to something that they are very they have deep connection with, right? So when that woman is very connected to a man, she automatically submits to that man. You understand? So it's not something a man have to tell her. She automatically just start cooking for you, start doing all those things because she's so tied to you like that. She's very interested in you. That's just their nature. When you see a woman and when she likes you, she begin to rub your back, start being nurturing you and things like that. So that's the submission those guys are describing. But some of them, they will get with a woman that's not really into them like that, and they be telling her to submit. Dude, that thing is it's not something you force. It's something that comes natural. If a
So a
woman
woman has to
doesn't,
be in you. Yeah.
yeah, this should be something that comes natural. It's not something you should be dictating to somebody now. If a woman doesn't feel like submitting to you, why are you telling her to submit to you? You gotta find the one that's willing to submit to you now. Why do you have to force? I don't even understand how people have conversation like that. See?
But also I came to realize that the gap between being submission is actually, say, if the guy is actually powerful or is rich and married to an uneducated or poor woman, I kind of see that submission just just kicks in immediately. But for the same level, right, it's hard. So does that mean that the more educated women are becoming, the more submitted they are becoming, or the less submitted they are becoming, or do you understand what I mean? Like, I think
That
education
stuff
also
is
play a
not. It's
major.
not. That thing is not true. To be honest, it's not true.
Oh really?
It's not,
So you can see a high class
the only
woman.
difference is when woman gets more educated, just like she just have more ability to reason
So
more.
so
That's about
can an
it. But it doesn't
educated
take away
woman
our
with
feminine
high
nature.
class can an educated woman with high class really submit to a low class one can fight guy? You think so?
Dude, Submit. Okay, define submit your submission first, because the way me I define it is different from the way you are defining it.
Yeah, I mean, submit like in terms of saying, okay, still doing this for the husband, cooking,
You mean not?
picking the kids up from, still playing that major role
Okay,
of a
so you are
traditional
saying
household
nurturing,
in Africa. Yeah,
You are
not
talking about
sure still doing. Yeah, still doing the same, traditional role, like what she's supposed to do at home and stuff like that. But being educated, it doesn't. Sometimes they fail to come up with that. Oh, I'm not cooking because I'm busy at work. Oh, I'm doing this. That authoritative,
Yeah,
mindset
okay,
kicks
okay.
in and stuff like
Oh,
that.
oh, wait. Don't overtalk yourself. Okay, you say because she's busy at work, so that's the excuse. So it's not because she's educated, but you are kind of drawing parallel between uh, busyness and educated. So what about women that are not educated but they also have career and they are busy? So are they also, would they not also give that same reason why they can't be washing plate and things like that, doing that role? So it's not really about education. It's more about the circumstance. Meaning, okay, now she is not, we are not in a traditional setting where the woman sit home. She's not housewife, and back in the days, more of women are more like housewife. The man works and they are home, so they take care of the house, they cook. But now she's got a career too. She's working overtime. So now you're still saying be submissive, be traditional, and she's saying no, I have a career. You're not saying, oh, because you're educated. It's not about the education, it's about the career. Are you saying a woman that's educated but chose to be a housewife, she will not be cleaning the house and be cooking? She'll be cooking and cleaning now, regardless of the education, because it's just common sense that that's what you have to be doing if you're sitting at home. So all these things that people give the excuse that woman is educated, that's why she's not being nurturing, she's not cooking and cleaning. It's a lie. But if you want to talk
But
about, if you want to talk about the
I've
nature,
seen some men make their women uneducated because they fear that once she's educated, that she can actually, go high. I mean, it happens in African community as well.
yeah, I think this is what I think it is. This is what I think it is. Like when people are ignorant, they tend to look for someone to direct them, right? To they say when you tell an educated man to jump, he's going to ask questions because he's been trained to learn to think, right? But if you ask someone that's an uneducated person, very ignorant person, doesn't know much, if you say jump, they will just jump because they really don't have the capacity to reason for themselves very deep enough. But I won't say it's all everyone that didn't go to school that can't reason, because there are some cultures that are really all about education, that they interpret, yeah, But in some cultures, if you really don't go to school, you're just ignorant. So uneducated person is easier to control than an educated person. I get that. So if you are saying that in terms of you're looking for someone you can just control, tell what to do, and the person will just do it. Yeah, I get that. But the person is not doing it because the person wants to be submissive, because the person doesn't know much. So she is, it's kind of like you come to okay, now you come to a hospital, like somebody's a doctor, right? You walk into his where he's doing his work, right? Because you don't know shit about what he's doing. You're only going to follow his instruction, right? You're just going to sit there and be following Simba up and down. He's going to be okay, pick that one up, pick that one up, pick that one up, because you have to do that because you don't know jack. But if
So
you
you are
also,
telling me that the woman doesn't know her role in a household.
it
She
has nothing
doesn't
to
know
do with role. The reason why those cultures keep those women ignorant is because they know that okay, once a woman is ignorant, she doesn't know jack like much about the world or things. She will be willing to, she will automatically, and she knows that the husband know everything, knows so much, highly educated. Of course, she's going to be automatically following your instruction. Like, okay, lead, since you know more than me. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. She will submit to you leading her. So I get that part of.
Exactly, that was my point. So when she gained a little bit of education or more education, that part, she is now becoming strong enough to stand, her ground and actually know which one is wrong and what is right. And
But
actually, the submission just kind of died out,
it wouldn't be about standing ground though. But I
Oh.
still think if the woman is educated, and you are telling her to do something that's right, she will do it now. The only thing is, if you just tell her to do something that's wrong, she will question it, or something she doesn't understand, she will just question it.
Yeah, but
So
have
that's
you
the
realized
difference.
that?
But that's
Have
the
you
difference,
realized
though.
that? They,
But
but
Junior,
the
which one
question
would
that I
you?
want to ask. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So the difference between the educated woman and the uneducated woman is, if you tell the educated woman to do something that's right, yeah, she would know that it's right and she would do it. Only she's foolish that she won't do the right thing. But if you tell her to do something that is wrong, but you may not know that it's wrong because you are not perfect yourself. You may just tell a woman go out and do something, and then she will analyze it and realize that this thing you're telling me to do is it can lead to disaster. Then she will question you like, hey babe, or whatever. This thing you're telling us to do, look at it too. There's danger down the line. But uneducated woman, you tell her to do something wrong, she may not even know it's wrong. She's just going to do it. So, and both of you find yourself in a hot soup eventually. So, which one would you prefer? The woman that has brain in her head, that you tell her what to do, and she can look at it, analyze it, and then come back to you and say, "Hey, husband, look, this is what you're trying to tell us to do. We might end up in a hot soup." So, which wife would you
But
prefer? So, it's
But
up
have
to
you
you now.
realized that the rate of divorce in African community or in Nigerian community is between the rich, a woman that is educated, or a richer woman, or in a household that most of these guys are
You're right.
educated
You're right.
than a
Right. It's
traditional.
likely going to
Huh?
be. You're right. It's likely going to be, the divorce is likely going to happen between two educated woman and,
Right.
yeah, because what usually happen in that is, maybe your decisions are not so rational as a man, and then she's looking at it like, look what you're doing. This is, she's has the ability to analyze things. But if you are a wise man as well, you have to come to the term that I need to also understand. I need to also listen to the woman now, because she has brain in her head now. But the ego, the mentality that, and I should not listen to a woman. Sometimes women can be then no more than you. This idea that you have to be the one. You both have brain in your head. So are you saying the brain in her head is just a waste that she can't even talk?
But if the husband and the wife that are educated have good brain, how come the rate of divorce is still higher? I mean,
Because a lot of
we
these
could
men,
solve.
that's why their education, they're still stuck with the old mentality that, because growing up, my father control my mother. Well, the question you ask yourself is, was your mother educated? No, she was not. Your father saw your mother just follow because she wasn't educated, not because she wanted to. She was ignorant. But now you are married to a woman that has brain, she knows how to reason, but you want to live like your father.
So education leads to not controlling anymore. So if people are educated, they don't control anymore.
But why do you want to control? Why do you want to control another person? That's the question, though. I don't understand that. I don't know why you guys really have to control a woman. I don't get it. Do you get pleasure from that? The thing is, this is the thing. A lot of things we do it because it's something we watch growing up being done. We grow up watching father controlling mother, uncles controlling women. So we think that's what we have to do. But it's not really what you
But
have
I
to do.
thought it was part of the most African culture, because
No,
most
that's what you have
African
to,
culture
and
is
that's the problem. We need to
patriarchy.
start. You know what I love about philosophy? I will recommend everybody to philosophy. Tell you how to really think, not how to see. I will recommend one book and by one tech guy. He said it's called the 5 level attachment. The book kind of explain that. Do you let knowledge control you, or do you control knowledge? You know what that means?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay,
my question
let
is,
me explain it to you.
can
Let me
we
explain.
reform? Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
You have knowledge in your head, right? And where did all the knowledge you have in your head, where did it come from? It comes from your life experience. The knowledge of the
Someone
language,
educating you as well.
everything, every knowledge you have in your head comes from your encounters. Even the language you
Yep.
speak, you learning from. It's part of your knowledge because you're learning from your encounter, your things, people you encounter throughout your life, your environment. You pick up language, you pick up behavior, you pick up habit, you pick up knowledge. So now the question is, when you're living your life, do you let the knowledge now control, direct everything you do, or do you understand that this is just knowledge? It's really not me. It's my knowledge. It's not who I am. It's just my knowledge. Someone with a different knowledge we see things differently and do things differently. So now you have to now understand that I have knowledge, but should I do things because my knowledge tells me to, or I'm the one doing it because I'm. So that's what they say. Do you control your knowledge, or does your knowledge control you?
But your knowledge doesn't supersede the law of that land, because your knowledge might be telling you something, but the law doesn't allow you to do so.
But
So
that's well, you are talking about rule of law here, but we are talking about just. Is it a rule of law that is it a rule of law that you are talking about the culture studies here? It's not even a culture. I don't even know where they write down that it's a culture of these people to do this. It's everybody else doing it because
but take for instance, your culture state that, or your knowledge assume that you have to have 2 wives from your knowledge from Africa, and you live in America, but the society doesn't permit you to. So that
okay. The question is, do you really have the desire to have 2 wives, or it's just because your knowledge said it, your culture said it?
Of course, I mean, some people we have the knowledge to.
What I'm saying is, some people. Okay, I've seen situations where they will a mother they will come and tell a guy, listen, your father married this many wives or this amount of wives. Your grandfather did it, or you must do it, and then you begin to. That's like, do I really? Well, some people just do it because they say, oh, because in a family, that's what they've been doing. But another guy will ask himself, like, okay, yeah, it is, but I really don't have desire to do the same thing. Maybe I just want to do something different. Because some people, they just do it because they say that's what they say it's going on, it's been going on. And then when they do it, they find that they are miserable. They are living miserable life because they are doing things that they are told.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying by not. So your culture is your knowledge. So now I won't let the culture control me. I control the culture controlling me. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing from you now is like maybe African culture needs to be reformed, or maybe Yoruba culture needs to be reformed, because most of the things that you have spoke about actually depicts that that culture is patriarchal, so the man's control everything. So are you calling for a reformation that we actually have to create a culture where a man and a woman feels equal in it?
The real Yoruba culture, I don't know. There's difference between I would say this in our own spiritual culture. Actually, women are seen to be the most powerful.
Oh wow!
Yeah, because women are more powerful spiritually than men. In spirituality, women are the most they are more powerful than men. But the men, we have advantage in a spirituality because we are more exposed to there's a way the thing is balanced in our spirituality. For example, there's no ritual we can do without a woman being present. You understand? Whether it's initiation, whether it's even in the spirit realm, the most powerful entities are women. But do you know the earth itself is a female? That's why they call it Mother Earth. So when they say it's a man's world, it's a lie. It's actually a woman's world.
You say it's a lie?
It's a European concept. The African concept.
But it's not a lie. You could actually
world.
see it. I mean, you could actually see it in the surface. The man is the man. I mean, have you ever seen a female president in Nigeria? Most of the companies, the top CEOs in Nigeria are men. Come on, all this. I mean, you could actually see it physically.
But wait now. Let me help you see that from another angle, right? When you are a CEO of a company, right? Who do you see doing the work around the company? Are you the one working, doing all the work?
I mean, you have secretaries, maybe.
The employees are the ones doing the work. Men, we are the employers. Women are the owner of the earth. They are the owner of the world. Women are the employers. Men are the employers.
So a woman cannot be an employer?
No, you say men are the one to be ministers.
All these. Let me
tell you a secret. Let me tell you a secret.
Okay.
And reason why Some society we always look better than the other, and we always advance better. Any society where in your laws and your dealings you don't put the interest of women first, you're not going to grow. You're going to have a
Mm.
spiritual problem, curse. You're not going to advance. You will not. The white people understand that. That's why if you go and look at their laws, everything, they always put the interest of women above the interest of men in their laws. In
They
their
have it in their laws, but in the
That's why
upper
they are
chamber,
progressive. That's why
like
they are prospering. There's only one
no,
African
Mike,
president.
Mike, Mike, they
Hold
are
on
not
now, hold on.
progressing because of,
Bros, I'm telling you the spiritual part of things. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
yeah, but did you know it was just few years that women actually were paying the same pay
Yeah,
with men in
Mike.
America?
Let me chime
No,
in
no, I'm
there,
not talking
Mike.
about money part. I'm not talking about money part. I'm
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the welfare, the welfare, the welfare,
Oh, okay.
the welfare, the welfare of the women in our society. You have to put it. You can't just ignore their welfare. You can't just like in Africa when those guys are coming lawmakers, they're making law. Do you know that they don't even think about the life of women at all? Those African men, they don't even when they are gathering, they want to make laws. Are just thinking about the way they see things. They don't invite women in the room and say, "Come, where do you guys see? How do you see things? How does these things?
When I
How does
Well,
see
this? How
when
will
I
because
this
see
law
because
Nigerian
affect the
okay,
women
senators,
let
in
me chime in,
society?"
Mike. Because just like the West, by the way, is no different than Africa in a lot of ways when it comes to the way they've dealt with women for over the years, right? Not until recently in America, even in America, they talk about here, well, 50s, 60s, that women started having rights. They took care of the women because they have a place, they have their own place that they put them. But when it comes to the affairs of the state, like making laws,
exactly that.
who's in
Yeah,
charge?
Yeah,
Okay,
the
the
affairs
men.
of the
women
state. But
are
I
not
think
regarded as such. Okay,
I,
so
I I think
let's
I
not
think you're
pretend.
missing my point. I think you're missing my point. That's why I gave that example. Like, hey, the CEO of a company is not the one you see doing the work. And what I'm telling you, I'm speaking from a spiritual side of things. I'm telling you that the way nature designed things, it designed men to be the one in this world to do the work, to go to war, to do we are more like sacrificial lanes. We are designed to be more of a sacrificial lanes for women's survival. Because the women
Who
are really
define the role?
hold on,
Is
give me
it
a second
human
now.
beings or God define it? Who define that role?
Give me a
Okay,
nature.
Mike, hold on.
Hold
See,
on.
you have
Well,
to
let's
choose
talk
one.
one at a
Hold on
time.
a second,
Give me
Mike.
a chance to land first. Give me a chance to land. So because things I'm explaining is very deep. You have to really give me a chance to land. If you look at the way nature designed things itself, people hardly want to kill a woman. You understand? During war, right? People tend to avoid killing women. You understand? But when you say man, they take him out.
Because
During
they see women as weak.
hold
That's
on,
why.
give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. If you take time to study nature, you understand what I'm saying. Even within the animal kingdom, the when the animal, if you look at the male lion, they leave the women alone. They kill each other. You understand? So, and even in our spirituality, we want to sacrifice animal. We sacrifice the male animal. We don't sacrifice the female for most of the time. So, in nature, we really design men to be more of the they want to go and do work, build the earth, build the work, and be the one to go to war. Like our life is just like it's meant to be like just harder than like do the hard work. Whereas women, they just reap the fruit of our labor. You understand? So that's the way they are designed. So they are the world was built for them, for us to come and assist them. But their job, they're the one that actually will now give birth and multiply, bring forth life, and nurture the environment and keep the clean the environment. Just they just their nature. They nurture the environment. But we just they keep life going. But we will just provide sperm and then we go to war and we die, we kill each other. We do more dangerous things and build society. We're like workers. That's what I mean by that. And then when the worker is doing his work and that work is doing is not favoring the owner of the land, which are the women, everything you're doing will be going in vain. The order of nature will be going against you. the order of nature will be going against you. And that's why I tell you that in society, a society where the men are working, but the work they are doing, they're not considering how it impact the women, right? How it favors the women. That society doesn't really progress much because nature, the spirit world is against that society. That's why Rwanda, Paul Kagame started putting the welfare of the Uganda women, that's why the Rwanda women, he started considering their welfare. In fact, he started involving them in everything. Rwanda started progressing and the rest of the African countries.
Oh wow.
Now
So
I'm
that
giving
was,
you
you think that
spiritual
was a
law.
major, you
Jude, take a pen. That's a spiritual law. 101.
So you think that was what progress Rwanda's
Jude, let me tell you a secret.
economy?
Let me tell you a secret. Women are they are all witches. The word witch is not necessarily a bad word. They have spiritual power. If women start wishing you bad, I'm telling you, man, things will start going bad for you. I'm telling you, if women in the environment start wishing you bad, or if the women in the environment they are just not happy, that place will always be messed up. If you look at
The
neighborhoods
point,
where the women are bitter, you always that energy there is always bad. Or a house where the woman is angry or bitter, not happy. When your mom is not happy, you know everybody's not going to be happy in that house now. You know that. When your popsy is not happy, we don't understand that. Oh, just gonna sit in the room somewhere. When women are not happy, they have very strong spiritual energy where that place just become messed up. But the moment they
the
start being
question that I
happy,
want
you
to
see,
ask you,
the
Mike.
moment women start smiling, they're happy, You see that joy, start feeling good energy, good spirit, start flying that place. You know, that's just the way. I'm just telling you spiritual laws, man.
So you are telling me that the African or the world has to stay patriarchal, where the man is the employer and the woman should remain the woman of the house. So is that what you meant? I mean,
No, that's
drawing
not what I necessarily
influence
meant.
from.
That's not what I necessarily meant.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that
yeah, but I mean,
what I'm
since
saying
that
is
role
whatever we are
cannot,
doing,
so if that role
what
can
I'm
be
saying,
reversed.
no, what I'm saying is this: whatever we are doing in an environment, we have to make sure it doesn't impact women negatively. You have to try to make sure it's impacting them positively. That's the point I'm making. Or
Right, but
else,
based on our society, we've seen
Okay,
that women have been
Jude,
neglected.
Jude,
Go ahead, please,
the
Daddy.
that's
Sorry.
why we are not
the
progressing now.
lesson the
That's why
lesson you should be learning
Africa,
is that
Cameroon, Nigeria, we shit holes. Whereas
Jude,
in Europe,
what Mike is telling you
look at
in
the
essence
European
is
countries,
that
look at America, look at that giving their women welfare, everything, and they keep progressing.
Please, Daddy,
Jude,
go ahead.
Mike is telling you the lesson Mike is trying to get you to learn is that be ready to be a slave to women. Okay.
That's not being slave now. Yeah, in fact, yeah, that's what we are created for. You don't know that.
You see, I told you, be ready to be a slave to women.
No, you're missing. You may be misunderstanding me. When I'm speaking, you know
No,
what? Where
no. Listen,
people
on the aspect of the spiritual principle, I agree with you. It doesn't only extend to women; it extends to women, the poor in society, and children. So overall, yeah.
I think Prince Ali, hold on, give me 1 second. Whenever I have this kind of conversation, automatically what some men are thinking is I'm talking about relationship, me and my girlfriend, I should
No, no,
be.
no.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about.
I
When I'm giving you spiritual knowledge, I'm not talking about intimate no information about your girlfriend. I'm just telling you about energy, not the physical, the energy of the environment. So when I'm talking about uh, because human being we are energy before we are even material. See, our flesh, our body is just material. So the woman I'm talking about is not the woman in the physical woman. I'm talking about the energy of the woman. So when I'm talking, I'm just talking about energies. But people always see what I'm saying as, oh, he's talking about, oh, that woman in shape and my girlfriend. I have to worship my girlfriend. No, that's not what I'm talking about. You know, so I just, they'll say it's a simp.
So, Mike, based on all, what I'm saying is, you say that's why we are shithole anyway. I mean, it's a great topic, but I wish Africans can upgrade. You know what I'm saying? This culture that we have, we should. That's why I believe that the white culture, where this equality,
No, Africans are not living their culture. When the Africans are saying, "Oh, our culture is a lie. What they do is whenever a situation favor them, they hide under the umbrella of culture. And it's not really, that's what they will do. They will
Oh,
say,
really?
you will see some even sometimes on the shows like this, you see some Africans, right? They will say they are
Mhm.
elders, right? But they don't behave like elders, right? And then when they don't do what African elders are supposed to do, right? But then when the argument begins between them and the young person, then they will want to remind you that, oh, in our culture, elder, I'm like, dude, come on, man. When you want to hide under the umbrella of culture, when the situation is not favoring you, right? So that way, and some will say they were doing things that has nothing, that's contrary to their culture. And when the situation is not favoring them, they'll start reminding you of culture. So I always say,
Yes,
no,
yes.
don't play that culture game with me. If you want to play culture, play it all the way. Start from the jump before we start, play it all the way. So a lot of Africans don't practice, they don't believe in their culture anymore. But when situation begin to unfavor them, they'll remember, oh, I can dig into that culture card and play it and use it to win this the argument, or to get my way out of this. So it's human manipulation. So I'm not foolish. I will see some people
But
here, African. I will say what we are doing, they are not doing with culture. Why you start trying to use politics of culture to win, to find your way? Come on now.
but I've actually realized that the cultural laws and the Republican laws will never probably be aligned to each other. So one will actually dominate, and it's gonna be the Republican or the call the law of that country. So there are certain things that you can do in your culture which might not be the law of that country, and it might become a crime. You know, and I also wish that certain cultures of us should be updated, because our cultures are archaic. They are not good in a modern society, where in a society that we live in right now, I think a
Give,
lot
me
of
give me a
things have
second,
to.
real quick. Let me respond to this guy here, man. Yeah, Mike King Solomon is the wisest man there. No, we are talking about African spiritual knowledge. This guy is talking about some King Solomon books. All these
Come
Africans,
on,
man. You say about his King Solomon story, African goddamn story. I'm talking about African,
man.
all these African.
Who told this guy about King Solomon? The white man wrote a book and told you about King Solomon, and you just consume it. Look, I mean, we are talking about traditional. You're talking about a religious that was passed down on you. You don't even know who the writer is on that story, and you assume that character exists, and which maybe it was a fiction. That's why. Look, man,
That's why
it's high
Africans are
time we
lost now. They just they start following one Bible, one book somebody brought to them from
yeah,
Snow Mountain. Somebody brought a book
I'm not.
from Caucasus Mountain, Snow Caucasus Mountain in Europe. They brought it to Africa. They say, okay, follow this book, and they start following it.
Yeah, I was over here, and I was on this panel one time when it came to religion, and people were having conflict of interest. I mean, come on. I mean, a book that was written by somebody, and there have been so many versions of it, and every time they come on with a version, they change and edited everything on it. No, when the Bible, we'll call it the Bible, first came into existence, a lot of Ethiopian characters were in that Bible. Out of a sudden, some of these characters were eliminated, and a version of a Bible came in, and all the characters in this Bible, they all look like
Like
snow
which
bunnies. And
character, Jude? Like which? You say Ethiopian character? Ethiopian? Like which one?
yeah, I'm not versed with the Bible because I don't want to be versed with it. But I was talking
So if
to,
we are
I
talking, you
was
don't know what you're talking about. You just
no, but
talking around.
exactly, I came across a Bible that, wow, I did not know it existed. I think one of my guys pulled it out, and I was going through the Old Testament and the New Testament and realized that, wow, a lot of things has changed with the current version of King James and all this version. I was like, so where is this Ethiopian name? And they said no, that is an old version. I was like, wow. So man, I wouldn't talk much because I don't want to sound like
You,
an
you know, you
anti,
know, you know, you know
Christianity
why we
or
Africans we forbid writing
anti-religious.
our own knowledge down. You know,
You
we
know.
don't write it. We forbid it because one person can just change that knowledge, and it has changed it forever.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think of it? I've seen Ethiopians that say they were main characters are not Ethiopian names. Even some names were taken out of the current versions. But most
Hold on.
Africans have not.
Judith, maybe Mike should answer this question. Somebody put a comment on there. Mike, if you can see the comment on the chat. Why it's a Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and UAE are prosperous, but the women's rights are limited. Why are those countries not poor? Mike,
Do you see their women? Wait. Do they allow their women to go hungry? Do they forget this idea that these women are being oppressed in those countries? It's a lie. The welfare of these countries put the welfare of their women. In fact, those Muslim countries, they protect those women. Go and touch that women anyhow, or go and. I don't want to use the R word, RAPE. The women that they will chop your head off. The way we do women
but women are not hungry in Africa neither. I mean, women eat. I mean,
no.
women hungry and the men go around eating.
Wait. In these countries, this Saudi and UAE, these countries, when they are making their law, even when they call so-called this, even so-called Islam, they put the interest of the women into their everything. The only thing you can say is they make laws to restrict behaviors, bad behavior. That's what we can complain about. But the Western world, we like to say, oh, they are oppressing women because they are making laws to restrict behavior. It's not only women's behavior that women's behavior that they are making laws to restrict. It's both men too. But because the West, we want every woman to behave like a hoe and just do, all this rubbish. They will say, oh, they are oppressing women there. Are they sorry, I had a phone call. Are they not making sure that women are fed and they have a house, a home, they are, So if you go to this country, even their women are happier than the Western women. I'm telling you. So this propaganda that we consume in the West, that if you go there, women are in pain, they are suffering. Get the hell out of here. It's even here in the West that the women they can't find a husband. They are more depressed. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Let's stop this, man. Those Western propaganda that women are being oppressed in those countries. They put the interest of the women I regard too in those countries. Trust me. They don't just kick them aside,
Yeah,
leave
but
women on the street. I mean, come on.
I don't. Yeah, well, I agree with you, but I don't know of any culture that doesn't put the interest of the women at the forefront of the society. I don't know of any single culture, quite frankly. No matter how poor that culture is or that country, the women they always try as much as possible to take care of the women. Okay, so yeah. So again, why if African countries
Okay,
or the
wait.
African culture
Let me ask you. Let
does
me
that,
ask you. No. The African culture put the interest of women first, but I'm talking about the countries that we have today. These colonial countries we have don't do that. And I can ask you.
and
Tell me.
but then how
Tell me.
come we're not
Hold on.
prosperous if that's what we
Hold on.
need? If that's
Wait.
what we need.
Calm down. Tell me when our politicians in Nigeria have ever discussed solving hunger of the poor condition, the welfare, or even discuss the welfare of women in that country, in those countries. They don't. They don't even have that conversation. Or the women's health, they are what they call it. They don't even have that conversation. They don't. They're busy discussing how we make money. Those guys are never doing it, just looting money. And it's a bunch of men are looting the money. And then they don't even make laws about how women are being abused. And some of these, even some of these politicians, they abuse the women. They just sleep with a bunch of them and there's nothing in terms. They're really, they're discussing to say, come, we have to protect these women in this society here. They're not having that conversation. But our culture does it. Our ancient, kingdoms, we always have that. Because if you look at the old Yoruba Empire, Even we have more women political position and men political position. Agbo Yalaje, the women control the market. Yalo, there are so many women titles, and those women are very involved in what's going on in a community, in a society. They are very involved. So many women titles, they're almost as powerful as the kings. But today in Nigeria, we don't have that, man. It's just politicians, a bunch of group of men that just looters. They don't discuss, you know, they don't. Which budget they put out to say, okay, this budget going into the welfare of women? They don't. They don't even consider it in the budget. That's the point I'm making. But let me call the person that called me back, sir.
Okay, all right.
Prince Daddy,
Yeah, what's up? I doing?
how you doing?
I'm good, man. How far? You dropped off earlier, or you have to go take care of
No,
the kid, huh?
it's my Bluetooth mic is been messing up, so I was working on it. He always take me back to the background. I mean, I don't know why he always does that.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I was trying to see if I could, you know, not. But anyway, it's working now. It's working well now. So, what are you guys talking about?
Judy ran away.
No, Mike is one lecturing us that we should be slaves to women because without women, our society, our lives will not go, our life will not get better. So that's what we're learning.
It's true though. It's
Well, yeah.
true. You know, women are actually the life of this planet Earth. If there's no woman, you can imagine how chaotic the life will be here. But but with the woman, the life is not just chaotic; it's hell. But it's a bearable hell anyway. You know,
Really?
I'm telling you. Yoruba will tell you, go and get married. Koko e bale. Have you ever seen a man getting married and okon bale? Eh, it's only about one thing or the other. Something must happen. They can't just sit without looking for your trouble one way or the other. And honestly, people that says marriage is a learning institution. It is. Reason being is that when they comes with those shenanigans and all those things, and you begin to wonder why they always act this way. But what it does is that it teaches men patience. It teaches us to be tolerant. It teaches men to be more accommodating, right? So, and when you now start having kids altogether, that's a different ball game, you know. And yeah, and some people can't really bear it because love is not enough to sustain a marriage. You realize that you love this person, but you just have to give tough love because some cases you have to things that you ordinarily would not even when you are by yourself alone or you're single, you would not take any of such from. But here you are tolerating your partner or your spouse, in their shenanigans, But that's what marriage does. So the lovey-dovey at the beginning, or the infatuation they usually call love, it's not always there, enough to sustain the turbulence that comes with marriage. But thank God, women are always, I don't know, God made women to be in our life so that our life can be not calm, but full of turbulence for us to be able to grow and work stronger. Isn't that true, Prince Daddy?
Well,
Prince Daddy.
that's it. Yeah, I'm here.
Or how do you explain knowing a woman? How do you, I mean, do you know woman in and out? Like you can really say this is what woman is all about?
Oh no, far be from it. I once told my younger brother that I treat women like men, and he laughed at me. He was actually
Mm,
mocking me that I would say that. Um, but some people think women should be treated differently.
mm,
Um, Understandably, some, but when it's said differently, though, they're talking about you can't put women and men on the same level. I don't know how to explain it. And but personally, I don't see it that way. But one thing I know also is that, look, when because some men, they don't want to get into this, back and forth with women in a relationship, right? So the women tend to become domineering eventually, and the man becomes like, soft, like, or I mean, passive, and just a soft man. It looks like a man has been bitten down. So, um, but yeah, all because of peace. You want peace to reign. You want the woman to be happy. But I think it crosses the line sometimes when you do everything just to maintain peace, so the woman can be happy. But you, the man, there you go, rotting away, like um, it's like your life has no meaning anymore because you have to be this person that you're not. And so women do recognize it, though. So of course, not all women are the same. Some women are sensitive, and they're not selfish. It's not all about them. But some, they don't care. As long as they can get everything that they want. And it's not because they're a bad person. It's just that nature just comes in. And that's why I've always made the case that men and women, we are both the same in a lot of ways. The difference is our gender. Our gender is different, obviously, and given the same opportunity, I think women would be as bad as men are in a lot of ways. That's I think they would be, quite frankly, because I see them as equal. They have they have emotions that we do. They can be greedy, selfish. They have all those attributes like men. So why are they any different? I mean, it just happens that men, they've dominated the society for such a long time. But in this present world, things are changing, and they're changing really fast. Actually, women are beginning to dominate in a lot of ways. They are, and if you look at their behavior compared to men, they tend to exhibit the same kind of a behavior that men do, as being in charge, or being in charge, or just having more resources or more wealth. They are doing the same thing that the men do, and that has always been my point, that women are just like men. They're not any different. They're not any different.
Society is changing, the world is changing at large, and we're embracing some. Honestly, Prince Daddy. So I think it was the other gentleman that was, the Amazonics that was on this show earlier. It's always
Yeah, Jude.
arguing, and yeah, it's always he's always facing the oncoming vehicle in his argument. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, he he talked about our culture not not suitable or sustainable enough, or more like it's archaic and there to be geneticians and all that. I said no. And I was listening, but at the same time I was wondering why you come to that conclusion. Our culture is not archaic. Your culture should not be rigid, and our culture is not rigid. That's why it seems we are flexible in our ways. And but there are some certain things that should not be eroded, because if taken for granted, it's going to affect uh, marriage, and at the same time also affect the society at large. And that's what you have happening now, where values are no longer placed on things that are supposed to be, of great importance to people. For example, marriage. People in this world, we see marriage as, you know, not necessity, but if convenience. If you convenience for you, fine. If it's not, hey, no big deal. Yeah, no big deal. But you see, a society, they always create a norm for themselves. We're all animals, one way or the other. Politically, we're animals. But we have these norms that we created for ourselves that govern, is unwritten, that govern the society where human beings reside. And any contrary to the norms of that society will be seen as an aberration, and you know a society will frown upon whatever your action is that is contradicting the established norms. Now, when people started moving away from those norms, you were becoming, how should I call them now? Exceptions in some ways. Now, um, marriage is no longer seen as a um, that catalyst that built the society. So we treat it with levity. We treat it as with nonchalant attitude. It's about negotiation. It's about what we can get from it. The greediness of human being. Now, at the end of it all, people go into marriage having prenup. I'm not saying prenup. I mean, those are the culture that's completely alien to us. Because we've seen people that are greedy enough to want to take from where they never labored, which I understand completely. But you see, when people goes into marriage, they're not willing to sacrifice. They're not willing to, it's no longer about you now. It's about uh, the you and your partners, and if possible kids comes in, then the children are involved, and the picture goes beyond just you alone, right? So, and society suffer from those things because we no longer see, things that should be of importance to life, right? And the advent of social media doesn't even help matters. It makes it worse because things that used to bond family together now, in the past, are no longer there. Now we have social media, we have the entire world in your hand, literally. So everybody get busy without having interaction with the others. So you start seeing marriages, going different direction. So a lot of challenges. That's why people don't see marriage as what should be of priority to human being. You leave it fine, you don't get it, that's all. And I think people place unreasonable expectation on themselves on how the marriage should look or feel like. And the moment those expectations are not met, they begin to question everything.
That's
They
the thing I
get,
was going to say too. I think the reason why people feel jacked up in all this marriage and things is they have these expectations.
Mhm.
Those expectations are not met,
Yeah.
becomes
It,
voila. You know how they say the way the human brain works. They say energy flows. Sorry, is the energy flows where attention goes, right?
mm,
And your attention is towards something, and your energy is flowing towards that way, and that thing is not working. That's where the frustration comes in,
mm,
the misery, the anger, and everything. So people need to know that these are expectations and all these things. Just let it go, man. Like if you're gonna get into anything, just don't have all these unrealistic or on don't commit yourself to believing that this thing this expectation will be met.
mm.
So that's the thing.
Eh, but those expectations, Mike, those expectations, they're forgotten that a human being tends to change. We are like tree, we bend. We bend towards the forces of nature, right? When the wind blows, it blows to a certain direction, and it also affect the growth of that tree. And that is exactly human being, the way we are. So you don't expect certain traits and behavior that happens at the teenage time years to continue through the adulthood lifestyle of that particular individual. So the society, the environment that they found themselves is going to dictate how they're going to live, how they're going to change and transform over the years. So those are the things that will perhaps create those changes, right? And also the expectation that we're talking about. You at your prime, I mean, you are in your, let's say, late 20s going to 30s. At early 30s, right? Whether you're a man or a woman. Well, men never really anyway, you know. Kokularatali. But as a woman, I'm not trying to be no pun intended here. At 30s or early 30s, you know, it begins to get desperate a little bit. Okay, you want to find someone. Now, when you're in your late 20s, you're having this picture of a macho man, the already made man, a man with, you know, maybe couple of years down the lane, maybe 5, 6 years, becoming a CEO or becoming an executive somewhere. And you already have that because you're looking for security, right? So that places that expectation on you. And every now and then you come across um, prospective husband, husband material, so to say, that you could easily fit it into that picture. But because of the premium expectation you've placed on yourself, you begins to have those things eluding you gradually. And guess what? They just start setting in. Before you know it, time's gone by, and you're now becoming more desperate. You now begin to search and holding down on whoever
You
comes
know,
your
I was saying something earlier. You know, I was saying one thing that has killed us is that we've become these people that don't really know reason the way we're supposed to. Like, okay, for example, like in our own this thing, we're taught that we came to this world to fulfill something. The purpose we're created, everyone's created for a particular purpose. So when people think that their purpose in life is, oh, when I turn to my 20s, I'll get married. When I do this, I'll do this. Oh, I'll find a CEO. I will. No, when you start creating all these purpose for yourself, right? That you have no control over. That's when you are creating problem for yourself. When you start to set up all these expectations and all this, in us, we believe that we came to this world for a particular purpose. Everybody have his own purpose. And when you dig within yourself, you find whatever that purpose is. Whether it's to engage in this particular career or things that you will know within yourself that there's some things in life you just so gravitated towards. That's your purpose in life. It's not this other things that society has stayed for you. Like, oh, when you get to this thing, you must marry this thing, you must marry a CEO, you must this and that and that and that and that and that. You know. And also, I was making another point about how we lost our ways. You know, like they say, if you don't have someone to account to, then you really won't have too much reason to like be aligned. You understand? With just doing the right things. I mean, me, for example, I'm a traditionalist. My woman is a traditionalist, and most of our issues we do consultation. It's like we feel like I feel like I'm my account because she literally was someone the oracle chose for me. It's like so, and I feel like I'm very accountable to the deities, 'cause I fear the deities. And it's something I can't do. And she also is likewise, she fear the deities. She's a priestess, she fear the deities. She knows that if I cross the line with this man this way, I can get punished. And a lot of time, even before when she's misbehaving or I'm misbehaving, once we do divination, we get that message like, oh, okay, the way you're behaving towards your wife is wrong. The way you need to do more for your. So we are accountable to our deities. And we fear them. We have fear for them. But ordinary people like you guys now, I don't know. Like you, when I look at you people, I just say, now I understand why you guys are going through what you're going through. Like you're not accountable to anything beyond yourself, and she's not accountable to anything beyond herself. Maybe their parents. I mean, back in the day, we can say, "Oh, my papa, I'm accountable to my in-law, my parents, or something." But today, who will still look to their parents? Anyone? A lot of you guys believe okay, maybe your pastor or something. I don't know.
Mike,
But
what
there's
is that?
nothing really. There's no one out there or forces out there that you really fear. That you feel like if I treat this woman wrong, or this woman treat me, or if I treat this man wrong, I can deal with some consequence. So I think that's where you guys lost it. I'm sorry. All of you guys are becoming
No,
Europeanized.
we have our own. I mean, just like you have your own traditional religion, also, you don't think we have principles in Christianity that we follow? Also, you don't think so?
There's a
You
difference
think
between
we just like
principle and fear
chicken
of
with our head?
consequence. Hmm?
I
No,
said, do
it's
you
not
think we
only
like chickens with
our
our
own.
head?
What? Say it again.
I said you think we are chickens without heads. We don't follow anything. We just like,
No, I
you
said you are
know,
not
we just go
accountable.
as the wind blows,
No.
huh?
There's a difference between following and being accountable. And when I say accountable,
Yeah, we are accountable
to
because
who?
to the laws of God, the guiding principles of this world. That's a fun.
Ross, you're not hearing what I'm telling you. You're not. You're not hearing.
I heard what you
Okay.
said. I heard what you said. I heard,
You know.
yeah.
Ross, if you one day wake up and you feel like going against that so-called principle,
Mhm.
what is it? What are you afraid of that will happen to you? Nothing. That's the point I'm making here, man. It's not only religion. In life, it can be all brought up to solid principles and everything. You know.
And you, is somebody going to flog you? Is that it?
Ah. Hey. When a woman say, "I'm gonna report you to the gods," I think twice. So let me behave myself. Because I know
If you're a Christian, also, she can go report you to the pastor.
you guys are you. So come on now. You know you're not afraid of any pastor, man. When it comes to it, you probably won't beat up your pastor, self.
Pastor, don't know. The funniest thing is that when people that ordinarily supposed to be grab their neighbors and drag them to courthouse or somewhere and get married and get belay, they will be, going to pastors to pray for them and I always say, look, when you go to pastor, you don't go to pastor. The character of that person, there's some question people don't ask at the dating stage or when you're just meeting somebody newly. On both sides, people don't ask those questions because they are infatuated and they are stupidly going about it in a way that they know they are going to hit the brick wall, or should I say rock bottom, when they get married. To the smallest thing as finances, those things need to be talked out. It's not just about being picky, and how do you get somebody who, wait a minute, let me ask this question, because I've seen people like, I think Mike was once talking about being chosen by Ifa or chosen by a pastor, whatever it is. I'm not saying that those things doesn't happen. It does happen. But when you are meeting somebody for the first time and the person says, "Oh, I'm a traditionalist," and you don't share the same belief, and the person say, "Well, I'm frugal with my finances," and you don't share that same ideology, and the person said, "Oh, I only want two children," and you say, "Well, Roka," and yet you are adamant, you kept putting your head in there. That is a prelude to disaster in waiting, and you know that is going to happen. But I'm not saying people don't change, but at least you have a little idea of the person you are dealing with. So you take the person to dinner, you go out on a date, you go to a dinner, all that occupies your mind is about sex, right? Okay, of course you believe that you're going to get married to this person, but you're just buying time. So you go to dinner, that is an good example or good right place for you to start asking questions that are not threatening in nature, but it just give you some, a snippet into the world of this person. But people don't do that, right? So when people get married, all this thing now begins to
But
manifest.
Adewale,
Yeah.
all those red flags that we're supposed to watch out for, Even the questions that you're supposed to ask, how many people know the appropriate questions to ask to actually familiarize with them and see all those red flags in any of the spouse? Do we really know?
Yeah, because we don't usually pay attention to those details. We don't attach so much importance to it until we start getting serious with them. And that
No,
is
I
when
think
we
one of the issue
But some
is
people
this.
just
We
ignore it. They
usually
don't care.
people ignore it. People think that, oh, okay, let's say you see a lady and she's telling you, oh, my previous engagement, this is what I did, this is what happened, and okay, let's say she said, okay, this is what she has done to the previous people that she has dated, and you are thinking that, okay, maybe you are better, she will not do that kind of thing to you, and that is a wrong signal. You understand? And we tend to have that belief that, okay, what happened to the previous people cannot happen to me. But because what I realize that both men and women don't lie in their dealing with fellow human beings. But the problem is that we fail. God, they will not communicate maybe in a verbal communication. But if you watch out, you will be able to see all these red flags. And they're supposed to be a signal to you, but most of the time we fail to actually watch out for all these things.
And why is this so though? Why is this so?
Okay,
Why
good
do
question. I was going
people
to ask the same thing. Yeah.
Simba?
You know, people
I
are
think
desperate to
you
get
said
married.
something. He said something. Some people will do it out of desperation. Some people will do it out of infatuation. You understand? Because as like men, we tend to be, for the first thing that draw our attention to a woman is not their character, it's their beauty.
Yeah, beauty. Like,
You understand? So
if
and
I
that
would get
one
like,
tend
And the
that
woman,
one tend to actually be cloud our judgment in most of the cases. You understand? And most of the time, you tend to also you don't want to come out in the initial stage you don't want to lose the woman, but maybe you're already attracted to her.
hmm, that's a good point. That's a good point. But why not mix it more uh 50-50? Put your card on the table. If you're going to lose, I mean, we're talking about forever and forever. So if you lose this person, that means he or she is not meant to stay, right? But other than I think sometimes when men meet a woman and already have it at the back of their mind that they're going in for marriage, not necessarily dating or having good time, there's this level of desperation that comes with it. And if you have a family that are also, trying to hurry you up to do the needful, they won't give you enough time to actually know that person very well because it seems everything they do, they're doing in a hurry. So there's a chances of masking their true character. There was this sermon that was preached by Pastor Funke Adejuma. It was actually also a hot topic at the TVC, where she advised that women that are, having been in a serious relationship and their first time going to their in-law to be's house, that there's certain way they should comport themselves. Sit by the first chair that you sit in the living room. Don't start scanning and looking around in the room. Don't finish the food given to you. Don't sit at the edge. Make sure you genuflect or bow or knee, whatever their culture, require. Don't ask too many questions.
remember that
I,
video?
I was thinking about. I was like, wait a minute.
Telling the
Where
woman to
does
fake for now.
Yeah? So where does he leave that particular lady's character? Where does he comes to be? How would they be able to assess if she's able to fake
So,
everything?
I think from what I can see from what she said, she's just telling them to pretend.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's That's what I was saying earlier. The Africans, they just pretend until later, but the black Americans,
And that is
those
the
ones they show
you
you
know
their true colors from the
a
jump.
woman that you courtship is actually different from marriage. Most women will pretend through the courtship. What they cannot by the time they get is like the marriage give them the license, it give them the free will to now express themselves after marriage. And that's why you see that some of them within few months of marriage, the marriage will scatter. I beg.
Oh,
It's
so,
the whole thing
Mike,
is
not everybody has the great opportunity that you do to go consult the gods before you get married. But there are people that have been married for a
but
long time.
when people not doing it in Christianity also, Prince Daddy, that they say that they dream that sister Sarah is my wife, and the people believe that.
Well, sure,
Well, that
but
one is
even those people that don't do it, there are people that have been married for a very long time, and they met. If it's their destiny, it happened. They got married, and they happily married. And of course, they went through ups and downs in their marriage, just like everybody else. But they didn't consult the gods. So what do you say about that? Mike?
are you asking me?
Is Mike there?
What was your question?
Yes, now you are the one. He's asking you the God now, the small God.
I didn't hear the question. Repeat it.
I said, what about people that don't have the opportunity like you to go consult the gods and they've been married for 20, 30 years, for a long time, and they're happily married? What about that?
Well, they are lucky now. They are lucky.
It's
I don't
luck.
even
Okay.
understand. I don't understand what Prince Daddy mean by happily married. Is there anything like happily married? Everybody is
Well,
just coping. You can tell that
here's
they
the
are
thing.
coping with their marriage. They are coping with their marriage, not happily married.
No, well, what I meant is that at least they are together. Of course, there's
Yeah.
always ups and downs in marriage, in any relationship. That's not the point.
So
The
don't say
point
they
is
are happily married.
that
Some
but some people
they
are.
are coping. They are coping.
How far
Okay.
They're during the marriage.
The marriage. Well, that is life now.
Is there anything is there any happiness actually in marriage? Can you really say that there's happiness? But a happiness that cannot be sustained for one day.
Well, it's supposed to be renewed
Well,
every day. So yeah, that's the way it goes.
just yesterday, a colleague of mine was telling me that a wife, I mentioned it earlier, that his wife just carried the three kids, sold all the properties in Nigeria, and jackpot to Canada without letting him know. And the guy is working here in Saudi Arabia, dying for the family. You see?
Was
And
the lady in Nigeria? Was she living in Nigeria?
yeah, she was living in Nigeria before.
Uh, she shouldn't worry now. The guy shouldn't worry. The lady, I mean,
The
well,
lady would do what?
right, so, we don't know the whole story. It could be that the woman
exactly.
she's struggling. The woman is not sending enough money. And
Are
some
you
people
are you
say when
sure
they
the
get
kiss?
to
Are you sure the kiss is that
most
guy's kid?
Africans, when they get the American or Canadian visa, when they will take it to, they will just
Do you even know what happened? Now she's requesting the guy to be sending money for the upkeep in
exactly.
Canada.
Most of them think once they get to all those countries, they
And then the father-in-law is now saying that if he doesn't send it, that he's going to inform the our this thing professional bodies that the guy is not a responsible guy. Can you imagine? Even threatening the poor doctor.
when she ran away without letting him know.
Dude,
But
Eh.
so Sinbad,
Now she
what
got
really happened?
them in a hole now. Now you want to go.
You know what? Let me tell you what really happened is this. They had the plan initially that she wanted to go for maybe a master degree in Canada or whatever that they are processing. But you know, the man was not around, but he was one that provided the proof of fund and everything. But the agreement is that she will go alone. She will leave the kids to be schooling in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when she now started, because the guy was not on ground to at least oversee the processing, but not knowing that the woman actually had an ulterior motive, had her own plan, that she just wanted to escape with the kids. And that was what she did. In fact, you know, the guy she sold the car, the only car that they have. In fact, the house that they have, she will have sold the house also, but it's a mortgage that they have not completed the payment. So the document of the house is not with her. If not, she will have sold everything and then escaped like that.
So how was she able to get it? How many children? If you manage
Three
children. So how is she able to get the children to go to Canada without having the consent of the husband? I mean, it sounds kind of a. Did the man sign the documents by any chance?
Actually, I didn't. I don't know how they do. Maybe did they really need consent for them to do that?
Yeah, I think you do.
Hey, because if the man provided the proof
in
of
Africa, don't want
no, Prince Daddy, the man provided the proof of sponsor. You understand the proof of fund. Is that not enough to say that the man gave the consent?
Well, there you go. I mean, are you sure the man didn't give his consent? I mean, it sounds like, I don't know. So the man must have signed the documents, must have provided all the necessary supporting document that she needed, and that's why she was able to do it. Because if it didn't, there's no way she could, unless she forged the documents, and they would have to have verified with the husband or somebody that may have pretended to be the husband to verify those documents, because Canada will verify those documents. They will. So she must have somehow, yes, maybe lied to the husband and manipulated him and used some other person to represent him in collaborating the documents. Something like that must have happened. But what is the problem? That I mean, okay, you say there's nothing being happily married. So
With your happily married. It's definitely they are not happily married. If the woman can do something against the wish of the husband.
Well, so can we say the woman, she's unhappy about something? I mean,
You know, these days, let me tell you, these days, what women does is this. Even whatever is going on, some of them they will pretend, and they will have a plan of escape. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that is why you see that most people that japa, by the time they get to this UK or US or Canada, then you discover that is when the woman will start expressing herself, because she knew that she can't do that in Nigeria, probably because she doesn't have the financial wherewithal. Do you understand what I'm saying? But by the time they get to all this Western world, they have the backing of the law and everything. Then they express themselves. So it's just like I mean, the opportunity, they give them another opportunity to revenge whatever the man they thought the man has been doing to them.
I see. So was she a professional person working in Nigeria? Or what is her profession? I mean, obviously she's asking
she is just a civil servant.
What was he doing in Saudi Arabia?
The man is a doctor in Saudi Arabia.
How can you abandon a doctor and japa with you, and you are calling them to send you money? Yeah, it makes no sense. I mean,
I told the guy, I said, if I'm the one, shishi, I will not give her, shishi. And the guy said, because of the children, because the children,
yeah.
Hey, but even that children, as you ask, how is he sure that even those children belong to him? Then even the mentality of those children.
Exactly. That's
Those
what I was
children
asking.
now, were they, the woman will have brainwashed them, and whatever investment is putting in those children, I don't think it can repeat.
No, no, you no go whip am. I mean, if the guy not take lucky, you no go see those kid anymore. He has to make he come to Canada quick enough. If not, another person go claim him. You know.
Okay, we don't know, the way the story looks like right now, like the woman, looks like
This
she's a
one,
bad
this
woman.
story that is not a something,
But
no, is somebody that's very close to me, no.
I
Is
understand.
person I know. It's not as if I heard it
I'm trying
from
to,
news or whatever.
trying to determine the wickedness of the woman to just take the three children away from the man. And I mean, so I'm thinking if the man did something to her, um, who knows? You don't know I don't think you know the full story yourself, Simba. You just know the story according to the man's side of the story. But it could be, I don't know. It's kind of no, it's not a funny thing. Just take the man's three children and just take them away. It's not a joke at all. It's not a joke. So that's almost uh tantamount to evil.
And Prince Daddy, that is another thing. Before the way we get married, this communal thing, the father, the two parents will know themselves. If there's any problem, you have somebody that you can report to. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? The two families know them. But these days, that okay, maybe you are a Yoruba man, you go and marry one Igbo woman from somewhere, or one Hausa or one Fulani, or you go and marry one woman from Uganda or from whatever. That is why everybody. So who do you report to? Even if sometimes, because of the fear of the parent, those are the things that actually keep marriage. Marriage is not something that is so sweet the way we normally look at it. It's full of up and down, and there should be something that that is keeping that marriage. But most of the things that used to keep marriage are no longer there because of this freedom of the thing that we are talking about. That is so, and now the even in, okay, let's say in Nigeria, the pastor are now taking the roles of the parent. At least if there is something wrong, some people can run to their pastor and report their husband and all this, or report the wife. But in Western world, who do you report to? Nobody. Everybody will you're just on your own.
You go see a
Is that
counselor.
oh, yeah. Is that lady from the east, Simba? Because I know, is she a YouTuber?
Who?
That lady.
No, she's not.
Because I know one lady who's married to a doctor. They're from the east. The doctor went to Saudi Arabia for some reason. The lady is on YouTuber bashing that she's not taking the three kids to Saudi Arabia, this and that.
No, you see that one. I know that one now. I think that one
Wait,
is in
wait,
Saudi Arabia. She's in Saudi Arabia with her husband now.
Oh yeah, it seems like
Simba,
she finally moved. Yeah. So
the story you are telling us. So that man, the doctor is living in Saudi Arabia, well, the wife and the kids are living in Nigeria, right?
yep.
Yes.
So is the man just in Saudi Arabia for a little bit of time, or is he there for a long time? I mean,
He's just there for maybe a year.
we only went there for a year. He's supposed to come back.
No, it's not as if he's supposed to come back, but he has only spent 1 year there.
So the woman is just there with the kids by herself in Nigeria.
Yeah, the man is sending money now.
So what's the difference between the woman being in Nigeria and being in Canada? What's the difference? I mean, like to him, is it not the same? Okay, so basically the difference is that she didn't tell him or something. Abi?
What you are telling me that there's no difference. The financial this thing, there's a lot of difference being in Nigeria and being
The guy
in
could
Canada.
actually go home at any time in Nigeria, but not in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. About in Canada now.
Oh, you mean the man? Oh, he
Yeah,
can
Yes.
go.
man.
But it's not. It's not.
the
That's
kind
what.
of
That's what I was
family. Let me tell
asking.
you,
Like,
the
is it?
kind of family support, everything that you get in Nigeria, it's totally different environment. Okay, now What of if the man now, how much do you need to sustain a family in Nigeria? How much do you need to sustain a family in Canada?
But he doesn't have to do that. Since she went and she can do the other, it's not like she's not forcing him to be paying big money there. Then you just tell him to come back.
That is it now. He pay
So
it
it's not. It
it
wasn't
pays
like a big. I didn't
it
see a
pay
big deal in that. If she
yeah.
okay, if she got a Canadian visa, right? For all the 3 kids, it's like maybe it's opportunity. Maybe they get a better life opportunity in Canada, and she want to try it. But
And
yeah,
it's
of
supposed
course.
to be a mutual agreement. It's not some a decision that
Oh,
somebody has to
okay,
take.
so let me ask this now. So if they get to a point where she wants to do it, he doesn't want to do it, then which decision should they go by?
Okay, let me give you. Let
Well,
me give. Let me tell
but
you this. Let me tell
hold
you this.
on. But according
Just
to my,
this
one second.
yesterday, Mike. Let me give you this. You know, the working in Middle East is different from working in Western world. You work based on contract. You understand, and they can decide to renew your contract or not renew your contract. So I have this one just even yesterday that a colleague of mine was a Nigerian doctor that just moved his family, his wife and children to UK. And then his contract is going to expire in May this year, and they refuse to renew the contract for him. So how is he going to fund them in UK now?
Yeah, they'll go
Chief,
back
he
now.
should return now. Why is he not returning? Must he stay there? He don't work for himself.
Those are the things. Those are the things. You understand? There are certain decisions that you just have to. You know,
But
women
the guy should be blamed
they
in the
are being
first place.
controlled by their emotion. I'm very sorry to say that there are a lot of men in Nigeria that their wife has already made them to take wrong decision of this japa, and the thing is backfiring.
But you can't
The
blame it. If
lady,
you make this here's the day. If you end up making a decision, you can't say someone was the one that made you do it. You did it at the end of the day. Because a lot of times, what I see is like some men they will just do things because the woman wants it, and then when things go wrong, it's like, oh, she made me do it. No, you have to do things because you want it. It's not. There's no difference between the woman
No,
convincing you to
I
do it,
agree with
Well,
you.
and
no,
your
I
friend,
agree
your
with
friend,
you. I think
your
these
friends or
days,
your mom or someone. Another human being always trying to convince you to do something you don't want to do.
Mike, I
At the end
agree
of the
with
day, if
you.
you
We
do
have
it,
so
let
many
me
men
chime
these
in real
days
quick.
that are not men enough. You
so it's not the
understand? And
woman's fault
Well,
then.
no,
So it's not that
no,
you
no,
can't blame the
guys.
woman then. They should work on themselves.
Well, Mike, most of the times when most of the times when we do stuff, we do things for ourselves and we do it because of other people. Okay, so the man that made the decision for the wife and the kids to go to London, England, um, he did it because of the wife, and maybe because that's what she wanted, right? And that's why he did it. Okay,
So
so
if at the end of the day, if it goes wrong, you have to himself to blame because you're the one that made the decision.
well, sure, he
exactly.
can accept the blame. No doubt, he should accept the blame. But keep in mind, he didn't do it irrationally. He did it because of what the wife wanted. Okay, because they are in a partnership. If he wants to make the wife happy, that's what she demanded, and he made it happen. That is
At
life.
the end of the
It's
day,
always
you
the
still made it happen. So if it goes
okay,
wrong, you
Mike, are
not
you
blame the
telling
wife.
us that you cannot do things, you cannot do certain things to please your wife?
that's what Mike is
If I
saying.
if
Maybe.
I end up doing it and it goes wrong, I'll blame myself. I'm not going to be sitting and be
Well,
blaming the
yeah.
woman.
So
I
it's
made the
yeah.
decision.
Okay,
If I make decision, I
it's not
make
about the
just like
blaming
it's
part.
not different. Hold on. It's not different from sometimes my kids will want something, right? And I'll give them. Later, I regret giving them. I'm not going to blame them for giving them. I blame myself. I'm the one that made the decision. I just fixed it. I'm like, okay, I learned from that one. Okay, next time I won't do that. So I blame myself for my own decisions. The same thing with friends or family. Sometimes I do things for them, and I'm like, why did I do it? They, of course, they wanted me to do it because that's what they wanted at that time. But I'm the one that made the decision. At the end of the day, if I regret it, I'll just blame myself. Okay, next time I learn from it. You move on, you learn. But I don't sit around and just start blaming the other person. At the end of the day, I made a decision. I owe myself. I can't even for my own choice.
But the moment that guy left Nigeria, went to Saudi Arabia as a doctor, left his family behind to go and get better money. I think that was where the problem started. Maybe the wife did not approve it. And he just that's why this is like how long was he in
Exactly.
Saudi Arabia? You say
You
for a
know,
year.
Judah,
You
you
know
get it. It's possible. There's more to the story tonight. It could be that maybe the wife wasn't even approving.
exactly.
So in this relationship, it's usually like both sides were not. In human relation, you're not always going to agree on everything, and one
Well,
person always
see, just like in a relationship, nothing is perfect, nothing is that smooth. Okay, the
exactly.
man, for example, he wants to go to Saudi Arabia to go work and make more money. Obviously, he's making more money than it was in Nigeria, I'm assuming, of course, and that's why he went to Saudi Arabia. Now, well, maybe the woman did not agree with it, but it's a reason also, there's a rational reason why he did it. Just like,
Yeah, of
so
course.
it may not work out. I mean, she's unhappy about it perhaps, but maybe the guy just say, hey, that's what I have to do right now. We don't always
No, no,
make
no, no,
decisions
no.
that make us
She is
happy
even
all the
happy
time.
about it. Let me tell you, she's happy about it because if the man is not even in Saudi Arabia, there is no way she can have that opportunity of going to Canada.
So she
No, we
went
don't
under
know.
the
We don't
man's
know that.
consent then.
No, we don't know that. Maybe
She
the
went under
Canada
the
Because
man's
she
opportunity.
can't
consent. I
have the
think.
financial with her to even talk about going to Canada.
Yeah, I think she went
So where
under
did
the
she get
man's
the money to
consent.
go to Canada from?
The man sent it to
What do
her.
you say?
Where did she get the money to go to Canada from?
The man
I
was
just
there.
told you that she used the proof of fund that you need to get the visa was provided by the man.
Exactly.
So,
So the
so,
man is aware actually.
so he's the one that provide.
He's aware. What the only thing that the man is not aware is with the kids going with her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he
So
thought she
the
was
man
going
is
alone. Wait. Doesn't make sense. So he didn't know. Wait. So he thought she was going alone and leave the kids alone in the house. I mean, come on now.
Not in the house. What the kids? They are not small kids now. I think the youngest is about 12. They are already in
yeah,
secondary school, living in boarding school.
So were they going to
see
live by
now.
themselves in Nigeria? So he was thinking his wife was going to leave his kids alone in Nigeria, and she would go to Canada
I
to
mean,
go
for a
and do what?
master program in Canada. How long is the program?
It's just 1 year now.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't get it because I mean, so are they staying in housing given by the school, college, or university, or what, or is they homeschooling? I mean, because I mean, who approve it going for a study and then you carry 3 kids? It doesn't make sense because the funding that the man gave her was probably just for one person. Carrying 3 people along with all the visa fees, kind of, man. Yeah, I
Well,
don't know,
no,
man.
the man signed some documents. I'm telling you, you can't just pay for the 3 kids.
Exactly.
The man must have signed a document one way or another approving the travel.
Right.
If she did it,
Prince, that this was
cunningly.
happen in a lot of these marriages, right? They will make decision, and then when anything go wrong, one person will blame the other person. Say, "Oh, it's the husband." I mean, they point finger, they blame each other, and that's the thing.
The
And
guy
that's
is
one thing.
mad because the lady went and took expensive house in Canada instead of staying probably in low housing that was given to her by the college or whatever. That and the expenditure is not as what he expected. So
Definitely,
that's
she
why
can't stay in an hostel. She cannot stay in an hostel. She has to go and get an apartment because of the
there
3
you
kids.
go. Exactly. You see, the woman now is getting. I think that's where the problem is. The woman doesn't want to stay in like a small place with 3 kids or one bedroom. She want to get a bigger
I think
place with
she
a
took
more
that
expensive.
decision knowing fully well that the man can finance it. Because
Oh,
if you
come
know
on,
that the
man.
man
So
can,
where?
yes.
I mean, the man cannot, based on the. I mean, the lady want to probably drive a car over there, and that's where the problem is. Instead of catching a bus to work to school, I mean, come on, that's too much, man.
My
You cannot
brother,
put your
come on
burden
now.
on the man.
With 3 kids, how do you cut boss with 3 kids?
Oh, people do it in America, Simba. Come on, I know families that are still catching buses
Not
in
Simba, that
America.
is Thomas.
With 3
No,
kids.
it's not. I mean, if you just is starting a life in the United States or Canada, you have to go through that route. You don't just, walk and buy cars and just start driving. I
My
don't know,
brother,
but
when I came to Australia, they have already getting the car for me from the airport. I took my car from the airport.
Oh,
Yeah, my father-in-law is here, so I
oh,
took my
okay.
car from the
Uh-huh.
airport.
Your father. So how did you get your driver's license? I mean, how did you? I
I
mean,
can
so
drive
did
with
you just start
Nigerian
driving
license for
immediately?
I can drive with Nigerian license for 3 months before getting
Oh
Australian
wow.
license. Yeah,
Not in
yeah,
America, man. You
yeah. You
cannot do
can
that in
drive for
America.
three to 6 months before you get your original license for this country. So I drove from the airport home.
So you want this lady to start driving immediately she's in Canada, not even catching a
I
bus
am not
to
saying
school.
I didn't say from the airport, but with 3 kids, you have to have a car. Car is not a luxury; it's a necessity, isn't it?
But I mean, did she already find school for them while she was in Nigeria? The school they are gonna be studying in or what? Oh, yeah, it's still a story that has not been really, I don't understand the story. It's not actually. I don't think it's actually the whole story that we know. It's just that a lot of the woman want to go large. She want to probably live in a house, buy a car,
like
brand new
like
car.
like
You know,
Beyonce.
exactly. That's what I'm expect. That's what I'm thinking. The man was actually aware, but because of the expenditure, the woman want to rush and do that. Because she's in Canada. That's where the problem is, and she's not working, and she probably is not gonna be working, just studying, and that's another problem, because you have to also sustain your husband, and I mean sustain your family. You have to be working while studying. You know and based on the visa that she's getting, I don't think she can work. She can only study. So that's too much, man. Yeah,
I think here Australia you have 40 hours in fortnight as a student. You can't do more
yeah,
than that.
but you think that lady probably wants to be doing that 40 hours? She has school, has to take care of the kids. She probably want to just sit down and the guy is
Well,
sending
who will
money
she
to her.
leave the 3 kids for to go and work?
And there
Even
you go. You
even
see,
going to school. Women.
mm, that was a
The story
bad
is not
decision,
hard
man.
enough. The
Mm.
story is not hard enough.
Exactly, it's not actually adding up. I mean, because her going to Canada, she could have probably have a family member over there, or probably a family, in the place. I mean, she did not actually do her findings well.
There
You
have to
know,
be someone. There have to be someone there to sponsor her to come there. So
exactly.
it's not possible that she went alone. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, if you ask me, I'll tell you the story is not actually adding up for real. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe the guy is not giving us the true
The guy
story.
is not gonna. That's the danger of listening to one narrative. When people come to me and say, "Oh, my wife can you come? My husband can you come?" I'm like, I'm just saying you the side of the story, man. I have to hear the other side of the story too.
Yeah,
It's
because
always
I
two
mean,
sided.
the guy has to put down bank statement that could actually be for the 3 kids, and the lady, the bank statement for the wife alone cannot sustain with the kids. So I mean, there was gonna be bank statement that could actually back up the 3 kids and her. So yeah, it's a
What
lot.
what, what I always
The
notice a lot in people's marriages is uh, either one of them or both of them always want to have this my way or the highway. You know,
Mike, Mike,
it's
the
it's
only
my way. I
problem
want
is
it this way or the highway,
exactly,
rather than
but the
saying, okay,
major
let's meet in the middle at some point.
Mike, the major problem is the lady she wanna go more than her shadow. She don't wanna catch a bus. She wanna drive a car, and maybe she doesn't wanna probably drive a small Toyota. Maybe because of the kid, she wanna a SUV and stuff like that.
You,
That
you use you use sense to put her in a position where she end up paying for it now. Pay for it.
right, you know,
You
and
have to use
we
sense to deal with people sometimes.
man. And she's probably gonna be making payment on that car, not actually buying it cash. That's where a lot, yeah, that lady should end up going back to Nigeria, and take that kid back till she finish her 1 year studying, then probably bring them when she start working. Then she can bring them to Canada. That's my best.
But
Yeah.
Judy, sometimes I saw some, most especially in Canada, they are they are having 2 kids, they are running around, they don't have settled home. I said, what are you doing? Go back to your country. It's just suffering, sleeping from home to home, sleeping from street to street, sleeping in the car, no stable life. But because I don't want to go back to my country, I want to stay in abroad. Anybody can be
Thomas.
prosperous in abroad.
Thomas, some Africans rather sleep on the streets, in your country, than sleep in a mansion in
Eh,
their own country. Ah,
hmm.
the moment they are with Oyibo, they are in heaven now. The fact that I can see Oyibo every day, it's heaven to them.
Thomas, it's not only in Canada or United States, even in Europe. I've seen a lot of Africans now being homeless in Italy and France. I'm like, wow. I mean, Canada. I mean, it's just things are getting more worse and expensive, and people, they just feel the
But why
impact of
can't they
being
go back to
abroad.
their country? Why can't
No,
they go
come
back
on.
to their country?
I mean, being abroad is already
How will you go and
one
explain to
of
people back home that you're back in, you know?
the.
Eh,
I
but
mean,
Judy,
people will
A
say,
lot of them, they will
Judy,
take
mind,
picture.
you are living in abroad, no house, no better life, no accommodation, no school for your kids, no, you are living from
No, well,
street
let
to
me tell
street from
you, no,
But
but
some of them they will wear jeans and go
they
and
will
stand next to a
not
car and
take.
take picture in the snow and send
Nobody,
it back
they
home
will
to
not. They would rather die there than to come back with shame.
being
exactly.
homeless is a priority, man, in an African meal compared to an African back home. Come on, Mr. Thomas.
no.
Mm,
Can I tell you this? There are more people homeless in America than Nigeria. Because
yeah.
Nigeria, you will find a family, a aburo or a egbon, or you find it like extended family that will still accommodate you. You can't find that in UK. You can't find that in Australia. You can't find that in America. You have to
But
be on the street.
what you call homeless, right? They are hopes of being homeless in America. Things can change in a twinkle of an eye. You can become a multimillionaire just being on the street. We have seen a lot of millionaires in America that were homeless. Even most of these
Can win
rappers,
lotto, right? Can
you
win
know.
lotto. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you can win lotto. I mean, most of these rappers, Mike, you know them. They were
It's not like one of those people that play lottery every day.
it's not lotto, man. I've seen there was a guy that I used to talk to, right? I mean, I met him in a company and he told me he was homeless for once. But I mean, being homeless is not something that just, I mean, you might end up losing your home. For some reason, you miss payment on your car, you don't go to work anymore, you end up losing your job and stuff like that. Maybe it can run you homeless immediately, right? But another thing is once you step on your feet and things start going well, you are out of it and you never know. I mean, things change. We have seen rappers, we have seen people change their life as homeless people to being
But,
successful. But in
but
Africa, you don't have that. And Africa,
Judy,
if you are poor, if care is not taken, you might be a poor man forever. You know.
Judy, I've saw documents upon documents upon documentation of people in the US homeless for 15, 10 years. I'm not talking about 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years homeless. Is that life? That is not life. Go back to your country.
Yeah, but sometimes people also are saving money, man. Look, Mr. Thomas, you are right. Go back to your country, but does the country provide a better aspect of what you think it is? I mean, they're going back. What do they have? Do they have money to take it back? I know of a family that got deported, because they did not have the right document from United States, and they were taking all these benefit. But when they got back to Africa, Cameroon, things were just as worse as it is, and when uh, they even fought their way and went to Europe. And there's also this other lady that traveled from North Africa to Europe and lost her baby and pregnancy in the ocean. And when they interview her in London, she said she will do this often and often. And that lady was from Nigeria. She said her losing her baby and one of her child doesn't. I mean, she will do this if this was to repeat herself again. She will do it again. You know. So it's
is
crazy.
that not desperate life? Desperate.
I'm like, bro. I mean, you would do that. You just lost a baby. You lost one of your child in a North African
Gigi,
route.
before coming to Australia, I wasn't do bad. I wasn't doing bad in Nigeria. And I mean, and I'm not a millionaire. I'm not rich, but averagely, I can still afford anything I want. So why would I go to abroad? Then things are not working. It's better to go back to average life you were living in your country than to be on the streets of Italy, causing
Mr.
nuisance all the way.
Mr. Thomas, that's you though. Did you know how many people that took loans just to travel? Ah, loans. I'm talking about millions just to even cross to go through North Africa and stuff like that. If they go back, how are they gonna pay that loans? So maybe they might be hiding themselves from even going back. Uh,
You are not lying. I saw people sold their house, a
yeah,
whole house, because they are
exactly.
going to abroad. Yeah.
I was even watching this YouTube guy, I think from Nigeria. I think Mike might know him. He's a popular Nigerian YouTuber who was saying that if you have probably $30,000 in your bank account in Nigeria, there's no reason for you, even less than that 20. There's no reason for you coming to Europe at a certain age to start that life. You could actually turn that money around in Nigeria and make it big. But I mean, even if most of us know that you having that money, if they say, "Oh, America is open, Canada is open, Europe is open," you still want to come. That mindset is a
I
mindset.
saw
You know.
somebody, a university undergraduate, 400 level. What did I say? 400 level. It remains 3 or 4 months to graduate.
Yeah.
He saw opportunity of US. He abandoned the studies. 400 level
Wow.
to be a graduate in a reputable university in Nigeria. Why can't you just finish your studies? You still need that certificate in abroad. Nobody will just, unless you do want to be cleaning the Oyibo
Have
yash.
you have you heard that say that
You still need
opportunity come
you
once?
need certification.
Have you heard that?
But the
Have
guy is
you heard
doing
that
well
say?
now. At least he started his yeah.
It was in this
I said
country that I
400
come
level.
to realize. Yeah, it was in this country that I come to realize that even PhD or master degree holders are doing McDonald's work, are working in a restaurant. You know, yeah. I mean, the kind of degree that we uphold in Africa. In America, if care is not taken, it really don't make sense. I mean, yeah, it was in this country that I went to McDonald's and a PhD, a master person. I mean, because I only have just bachelors, but a master person calling me sir, in a restaurant, because I want to order my food. I mean, that tells you how the country is, compared to an African person telling a person with a master degree to work in a restaurant, calling a other person sir. It's like,
Sir.
when did this, when did this one start? So yeah, I just believe that look, man. Look, yeah, I mean, you mentioned that if you are broke and things are not going well in a foreign country, move back. But the pressure, families, you might be looked down to, especially when you go back to Nigeria. So see this guy, you enter Europe, America. Now you want to take your belongings, come back. Wait till pursue you come. All these things.
And even
Yeah,
if we go back to Nigeria, what is the hope for anything over there? So it's better even
exactly.
stay. Yes. There is still hope if you stay abroad. Anything, things can change. Things can change. You can find a job. You can,
Yeah.
yes, things. But Being homeless for 15, 10 years, that is no. That is awful. Even my wife and myself say, let's try in Australia, but let's see if everything is good. You always give things try. Yeah, maybe luckily we have somebody here that can that can tell you what to do, where to put your feet. But we thank God, yeah. But it doesn't work for everybody like that. Some even when they move abroad, their life is even worse than where they are coming from. Things are not working at all for them. Yeah, but maybe we thank God that things are working for us. That's where we are. My mouth is very sweet now because things are working for
Mike,
me. Yeah.
exactly. Mike, you were asking for that YouTuber. You know Franklin, the YouTube, the for Nigerian Franklin guy. I mean, if you watch most of his videos, he will. I think he's a Nigerian based in UK, a YouTuber. So yeah. But Mr. Thomas, you are right, man. The most important thing is I wish us will have cherished Mr. Thomas, if I ask you, you had a better job in Nigeria. How come you did not stick to Nigeria? How come you still had to move to Australia? So it tells me that you wanted more, right? You wanted more. You wanted a successful life with your kids and all of that. So maybe this is what also other people want for their own life. They got hopes that they got hopes that things will change one day, and yeah. Yeah, Mr. Adewale, you were talking about how I said African culture is archaic and stuff like that. I actually say some of the stuff that is archaic needs to be taken out and not actually making the whole culture archaic. But and the culture should also be aligned with the modernization that is coming in, because what I was saying is our culture has put women down. You know not making them to have the same level of equality like the men. I was watching a YouTuber that went to an African country and said they could not even allow her to buy a piece of land because she was a woman, because that community does not recognize her as as a person that can own land as a woman. So they were asking
But
for the husband.
that is not only Africa. Do you know a few years ago they just endorsed lady to drive in Saudi Arabia?
But Jude,
A female cannot even drive.
Jude, I have problem
I don't know
when
how.
you guys take one
Yeah.
community and use it to generalize the whole Africa. So because one community,
but
the woman cannot buy land, it means in Africa, woman cannot buy land. Thomas, can a woman buy land in Nigeria?
Very well. Why you can
Exactly.
buy
So,
acres.
and that's the one thing I hate with all this propaganda about Africa. They will take maybe one village in Africa, something's going wrong there. They will say it's Africa. As if
Mm.
the whole Africa, that's what's going on in the whole Africa. Come on now.
So Mr. Thomas was saying that every country has their own law on their women, and like Saudi Arabia, they cannot drive. So those laws should also be the same. I mean, does that mean that just because they have it, should we also have?
Yeah, we can't do that. To be honest with you, I don't see why that superiority of male to female. It's just we are both human beings. Even some female, you will be praying that they should be your mother. Look at we have many of them very influential. Even having one female is even better than having four males that doesn't even they are not productive. Are you telling me that like Okojo Wiala now, his father, our father will be regretting giving back to her if he doesn't even have a son? as a female. It's are you talking of Folusho Alakija, the richest black
The richest
female?
woman.
Yes, can you imagine? I'm his father. I will be. Will I be regretting giving back to that lady? It's
But
even more than 100 man.
these
Like
richest women, have we ever heard of their husbands? Are their husbands facing that kind of inferiority complex? Uh,
they
uh,
do.
uh,
He just got divorced. Same
oh
man,
wow,
the
there you
same.
go.
Yeah, yeah. He just got divorced some months,
And that was
maybe 1 month ago.
wow, and that was what I was telling Mike. That you see, when the level of a woman is elevated, especially in America, you see all this Oprah, and most of the time they turn independent. Because it's hard for them to actually go down and provide, the basic necessities of, you know, like in a traditional household like an Africa where a woman is not educated, and that was one of the major. And you see, they just break out. Come to think of it, maybe the man cannot, the woman is not actually doing the work of the home, not actually doing the right things, and the man doesn't like it, or maybe the man can no longer provide like the woman, and they have to separate, because most women, they feel that even though they have money, the man should also be able to supply and provide for the household and things like that. Eh, a woman is not going to be doing things like what the man's supposed to be doing, taking care of the children, paying this and that for the kids. No, I mean, if you had children, it's going to be the responsibility of a man, because you know the right and wrongs before, they're having a woman impregnated, so yeah, you see the
But
woman's
in
divorce.
diaspora, yeah, in diaspora, in abroad, yeah, there is no man something. It's almost maybe 60-40 or 50-50 or 70-30. Yeah, as the man is providing, the woman too is providing. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but
I can give an example of myself. I don't know how the food gets to the house. I don't pay. I don't give my wife money for food. She's doing that because why will I be? You know what I mean. Everybody have their sector. Maybe I take care of the bills. I have the bills on my card. I don't know how much he buy food. I just get home, I eat.
right.
I don't need to. Everybody have their sector where I know that I have to look after a car. I put fuel in the car. I take the car to the
Thomas,
mechanic shop. Look after the car.
Thomas,
Yes, I don't even know how much they are buying milk. I
ebi ó
don't
pa
know.
ọ́ lọ́jọ́ kan.
She's taking care of that.
Yóò fi ebi pa ọ́ lọ́jọ́ kan.
No, 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 no. She
Yóò
can't
pa
do that.
ṣége sí ọlá.
She can't do that unless if it's extreme. She's broke. Can I have some money for grocery? And I know she doesn't even ask me, so I could just send money to her to
So
any amount that you want here.
so she doesn't bring her whole paycheck and give it to you for you to do that breakdown.
No, 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 no. If he has that money, what concern me? I don't want to know how much is even earning. So what concern me about that paycheck?
Hmm. Yeah, but most of the high divorce rate in the world is in these countries, right? I mean, despite the fact that you understand the role being split into, oh, she takes care of this, she takes care of that. There are also another reasons why there are a lot of high divorce rate in these countries, that they actually have those roles defined by the family and stuff. You know, so there are a lot of issues. I mean, you can have those things aligned, but there are certain issues that out of a second we influence her to break away from that lifestyle that she is in, and that's why we have more independent women. Or I don't need him to be in my life. I can go around and mess around and have my own company and still do things this way and all of that. And that's why I was saying that that African traditional household need to um
the more people are getting educated, we kind of see that there is a lot of divorce, and I think that's where the world is shifted into. More people have getting divorced, especially when they travel to European countries. Because I know of a friend that they were married in Africa. As soon as they went to London, they out of a sudden, they divorce in within 2-3 years. The environment, things changes. A lot of a lot of things came into mind. What the guy was undermining in Africa, it became a bigger issue in the community that he lives in. So the woman got exposed, understood, things that was blinding her when she was back home, and it became something else. So yeah, I think Africa is losing their traditional settings, and certain cultures of us are archaic that needs to be abandoned, and that's just it for me. You can't have a culture where you look down on a woman. She has to be this, provide this role of this, and once they start getting exposed, and then that's why in America, that submission stuff or this and that, women kick against it. No white or even an African. That's why when Africans or Cameroonians or Nigerians marry to a European or ladies, people start complaining. Oh, you want to leave your African culture to this. They adhere to not having families coming around and independent lifestyle. Do you want to be part of it? you know but most of the time it's actually a good lifestyle, because you having families coming to your home often and just take you in a surprise, and you have to spend more on them than actually with your own kids. I see it as a good thing. I don't
Hey, Jude,
like it, but I see it as
Jude,
yeah.
Jude, have you ever heard
Yeah.
when they say when you move to Rome, you live like a Roman or you adjust to the life
You
of a
do what the
Roman?
Romans do. Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
so don't you think some of these Africans, when they leave their community in Africa and move to another society in Europe, don't you think they need to adjust the way they do things a little bit instead of, because some
Exactly.
of them want to live like, if you want to live your village life in in Europe, and then
Exactly.
you wonder why you're divorcing. You have to adjust a
Right.
little bit now. Uh-uh.
Yep. Carry that mentality back, and then you start. Yeah,
That's
and
what I was
because
telling you earlier. Like some people don't
yeah,
know how to. They learn knowledge control. They don't control knowledge. They let the way they think, the way they've been co- uh, are shaped to control them, rather than understand that, okay, the way I was shaped to behave, it worked in that environment where I was shaped. Now I'm in a different environment. I have to a little bit adjust. I can't continue to just,
exactly.
So I think that's what killed a lot of Africans.
Yeah, environment. Yep, it kills, and that's why, because this guy was talking about in London, where I think he was from Nigeria, and he bought 2 houses and did not tell the wife that he bought houses, and then the wife find out, and then it was a bigger issue in such a way where they got divorced. You know, and it's just a lot of stories, people. And then I was following this debate where people say, oh, the rate of bringing women from Africa to United States or Europe has actually declined. And they ask the reason why, because they say they are more divorced, especially when the women comes in, their eyes have opened. I'm like, what you mean eyes have opened? So in Africa their eyes did not open, or why do they have to come to yeah, by
What they are saying is that the woman adjusts with the new society. That's all. People
oh,
got
so that's what they mean by their eyes have
they
opened.
expect the woman to keep living the same way she was living back in Africa. She's in a new society now. Even you yourself, Jude, you don't do the things where you're doing it back in Cameroon. You adjust a little bit. Am I lying?
So is that a big problem if our eyes are open?
No, I don't know what they mean by eyes are open. Was she blind before she came here? I don't know what they're talking about. There's
Right.
no eye that open. What they mean by eye as open is that the person adjusts to the new environment. You understand?
Right.
And they see it and they have problem with it. And I'm like, someone gotta, even you adjusted to the new environment. You can't tell me that the way you were
Exactly.
doing things or the way you do everything back in Africa is the same way you are doing it in America. You can't survive like that. Even the Americans will not relate to you, you know. So there's some things you have to
Right.
adjust certain way
So
of
that yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Now it kind of slowly fade away. You know,
exactly. So, but they
and
will say their eyes are open. Our eyes are opened. The eyes being
and
open.
then she start asking more questions. More inquisitive.
Yeah, some people just they believe when they bring someone here, they have to control that person, and it has to be yeah. Some people they just need to chill out. Even some parents, so when they bring their kid, oh, I brought you here. Come on, man, stop reminding the person you brought them here. What the heck, you know? I see you.
Yeah.
So it's mentality, man. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, we just hope for the best, but a lot of things, man. A lot of things. African community, this and that, But the rate of divorce is actually going higher and higher, especially in Africans. And if care is not taken, problem solvers need to actually come in and actually, how can reduce because years to come, they say that the divorce rate in Africa might soon overtake European countries and America, and I mean, because when we were growing up, it was hard for us to even hear of divorce. Now it's getting rampant, and yes, then what about 20, 30 years from now? Maybe you actually, everybody is gonna be having just living his own. I mean, I see it, like I said, it's not a big problem to me, man, because like you're not gonna force people to live together. People want to experience, they want to be flexible in their lifestyle, it also, but uh, yeah, Mike, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's on. Certain laws have to be put in place. You see how Saudi Arabia was strict with their laws about women till now they finally, and open it up. I also heard that now in certain places in Saudi Arabia you could actually drink on the street before, or in a certain locations, of which before it was not. So you have to be flexible, because as the world is getting modernized, your cultural law or your law doesn't work anymore. And that's true when you say when the women come here, they experience the system. Yeah, because the world is getting modernized. That's why only a village girl will just, being closer to a man. But once she is exposed, have a lot of things, educated, her mentality start changing. Yeah. Everyone is tired of it. Mike, you still did that city where you told me, or you moved back.
Yeah, I moved, man. I mean, yeah, I'm moving on. I left that city.
No wahala. More. Any topic, or probably want to call it a day since Thomas is busy driving around in Australia. What city? I think is Thomas in Sydney or maybe Perth.
I'm
Yeah.
in the background, sir. I think